They made a website that made it look legitimate. It's not fine. Those people got in trouble. Yeah, no, that's fine. If it's randomly placed, it's fine. And doesn't look like. No, I misspoke. The ones who were scamming people, their shit looked legitimate, and they got in trouble. But the people who were just going for donations, it just went to their Cash App, and it would just say for like incidentals or whatever they wanted it to say. And to my knowledge, that's legal.
I may have heard about this. Isn't it legal? QR code on your QR code on your log. Make it look like you have to government. Say like a safe parking app, basically.
What are you saying, Big Dong?
Say you have a lawn, like front lawn that's connected to the parking with the QR code on the lawn. And just be like, stand here for parking, and people just come along and pay.
That's a good idea. I think that's legal.
That's legal?
I do think, so long as you don't make the sign look like a government.
That might be a business kind of just going to people's lawn. Like go to like a neighborhood, ask them if they want to join for like free parking revenue, and then just place the code on people's lawns.
Stuck his hand in the bucket and started, moving around the wall.
I mean, it's kind of scummy, but
apparently said,
my work
there's a bucket of money right
probably
moved around the wine a little bit, moved on a little bit, and said, hey, this is wine. This is
you can have
wine.
like small
So
signs
he
there.
shocked
They're
Hey,
getting
there's
trouble.
Shachi
You
with
have to do it
So
carefully.
when you got upset, so what did he do? He picked up
Right.
a bucket of wine and he dumped the bucket.
I mean, you're probably going to get on some kind of list if you do that, where they're like, even if it is legal, there's some kind of law, and the next time your local town council goes and votes on something, that practice is illegal.
And what happened? He dumped the bucket
What's
of
legal?
wine.
Just say,
Also,
part of the
Right, you're not
revenue
gonna
each lot goes
now,
to that.
obviously, what happened? Now, obviously, the Shire is what's the
Just not
status
getting
of
all the
the
money.
wine? Now, this is
Like you're giving back to the homeowner.
Yeah, stuck his
I
hand
get what you're saying.
touched it and moved it around.
And it's
Obviously,
voluntary.
There was
So
no
I think if you
I
don't
guess a little bit
try
honest.
to
It doesn't have
the
an
fact that it's
ultimate
voluntary,
for any type of religious
it might
purpose.
be okay. There's no law that takes
So we're
right
talking
that's
about
like
this wine right over here.
pass
He saw the wine and
put a
had
QR
the
code
wine into the barrel. What's the status?
on the lawn.
Couldn't you Just say it's a donation.
It's a tremendous also has about how
Yeah, I'm saying like
we act out
you don't try and
because
I mean,
so
you try as best as you can.
it's shocking how you saw this. He's always
Say
he's always angry.
it's
Right?
for donation
Contents of the barrel
or trick didn't think about
bucket
it hard
back. It's interesting. Having that guy
if they read like the
so
fine
the
print.
child would be on the top. Now that he got
Yeah.
what's the Shiloh on that one. Because when we
Okay. And then what percentage is going to real?
and often what that does is it just amplifies.
Okay, and how do you follow up with that?
So before we saw only
Each QR code
now
is
he's got a problem with the
specific
so
residence address and
when we get
money comes in to that specific QR code, it's sent to the
the problem is
owner's
if I
address.
act in the state of terror, one thing is a shortage. This
Now,
Whatever their payment is.
now the Shiloh is we went from one
now what if you put tickets on everybody's cars and you just said it was voluntary to pay it, but in small print it said it's voluntary?
Any time that Apple touches the one, you're not going to be able to drink.
You're trying to fire there.
Yeah, I do too. But I think that there's an interesting argument to be made that you could make the argument. I think that if you said on it, like say it was like this, you said you put tickets on everybody's car, just like people put flyers. I don't know if they do it in Canada, but in LA, if you park in a parking lot, flyers under your fucking under your windshield wiper all the time. It's like constant. So if you just put a little flyer of your own under there that made it look like it with a QR code and said like in big letters like $50, and then in small print it said this is a voluntary ticket, 10% of all proceeds will be donated to the local center. I wonder if that would work.
I feel like what constitutes like the difference between flyer and a ticket, and how close you're able to resemble that. And let's try that.
Doesn't feel right to focus.
What is AI saying?
First of all, I know that is my focus. Again, focus that is really not there for you, but it's there to get to the MS. Any my focus, the shame self of this kind. It's gonna be okay. It's going to be okay. So again, we'll stop there because the story actually goes on.
What is AI saying?
But again,
What is AI saying?
Just
Dog. All right, you do that.
I'm doing the prompt. Once I want in California, putting tickets on windshields that resemble official parking tickets, but are actually solicitation for donations can be a gray area. There's no law banning voluntary donations on several factors can make it problematic. The practice, if the flyer is designed to resemble an official ticket or notice, they can be considered deceptive or misleading under unfair competition law or false
Today, reading my thinking.
look away. There is a vehicle code section that prohibits places and notices on vehicles that official parking tickets or solicitation regulations. Some cities Los Angeles have ordinance regulating avoid issues flyer as solicitation avoid designs that resemble tickets, donations.
Doug,
Flyers, consult with it and make sure
Doug, here is just put on that it says like solicitation attempt in small print, and then just litter a major city with that, with those things that is like can't necessarily. They can trace the QR code to you, but it's going to take a lot of work. And you'll get random ass people who are just like, okay, I'll give to this. No, you don't. You don't need a bank. You don't need a bank account for that.
The top of the lulav went ahead and
I mean, it's somehow probably connected.
No, it would be connected to your Cash App account, and then you can transfer that.
To what? Is what's the status of the wine? Is this considered touched by Hakum or not? If it was
That's
touched
correct.
by, remember again, what's unique about this case? Clearly,
So it's like the ultimate standard.
Religious intentionality on the part of the
Yeah, that's why it's used so much for
he's coming down, he got a palm
to pay for sex and stuff.
and he's coming down, he inadvertently touched the palm branch to the wine. So what
That's
is
not
the status
like a
of
huge-
this wine?
Like a
So
legal-
where-
Not currently.
Now, I want to just point out something interesting, which is, and Tosis brings up this point. Tosis highlights this idea that halacha l'maisa, the halacha l'maisa,
I mean,
that the akum touching the wine with the lulav, or the akum touching the wine himself. And that's like Tosis brings down. He says, well, if you look at Tosis Hafik, I've seen a Baruch Asfar, and it's the second one. And Tosis,
Yeah, it's probably a misdemeanor. They have stupid. They have
stupid jail. You get like actual prison.
That's
They're
what
like
I
lure you
which is the one that is
like
that's the equivalent of the
battery,
the one directly
like robbery.
now it happens to
Lure
be
you in
close
for
over here,
put
close over here.
against all over California cars.
The mention of
For
the
voluntary
donations here was the apple went up the tree.
Well, that's the power of the QR code.
Again,
I
right now we just
used to have QR codes on all kinds of advertising when I would run advertising for the startup and like billboards. I always wanted to get one on a freeway billboard, but they were always reluctant, the billboard, because they didn't want people grabbing their phones while traveling 75 miles an hour and hitting a QR code. But I think they do it nowadays. I see them on television commercials.
So what's the halacha? What's the halacha? So he wants to shine rather than yellow.
And a
So now
$25
there's a sale of
fine.
this wine to an uncle.
Actually arrested.
Like I said, you can sell the wine to an uncle. So the what you also interestingly enough indicates that Rav holds that halacha reminds
I think that's
you can't
very
drink
like
wine, you can't consume it, but
for
you
the
can get
for
benefit
the
from it.
maximum
I said, I'm really Ravasi,
likely because of the animal shelter involved, the judge would probably be off
actually listened yesterday.
jail.
I think even
Maybe it would be on the restitution, so
It's the one
bad
the
way
INS app.
person.
Now again, what does that tell us?
I think you could get away with it if you just put in small letters at the bottom. This is an attempt to. This is a solicitation attempt. Like I'm trying to think. I get junk mail sometimes. That says like kind of tricky like that, and then I just look at the bottom and it says this is an attempt to solicit, and I'll be like, oh, I'm trying to think. There was some.
There's like a big stand and maybe it's in the US too, you get a text message that's like, you were speeding on this road and your license plate, we have your license plate, you have to pay us $50 this date or else you're going to court and try to get
either accidental or the apple.
Okay, that's
I mean,
it.
this is basically like that level.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but you just have to put at the bottom. This is an attempt for solicitation, and or this is a solicitation attempt. I think you could get away with it. Like,
I mean, spam, I know spam emails are regulated. Are spam messages illegal?
yeah, they are. I used to send out thousands of text messages using a service called Twilio. But send them to people who had already agreed to the text message, so that was kind of the loophole. But yeah, at least in the United States, they made a law about it a few years ago because so many people were getting unwanted text messages. But then what the companies just started to do was send it from a foreign country, and there was nothing that you could really do about it.
The servant effectively
Is that still happening?
So what's the halacha?
It is, but what happens is with the emails, they go to your, just go and start up with another one.
Purchasing non-Jewish servants. What happened? They did one of the two. Let's say multiple times. They did Restream. Ultimately, again, didn't go to the mikvah. The Chaim B'nei Shvachos. That is interesting. So B'nei Shvachos, what's the case here? So this is where I own a ship. Now what happens? That ship of a non-Jewish over like through QR code. Children. Those children scan the QR code and it's just like but didn't yet.
No, the way that you do this. Oh, yeah. Now I remember what it was. Okay, so they have these advertisements on the radio that say something like, what is the closest to sun? Text 1234 to, or text the answer to 1234, and you will have a free 4-day, 3-night cruise in Cabo San Lucas. And so you'll be like, oh, cool. But what you don't know is that like tens of thousands of people who are texting that, and they're just and then at the end of the commercial, they say by texting 1234, you are enrolling in text message supply, and so you're basically giving them your approval by enroll one of those types of systems. Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm describing it clearly. So basically, they have a really easy game that, like, it doesn't have that hard of a question. And so I think that they're going to win a contest, and they text 1234 with the answer Mercury, and it turns out that they are rolling themselves into this text message service. Does that make sense?
Now, what does it mean when it says that your saliva and your Thomas Mendes?
You're muted.
What does that mean? I feel it.
Whatever is like line about like your Korean this thing or Strange. It's like a loophole where that is strange.
I agree. Yeah. Exactly. They also do one on the radio, and I know this one specifically. I used to radio company about it. Their iHeartMedia, are the biggest radio audio company in the world. They used to call it Clear Channel. They own like as many stations in the United States as they can legally own in every metropolitan. Yep. And they had this where every hour on the 20s, so like at 6:20, 7:20, 8:20, 9:20, all the way to like 6:20 in the evening or something, they would give away $1,000, and they would say like, text the word cash to 40404, and you would text the word cash, and then it would say they'd say it really fast, like really quickly, by texting you agree to the terms and conditions of this contest standard rates apply, and all these people in Southern California, I think they also say this is a national contest. They had some things that they had to say. Remember our representative from iHeart came in one day, and I was like, what are you guys doing with all those numbers? And he laughed, and he's like, what do you mean? And I'm like, well, you're getting like tens of thousands of numbers. For what? Is it just going into a database? And he said, I don't necessarily know exactly, but I think that we sell that data to other companies, and it's seen as really valuable data because all of these people have already enrolled in text messages from our company. And so while all we have to do is give away $1,000, and in exchange for that, we get $10,000 in people's agreed, their agreed upon data. And what they would do is say to a company, okay, you're gonna give away like $10,000 a day on the radio, $1,000 at each of these increments. We will do a read. We'll read about your. It's called a live read. We'll read a little like pitch about your company right beforehand. So a lot of lawyers, and they'd be like, oh, sponsored by Sweet James Bergner or whatever the big lawyer, superlawyer.com. There are some lawyers in LA who are featured on these, and so 10 times word, and then a bunch of text in, and then all that information, already pre-approved text messages, and then they can sell that to people. Does that make sense?
not.
Why is there no law that
Why is this
says that you can't?
Why
is there no law that says that you can't? Like something on figure, like something to show text. You're not sending text messaging to a lawyer or a lawyer
because that way that the game is set up is that you agree to any text message that's sent to you. Agreeing to this. Now, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Like, well, who's to say they don't send you 50,000 text messages? You can always opt out of the text message by saying stop. And I think they say that in the ad, something like that. But it's a really easy to be able to text message you. I can tell you, I used to send thousands of text messages to washers, like car contractors who would wash cars. Out, they would fucking call and they'd be like, "I'm getting so many text messages from you. It's absolutely ridiculous. Please stop sending me text messages." And I get a report. I could see who opted out of text messages and what time they opted out, and it was just very funny to me. Like, so what would happen is we'd have too much business. We'd have too many car washes that we need to cover. And we needed people to cover them, and we wanted to make sure that people would cover them. So we would send out text messages all of the we would pay more if they would pick the text message. So I just know it was really there's like a programmable system. You put in what text you want in there. You can do up to oh man, I forget what it is. I think 120 characters. It used to be 64, maybe it's 128 now. And you could put emojis in there, and I would do a test one to like one of our office phones, make sure that works, and then once it works, you just send that bad boy out, and I'd send
now
I don't know about that, but I can. You have to pay for every text message you send out, and it's like 0.00001% of 1.0000001%. It's like really inexpensive to just send out one. You're sending out thousands of them. Like it gets into the hundreds of dollars.
Their contact with wine does not make it easy.
I mean,
Yeah. I mean, it depends how.
has
So sure people still read the initials. But there's like there's not a doubt if they can just don't know that they can opt out. When they call you, tell them you didn't tell them.
Yeah, we just say all you have to do is press. And we put that in the message as well. That was something that was you had to follow the law. You're supposed to do that. Not everybody does, but you say to stop receiving these types of messages. Reply stop STOP. And no, it's no. It's all in the same message. But some people would send out. Yeah, so sometimes we would send out. I think you just say to opt out stop, and that's not that many. That's like TO space OPT space OUT space. It's like 20 characters. So you have about 100 that you could work with, and sometimes we would send multiple texts together. So we'd have like 3 texts that why would we have one? So we would say something like, hey, we noticed that you are interested in doing a contract with us. If you're interested, please work with your or please call whatever number was, and feel free to talk with one of our recruiters. And sometimes if you get into something like that, it can get wordy. So sometimes it would be like one, maybe longer than one message, or we'd say like, hey, we have jobs available in these different areas of the city or the county or wherever they work. And when you get into like how much the job is and what its zip code is and all that kind of stuff, and there's a list of them, that can get pretty wordy. So sometimes it would get into 2 or 3 text messages, but then at the very bottom it would say opt out, to opt out, send stop or something like that. Or I think it would just say stop to opt out. So STOP space TO
Nothing ever allows us to fully forget
space
sometimes our behaviors look like we forget. Sometimes
stop to OPT space UT. So it's 20 characters. Now that's the legal way to do it. That doesn't mean that you still couldn't just send it out and nobody was going to do anything.
No matter how far
There was a
ride sharing app in my area called Ride, and basically it's like you can I'm going
I purchased
picking up the
and again
get a ride. So it seems like
so
it's a very It's a different model where you're like really owns the driver and takes the cut of the big thing. So this one, the website does take a
supports their
cut of connecting the driver, but the driver is likely like autonomous and they're dictating to other people are doing those independent driver rating, which is just, it's not like Uber where the driver reflects on Uber where it's like if you're a driver, you're getting bad reviews, people see you parking around when they get you. So it's like you're
Well, it was legal. It was absolutely legal, or arguably legal, until 2020 when they changed the law. When they changed the law, it went specifically after business. We were the first company to do this law, and the reason why Uber and Lyft weren't sued, they were sued as well. But then they got an exemption, and we weren't able to get the same exemption. You can look at it if you want. It's called California AB5. But it said it's how you defined an employee and a contractor in the state of California, and they made it much more difficult. Yeah, like Assembly Bill 5.
This contradicts the Brexit said before, because our Brexit said, as soon as they have Mila and Tavila, they no longer need to now,
you're just a platform connecting independent contractors and you're like not necessarily
That's true, but you do have control over them, and that's what the state of California didn't want. It was really pushed by unions, and it was the first company in the state of California to get sued for $45 million, and I think they were very settled for something like. Yeah, that business model is not profitable. People have tried that for 30 years, and it's not profitable because of the insurance on someone's vehicle, and when it rains, even though it rarely rains in Southern California, you have to pay the people, and then you have to pay their insurance, and you have to pay for all their gas, and it's extremely expensive. There's another company that pivoted to that once AB5 was passed, and they went out of business. No, Uber pays for none of this. But you have to understand, got an exemption. Lyft got an exemption. DoorDash got an exemption. Grubhub got an exemption. They were operating illegally, just like we were operating illegally once they passed the law. They were able to get exemptions, but car washing was not. No. So basically, they lobbied really hard, and they were able to win. And we didn't have the same lobbying power. We had some money behind us, and we did look for politicians to be support us, but they didn't want us because this was a big push, and they didn't want to go against the union.
So there's ultimately you have to have like
Yeah.
So there's like other information.
I mean, they're still working, right? But it's not a salary.
It's an hourly wage. It's not a salary. But you understand that you have to meet a minimum wage. Then we didn't have to meet a minimum wage. If somebody didn't want to work, they didn't have to work. You have to ensure with that size that you have. I mean, we had like thousands of washers. That then they all have health. They have dental insurance, vision insurance. Then you get into, once you have more than 50, there are all kinds of federal laws that you have to meet, including what's known as FMLA, Family Leave Act, which allows an employee to basically leave 6 months unpaid, but still be able to have job protection. And then you also have to buy them all vehicles. That's a lot of vehicles for them to be able to. I mean, that alone would put a place out of business. You'd have to have. You have thousands of washers, and then you have to make sure what happens if they get into an accident. Now you're going to get sued by someone because their washer hit you. There was a company that did it, and they went out of business. It was not. Just overhead alone. And people, once you get to someone's house, they want you to wash their car for. And it's not. It's like it would become like $300 a car wash. It's just not really realistic. With how many car washes are in California. Southern California has the highest amount of car washes, brick and mortar car washes. Absolutely. There was a way around it, and I had thought of it, and we just couldn't pivot fast enough. And but what it was we were just going to be the platform. And let's say you wanted a car wash. You could name your price for the car wash. So you could name your price as like, I don't know, you'd have your car wash for $30. And if somebody wanted to, they could wash your car. But basically, it was an issue that the state of California had that we had fixed pricing for cars. Basically, like $20, and $50. So yeah, exactly. But basically, you want to give the independent contractor as much independence as possible. So one way that we do this is by allowing them to choose what price they wanted to be able to work it. And so that way, and yeah, but then nobody would wash their car. So then they'd have to raise it to $15, and maybe somebody might come wash their car for $15.
It's no good. I guess, yeah, I mean, it's been kind of a race. I guess.
Well, I mean, it just depends. If you're in the area, you'll add a couple cars for $15 or whatever. But if you're not going to drive across the city for that, but if you have somebody who really wants their car washed and they'll pay $100 to have them wash their car, there are a bunch of people who want that job. It just depends. But that model would have worked and was gonna work. But I left the company. I became a certified project management professional, and I took a contract Fortune 100 because I did not want to be involved in this lawsuit, and I knew it was coming. I left something 28, and they got sued July 13th, so I left like 15 days or something before, and it was in Forbes magazine. I remember thinking to myself, boy, I always wanted to get in Forbes. That's like a big deal from a business perspective, but I never wanted to get in. Nobody wants. It was everywhere. It was a very high profile lawsuit, and I did not want it. Yes, directors, just like the ownership would have been liable. So I was the managing director. It wasn't an LLC, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I can't be at fault for that. That just means that they can't go after the ownership's personal assets. But I could have gone to jail for a year for that. But that's not why I left that. It was coincidental that I left. The reason why I left in actuality was I got a call. There was it was in May. So we have a holiday in May. Usually falls in May. And I needed 2 days off. Now, I know I've told you the story like more than you'd like to know, but basically, I had arranged by coming back to business that I would get all of my days off paid. And I turned my phone on after the holiday, and I had text messages from the owner of the business saying I was taking too much time off and that he needed me. And that wasn't true. He didn't need me. He could have certainly. It's not like I banned the business by any means, but I recognized that this guy was going back on his word, and he money than any of his employees too. And he, the first year that I worked there, I worked 6 days a week. So I worked Sunday through Friday, and I did the Sunday for free, just to get the business off the ground. And I knew he wanted me to go back to that schedule because he felt that if he's going to be paying me over $100,000 a year, he wants to get every dime in his pocket. And so in a month, started looking for another job, like immediately started looking for another job. And that's why I left. And in my letter to him, why I left, it was I had my lawyer look at it, I had my rabbi look at it, a rabbinical colleague, and they it was something that I felt in my heart was the right move for me. And so in my letter, I left because of religious reasons. And
why would you go to where you know operating the company knows doing illegal things?
yeah, so it was arguable. Yeah, I had it. I'm the told the owner of the business, hey, change the law. We cannot operate starting January 1st, 2020. The way that we've been operating for the last 5 years. We need to change, and the owner of the business felt that he was still operating within the law. And it was just like basically a thing. We had to argue it, and it was something that would be argued in court and wasn't argued in court. And it'd be to go to jail for something like this, but it was a possibility. And I recognize that once the law changed, that if I were a juror, I would probably side with the plaintiffs and not the defendant, who would have been the defendant. But it could have gone either way. And it doesn't automatically mean that the director goes to jail, the ownership goes to jail. It just means that there's a possibility. And I remember saying to the owner of the business, you could face 1 year in jail. And he's like, yeah, nobody faces one. And I know, but the lawyers for it, not all of us have the lawyers for it. And he's like, and we had a good lawyer, we had a very good law, but it was it's basically like if this case is decided against us, then the punishment is definitely going to be there's going to be a lot of money involved. There are going to be damages, and there were $45 million in damages, and also we were facing a year in jail. But that's not why I left. Nobody ever me with that. That was just something new could possibly happen, and but I left for religious reasons. And that's if in the big scheme of things, when my life is dissected like I anticipated someday, it will be seen that I did not leave because I thought we were doing something. I knew we were doing something that I didn't feel comfortable with, but the second that I felt pressure for religious reasons, that's why I left. But I was also recognizing that I could not continue to work in this environment much longer because we were already by the state of California that may be operating against their new AB5. And so I got up just well, it wasn't there. The state of California did not feel being ambiguous, and
message that you weren't selected. Your senior person made the decision.
well, but we were changing our business. Exactly, but we were changing the business model to that model that I talked about, where the person who wanted the car wash could name their own price, and if we could have pivoted faster from an application and from an application standpoint, we would be we would have been operating legally. So it was kind of one of these things that, okay, perhaps we're, in some people's opinion, not operating legally, but we're changing that model, and we just need to change it. And it wasn't something that you can just change overnight. To change an app, it takes a lot of programming, and then to change it in your API, it's a lot of programming, and it's not just an iOS, but it's not just an iOS app, but it's an Android app. And then you have to teach the contractors, hey, no longer I wash is just $20, $30, $50. Now you're gonna have to perhaps counter bid against people to be able to do washes. You have to train people how to do that, and it's gonna take time. It's taken 6 months, and
I feel like a technical view is this guy has like tons of money. He could easily afford a program to stuff like very quickly.
It's really not that easy. You would think so, but it's not. Even just one
but I mean, I'm not saying it.
Riser. I mean, have you programmed an iOS and published it?
No, not on the App Store.
Okay, so right there, you don't know what I'm talking about. You have to make sure that it meets the App Store's criteria. The App Store reviews your app to ensure that it is not only properly programmed, but there aren't any security with it. Android does the same thing. To get an app to that level takes time. Also, you don't have one person program both apps. People are focused on being an iOS developer or an Android developer. They're not both. And they're teams that do it. And so we have teams overseas doing it. Additionally, even if we could find someone in Southern California to do it, they're going to want perhaps hundreds of thousands of dollars. They're going to want vacation time, benefits, they might equity. These are things that the owner of the business want to give up. And even still, we couldn't. That person doesn't exist. There wasn't one person who could program API, an iOS app, an Android app, and be able to test these things. That's another major issue, is the testing. It's just too much work for one person. We had international teams that would provide us with the apps overnight, and those were teams of at least 6 people from both platforms, and then we had someone running the API as well. So that's like 13 different people at least. That's
Was there a glimmer of hope, like you're trying to make progress to
well, I mean, once he threatened me of not being able to take off religious holidays, I was done with it. I took the employee, and the other thing too, this is in a letter, yeah, and that was, yeah. There were some other. Absolutely, and he knew that. He said, "Done." That was the first thing that I told him, and he said, "Done." And then he started creeping back on that as year went on. And then nobody wants back from basically a celebratory time to a bunch of text messages that say you're taking too much time off when you know this is what you agreed to. And I knew he was going to do this. I knew this guy like the back of my hand. He also owed me a significant amount of money that I was able to get every dime for it, but he wasn't paying me on time because he didn't want me to leave. And so what I did, and the other thing is, he didn't show up to work for 6 months. Once COVID hit, he just came back to the business, and I think this was his strategy. I really do. He was going to say, "Look, I'm just the owner of the business. I don't necessarily know what's going on day to day. My employee, my managing director, meaning me, he's the guy who was running this stuff. So anybody go after him." And I could have seen that happen because he didn't show up to work for 6 months. This is a guy coming at least a few times a week normally. He went from that to nothing once the pandemic. Oh, absolutely. And so his strategy is, if I don't show up to work and I get sued, then I can just say that employees doing this, and it was during a pandemic, whatever, and I didn't come into work. But I had no idea. I didn't think about this. So don't come me, come after. And I was the director, and I could see this happening. And you know, yeah. I mean, I dealt with this guy for over 3 years. I knew his personality. I knew how he operated. Almost 5 years at that point, and I did not trust this guy further than I could throw him. And so it was at that point. There was like the month of June where I had basically been prepared to pass the project management professional exam, and I'd been studying for that for a year. And I took the employees, each one of them individually, and I trusted them. And they were really good people. And I said to each one of them that I was going to help them to develop their resumes, cover letters, if they needed me as a reference, they could use me, but that there was a very, very high chance that this business could get sued, and if it is, then I don't know what's going to happen to them. They all knew how this business. They knew he was having. They knew as many ways as I knew how bad he was. And I said to them, we're going to go through your contact information. Look, where I think you could be the best position in the future. And I explained to them, you shouldn't be working here. You should be working for a doctor. You should be working at a bank. You're all bilingual. You're extremely competent in customer service aspect. And I want to help you get another job. And so I rewrote their resumes, and I talked to one person after I left, and I asked, so what happened? And she said, once the company got sued, the owner fired everybody because he didn't want any connection. He didn't want them to be able to be witnesses, basically, to what was going on. And fortunately, they all found other work. But I wanted to make sure that they were prepared as possible to be useful because I knew what would come down. And it was a very strange time. This was in the middle of the pandemic. This was early 2020. The guy hadn't come into work. Also, a thing that changed in Southern California was they made the brick and mortar car wash. They shut them down. So we had far more business than we ever had. Far more. Can you imagine? It was illegal for you to open your brick and mortar car wash. So the only way that people could get their car washed was through on-demand. Do you recognize, like, because you weren't allowed to, well, for a few reasons. the 6 feet. You remember that whole deal? You couldn't have like people working if they were closer than 6 feet, and I think the big argument was from the state of California, the optics of it. That if you have somebody, if you're rolling down your window and somebody's exchanging money and somebody's going inside your car, and you're right there, that you're not going to be able to maintain that feet of distance, so they just shut them down. And basically, every business in California that wasn't drive-through or a had like outdoor service or wasn't considered a what did they call it, a mandatory business, was shut down. And we barely made it that mandatory business exception because we argued that we were a transportation company, or we had a transportation exemption, and we got away with that. Nobody pressed us on it, but it was an incredibly strange time. And then on top of that, there were the protests that were going on, and we had a protest outside of our building because of the whole George Floyd thing. And I remember, I thought they were gonna destroy my car. They had it completely surrounded, and people, the police were all there, the protesters were there. I thought they were going to break into the building, and we're fortunate that they didn't, but they did break into buildings down the street. And you never know what's going to happen. That is a very, very stressful time. But long story short, I was very, very happy with the job that I got thereafter. Eventually, that's what's allowed me to live as independently as I currently do. It paid way more money. It had stability, and that's how I bought all this. That's still how I pay my rent. Go ahead.
I love your story, by the way. What do you do with the mission? Wow.
Oh, please invite me.
Okay, so I want you to evaluate whether this idea is better than the professional that you got. And also, I looked up the course on YouTube, like the pro league, but the whole, like, they all look like a traditional golf holes, but they're like slightly curvy, like they have wonky, like undulation. It's not like a beam or like windmill type of course, you know. Like rain caught is like the whole point. It's like, why are we not? Do you know what truck nuts are? They're like this little ornament that you hang your truck and it literally resembles.
Yeah.
Like testicles. So I just find this story so funny, and I feel like it can be made into a movie. essentially what happened is in Texas, in like the early 2000s, there was two guys, and they basically at the same time, allegedly, like one guy was at sand duning in the desert, and then some guy yelled like, "Hey, throw some balls and fucking give her or whatever," and then it was like light bulb moment. I mean, hang in front of us on the truck, and then this other guy also just the light bulb moment and oh, cool, okay, and he's talking about some angles on my car. So these guys, they get the same idea in a way. At the same time. And then as they start to become aware of each other and build they just turn into like total nemesis of each other. And like they each think that they're the real creator, and they each are like, one guy is like worse than the other, but they're sabotaging each other's businesses. They're doing every like equivalent of like the parking lot, like shady, legal, like to make each other's businesses fail. It's just this hilarious story to these two guys that both have been truck nuts at the same time in Texas, and just go on this like crazy battle of like hatred and growing each other. And I feel like we're going to be like an amazing comedy out of that.
I agree. I'm surprised that there aren't more business-related movies. I really like them. Did you watch the one? It's called Flamin' Hot. It's the guy who allegedly came out Flamin' Hot Cheetos. So Ava Longoria, you know who that is? She's like from Desperate Housewives, the super hot lady. Directing a new movie with Kim Kardashian and Nicki, a $1 billion revolution. So what it was he was a janitor. I think they had something like they had the Cheetos that were not like they considered like maybe they made too many Cheetos in a given week or something. You could buy the excess for like cheaper if you're an employee of Frito-Lay. Are you following me? Okay, so what this guy would do is allegedly he would buy the excess and then take it home, and then he, Latinx man, and when it felt that Cheetos were just not spicy enough, and so he added like some spices to it, and really liked it, and he gave them to some people, I think associated with Frito-Lay. Now, you should know Frito-Lay was owned by Pepsi Cola at the time, and eventually the CEO of Pepsi Cola came to the plant, just like visiting it, and met with the employees, and the the janitor guy allegedly said to the CEO, "Hey, I have a really good idea here for Cheetos," and the CEO was like, "Okay, well, talk to the plant manager or whatever about it, and see if they can do anything." However, there isn't any evidence that conversation ever happened, but this is how it kind of goes in the movie, and so they do all kinds of pushback on this. They're like, "No, you're just a janitor. You don't, you know, you're not like in the process of this." But he was like, "No, like I really think this is a good idea." I think he got a job eventually as like a quality assurance person, and he didn't know what that meant. Basically, they were just like, "Look, you could be doing more here than just being a janitor." And he got a job as quality assurance, and then he would bring Cheetos in like these plastic bags, these clear plastic bags, and have people try them. And then I think also they were like selling them to people almost like their friends or whatever. And people really liked them. And then the people at the company were like, "Okay, we'll give this a try." And they test marketed it, and they test marketed it in like a bunch of different places, and amongst the American public, they didn't do really, but amongst the Latinx community, they skyrocketed. They were super, super popular, and the people at Frito-Lay said, "Hey, have something here." And then eventually they started selling, and now there's flaming hot everything. There's flaming hot pajamas. There's flaming hot Doritos. Flaming hot, like onion rings. Like they put that flaming hot shit on all kinds of stuff. And it's a movie about that. And the guy who invented the flaming hots did not make any money off of that idea, but he did become like a motivational speaker for the Lay company, something like that. It's a really great story, right?
It's a really great story, right?
Well, that's not how it really happened. Apparently, it was executives at Frito-Lay who came up with the idea, and the marketing department felt that this was a really good story, that they could basically say that this, like they could go along with this guy who said that he invented them, but apparently there was like, let me get the exact story for you, but it was like not as innocent as it seems. Yo, what's the deal with the Frito-Lay company saying that they developed Flamin' Hot?
Why?
Dude. Yo. Yeah. No. he turned into one.
Why is that
Fucked.
right? Why is that
Something
set
is fucked up with this phone.
to the bottom of the pipe? Why is that? Why is
The
that?
voice detection. Yo, 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 yo. Yo.
Slow to the bottom of that. Now watch this. The bottom 60. No. Let's play this out. Right, so you've got the upper side.
Yo.
We'll just call it the
Um,
got. Right? That's where the grapes are crushed. Right? So crushing happens.
I hate
Liquid.
Frito Lay voice.
Then what happens?
Frito Lay. Flamin' Hot.
And then again, what we call
Real story.
what we call again, the cistern is on the bar, I should say. Is on the bottom. It's on the bottom.
All right. Story of Richard Montanez invented Flamin' Hot Cheeto Lay janitor is widely disputed and not supported by company records. Lay's official stance, based on internal investigations, that Montanez did not create Flamin' Hot Cheetos. The company, none of our records show that Richard was involved in any capacity in the flame test market. The snack was developed in 1989 by a team of employees at Frito-Lay at their corporate headquarters in Plano, Texas. Specifically, Greenfeld, who was tasked with creating a spicy snack. The product was tested in 1990 and launched nationally in 1992. Montanez's account claims he took unflavored Cheetos home after a machine malfunction, seasoned them with chili powder, inspired Mexican, and pitched the idea to CEO Roger Enrico. However, this timeline is inconsistent. Enrico did not join Frito-Lay until 1991, months after the product was already been tested. Despite the controversy, Montanez did rise from janitor to executive at Frito-Lay and played a role in marketing to Hispanic consumers. Frito-Lay acknowledges his contribution to the company and its understanding of the Latinx market, but does not credit him with the invention of Flamin' Hot Cheetos. The 2020 Flamin' Hot is marketed as a true story, but is based on Montanez's perspective. The filmmakers stated that they were aware of the dispute, but chose to tell his story as his truth. Frito-Lay has not opposed the film, calling it a story told from his point of view. Does that make sense?
Incredible.
I'm surprised that there are more movies like that though. I love that kind of shit. That kind of shit is so cool to me.
So, we'll talk about she was smiling how so you might want to suggest where you're so ultimately again it's a flow. So there's a flow again from the basket to the lower center. Sitting in the lower center. You know how you say you might yes.
Okay, so regardless of what happens, let's say that
maybe
the
it's
janitor in some other reality, the janitor invented flame and all, and then the company just stole his idea, right?
Right?
So any television show, what? How do you stop the TJ viewer from stealing the idea? Aside from, I guess before you even pitch them, you have to get them to sign a contract that says, if you execute this show in any regard, you owe me money or whatever.
What do you mean?
Maybe it's much simpler. Not to rely on pizza. Maybe the case question over here is with the lever.
You can lower and you budget with TJ,
Rose
the TJ guy, the head guy, and he's like, okay, thank you for the idea, and then they go off. I end up losing zero money. And so it's like protection for how do they not rip me off? Like, I have some contract that forces them to give me payment to go through it. They have to, like, basically deal on my terms or something.
Okay.
Incredible.
I mean,
Let's go.
so you're just saying, how do you protect your
idea from
right? But you're saying, how do you?
She says that yeah, no.
I mean, it's just an idea, right? At this point, it's just an idea.
She says no. She's trying. Then she's
Okay.
6 years old.
Okay.
6-year-old child.
So how
again? Master.
good?
Ask yourself why tell me this. Was a high school. Beautiful was high school. You accomplish whatever you want to. There are things in life that seem impossible.
How
Get people to sign a contract before they hear the idea. That's like, if they steal the idea, I'm entitled to all of the money for it.
How would I?
Before we even try. And everyone's thought that the art is like kind of like sprinkles.
Dude, I feel so useless.
To tell us we apply ourselves.
Why the fuck? How would I protect myself?
Really? A child 6 years old, only again master. Oh yeah.
How would I protect myself if I were to?
You wouldn't accept. You know why? Because there's no great in mastering something beautiful.
Let's say I have a really good idea for a business, and I take it to another business, like a really good mini golf idea, and I take it to ESPN. How do I stop them from not ripping it off?
You really must have done something amazing that you're successful. That's what's wrong with me. You don't get on. You know what?
Okay, so you use NDAs. Document your prior art. Timestamp everything. Formats patent. Email the proposal to yourself. It provides a third-party timestamp. Copyright trademarks. You can't copyright an idea, but you can't copyright the specific written rules. The architectural drawings of the course and the trademark name of the business. The black box pitch. Don't give the secret sauce in the first meeting. Pitch the what, not the how. Sell the execution. Then the attorney. Look for provisional patent application. Does that answer your question?
Tell us that there was a child
Probably, yeah.
tells us in the only it's made out of there is nothing that's
I think we can okay, professional golfers, that's my idea.
I don't think you can protect that.
Wouldn't that, if they sign it,
What if they don't sign?
so then they don't hear the pitch.
Okay.
You have to recognize that more often than not, the reason we don't
Basically, some contract that they have to sign before doesn't reveal the idea at all.
They're not going to do that, though.
Master level are 6 years old boy when they ask for professional.
I mean, I can tell you, I've worked with ESPN personally. They've taken me to lunch. And I know I say it, but biggest, their highest paid employee on television, I signed to a very, very, well negotiated contract. And in order to do business with them, you've got to sign a lot of paperwork in order to just get in the door. So they may say to you, sign an NDA, but they may not sign an NDA. I know that they check your credit. They basically want to make sure that you have funds in the bank. So if they're going to do anything with you, they want to make sure you're vetted.
Yes. How can you say yes?
No, I mean, you don't have to be a millionaire, but basically, like, they're gonna want to know what you have. If they want to,
The concept of a show that could be worth money.
oh, so then you would do what I just said. You get an NDA. If they want to sign it, great. If they don't want to sign it, they don't have to. But then you just wouldn't have them sign it. But then you make sure that everything is time stamped and you don't give everything away. It's all the stuff that we just said.
How do you not give away the thing without okay.
No, that's not
It's
ultimate.
it's activity with professionals that makes money through advertising streaming. You know, like give away many
That's the thing. That's the thing. You can't patent or trademark that idea, but your rules. So you would have specific rules. So you could go in there and you'd be like, "Hey, we've got this at Celebrity Golf. I know that it's already been done, but I have better rules than the other guys. But I can't tell you the rules right now. If you're interested, then let's get to negotiation. I already have the rules patented, and then you give them whatever your special rules. Does that make sense?"
Yeah, like kind of have fun, they just twist the rules a little bit, and you don't have to deal with it.
Well, then they're gonna themselves up to a lawsuit.
But they didn't sign anything.
If they still take your idea and steal it, then you can sue them for it.
Yeah, they just twist one rule in the past that's like, okay, instead of having a bogey on the board, just hold par 5, or we get a free stroke, they just use like some business little, just like Chinese people knocking off products lately.
Yeah, I mean, it's the idea is if they change it enough, if they changed it enough, then it's a different game, right?
Then it's a different game, right? Yeah, I mean, fans, here's like one distinction is like anyone in the world can submit their proposal for the whole. That's a unique kind of element. What else would you include in this?
Okay. So you're saying anybody
golfers competing against many putters and many putters designed by fans.
Has anybody
I mean,
patented the idea of having professional golfers play against professional mini golf players, and also allow fans to send in course ideas?
So puzzling number one is he's waiting to see is someone because Vinossen holds that if an aqua touches blind.
There's no evidence of that specific of having professional golfers compete against professional mini golf players, while allowing fans to submit course designs has been patented. However, individual components of such a concept may be protectable under intellectual property law. Professional golfers versus mini golf players. While the idea of competition between these two is not patented, the concept of sports crossover events, like having PGA PGA players compete on wacky mini golf courses has been discussed on like Reddit as a fun, entertaining idea. No patent exists for this exact format. Fan supported ideas or fan submitted course ideas. The integration of fan generated content into competitive formats could fall under interactive digital platforms or sourcing systems, which are patented. For example, patents exist for interactive text platforms, design and user-generated systems used in gaming and entertainment. Patentable elements. While the overall idea may not patentable as a concept, as rules and formats of sports competitions are generally not protectable under patent or copyright law. Specific technologies involved, such as a digital platform for fans to submit and vote on course designs, a dynamic course generator using AI to assemble holes from fan output, from fan input, a real scoring and broadcasting system, a hybrid golf or mini golf events, or a virtual reality simulation of the course could be patented. Does that answer your question? Let's see what Reddit does. This is what a pro mini golf competition doesn't matter. Well, here's the thing. Let's say you crowdsource this idea. Who's going to say that? Like somebody submits their idea and you read it and you steal their idea. Who's to say that person can't sue you? Anyone else is going to be here, like Rabbi Nosson. And us, this is when it is clear that the outcome is contact with the one. Just was that, I mean, religious in nature. If you're really that interested in it, you would get a point. The patent attorneys are some of the most expensive attorneys that you can get. They might, but they usually don't work like that. Sure. They hear great ideas every single day. That's why they're patent. But doesn't mean that they're going to do it for free. But it's not out of, like, you probably could get all the paperwork done for $5,000. So it's not like yeah, but you're gonna need. So you basically have an idea that already exists, which already exists. Now, if you have like Ace. I mean, they don't have one every year, but they've done it before.
son can't drink it. Get hana, and women can get hana.
When did the P host some kind of event, a mini golf event?
Stop over here for today. I'm great to learn with all of you again.
Okay, the PGA Tour official developmental tour.
Let's say
Okay. When has there been a crossover event between professional golfers and mini golf?
Engaging again, learning again, checking again, and growing again, making our way through all these other things. How responsible I know, how responsible for teach about how to all these Russians.
All right. Wait, hold on. What was that event with Scotty Scheffler for Golf Channel where they did all kinds of things for like they were like skills challenges?
Today on
Optum Golf Channel games, the primetime made-for-TV skills competition. This just happened at Trump National Golf Club. Rory McIlroy. Okay, so that time drive competition, time short game competition, 14 club challenge, team relay, captain's challenge. Okay, what you're thinking is, but they've never had PGA Tour play mini golf. PGA Tour players.
As so the US says as follows. Now, interesting, the US bringing up specifically at
Wait, hold on. In Australia, they did.
One becomes subject to when it begins to one professional short line, third line,
Get that. You're thinking that because somebody's on the PGA Tour, they're good at mini golf. Now I'm making the argument that they're actually not good at mini golf. They're probably a little bit better than average. Mini golf involves
Discord, like many golf shit with like fans.
Have there ever been, or has there ever been a pro golfer versus pro mini golfer crossover event? If so, why not? Who do you think would win?
So the Gemara says as follows. Interestingly enough, when it comes to when it's
yes, there have been crossover events and discussions about matches between professional golfers and professional mini golfers. Though formal high-profile head-to-head competitions are rare. Gary Hester, a two-time reigning champion of the 25 champion of the $25,000 U.S. Pro Mini Golf Association at Hawaiian Rumble has stated outright that they couldn't beat us, emphasizing that even elite PGA Tour players would struggle with extensive preparation and practice in mini golf. And I agree with that. He notes that professional mini golf players they train on angles, specifically for the unique challenges of the game, such as brick walls, moving obstacles, and deceptive slopes. Precision and course-specific knowledge are paramount. Similarly, Ryan Kotrick, lead announcer for the PGA Tour Network, covered the USPM Masters, observed that even skilled scratch golfers who play at or near par were kicked ass by the pros. He knew that Jordan Spieth or Kevin Na would likely struggle against the top tier mini golf competitors like two-time champion Olivia Krikopova or Matt Mill, who holds the record for the lowest sub-30 average in tournament history. While no official PGA Tour versus mini golf showdown has been held, informal events, pros versus pros mini golf, suggested for streamers like Ludwig Augen, highlight the growing interest in these matchups. These would likely involve handicaps and best ball formats to balance the skill gap. In a direct matchup, professional mini golfers would almost certainly win due to their specialized training, deep familiarity with the course design, and ability to handle the randomness and obstacles that define the game. Elements not present in traditional golf. What was saying? No, they're saying that many golfers would dominate regular golfers. Even though it has become to focus on I think the mini golfers, at least based on what I've seen, their mini golf holes are very, they're not very abstract like I said before. There's no like obstacle, no matter moving from at least what I've seen. Like a lot of videos I saw. You've never seen a windmill? No, there's like the one that I saw just looked like a regular golf course with like sand traps and like a bunch of crazy slopes. There's no pirate ships, no dolphins, no windmills, no cloud, no thing. Like that's what we want to see. No Amazon show that has existed where the pros are battling the mini golf people on very interesting holes. You're asking, did the Holy Moly golf show ever have a clown or a windmill or any kind of classical
from the upper vat
miniature golf obstacles?
that even though the lower
I think the problem wasn't the whole.
Okay, so yes, Holy Moly prominently features clowns, windmills, and other classic miniature golf obstacles. It has windmills, clowns. It has slippery slopes, slippery putts, water hazards, zip lines, guillotines, glacier climbs, and moving platforms. All designed to test both skill and skill.
Yeah. Yes. And
yeah, that question
the problem was not the whole. The problem was that a bunch of non-golfers are trying to make golf entertaining.
Okay.
You seem way more interested in the people in the world.
Do you know how expensive that would be, though, to get the best people in the world to show up?
The PGA Tour already has like they're
But that doesn't mean that they have to.
Why do NHL players go up to the All-Star game?
Because they have paid incentives to do so.
Okay. Okay. So I don't know. Do you know that? Is it in their contract that they signed that their job? Yeah, they get bonus money for that.
Do players get paid extra for the All-Star game, or do they have to do it voluntarily? No, professional players do not receive direct payment or leagues for simply participating in the All-Star game, but they do earn through various bonuses and perks. All-Star game bonus. Players on the winning team of MLB All-Star game split an $800,000 pool, which averages to about $25,000 per player. This bonus is awarded only if they play and are on the roster of the winning team. Then there are fan vote bonuses, where they can get $15,000. Here's the big one. Some players have all-star selection clauses in their contracts. For example, they get one guy got $100,000 for making a team. Other people get $1,000. And then there's the home run derby and skills competition. The home run derby winner receives $1 million.
No, only once it's put into the barrels with its foam. So we have
Hold on. And then the end does pay the guys for start game. If they're on the winning team, they get $100,000. And the losers and the losers get the losers get $25,000. If nobody's gonna watch it,
Unless you market it.
Here's my focus.
because there's an argument to be made that it is going to water down their events, and their guys are probably good. Oh, so now you're talking about guys who are PGA Tour players, so you have to pay them. So what's the purse going to be?
Competition that includes those guys have fun for one day.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. The skills competition. Here's the thing. The skills competition are hockey skills. The skills competition in golf are golf skills. Mini golf isn't really the same. There's not a single time where the guy off a brick or hit it in the clown valve. That's not a skill that the PGA Tour promotes. That's a different sport. I get what they're using a putter to hit a ball, but the PGA Tour is going to say you have to have the art of reading a green and knowing the hardness of the green, and perhaps if wind's involved, like all of that takes against a concrete brick through a clown valve and then through a windmill. That's not as much skill, and we don't want to water down our project. On top of that, we don't want people to perhaps like this more than our own sport. Our own sport is based on the with country clubs and all of these really high luxury brands and stuff. We don't want to take that and then water it down with a clown, a windmill.
Like it's such a good thing that people want to see so badly that you can't. That's what you're saying.
I would say that the PGA Tour would say this: if anything, another league, but that already exists.
At least
Well, wait. Now you're saying that you just need better holes, right? Okay, so it's not going to be PGA Tour players now. It's going to go back to professional mini golf players.
Fine, I'm gonna
I understand the point that you're making about it not being a one-to-one deal. like in the All-Star game,
Who does
or
not
for the field competition, anyways, in the NHL.
between
The
the
team moves in the shootout, which is the number one event. And also, how realistic is the hardest shot competition? You shoot it from like the blue line to like the hash mark, to like the top of the circle. You just have like you just tee off with the puck, which is just so unrealistic to the pace and like having another real hockey game that it's just it's so unrealistic that what also never happens in a real hockey game is people dressed up like cowboys and doing the most ridiculous diving, like swimming on the ice moves like a bunch of idiots. They're just like the ridiculous amount. So
Wait, but that's the all.
Competitions, those don't at all really feel that they're gonna win the game. It's fun to watch. It's fun to watch. It's entertaining to watch. The NHL, for all the leagues, they value entertainment because they're bringing more people in the game. They don't, like, obviously, people would probably want to, I mean, if you do these runs, that's like if they did a competition instead of dunk competition every week, then it would lose its uniqueness. It's only fun because it's like a fun thing to do. It's like whatever they're called, like Christmas, once a year. Christmas is every weekend.
I have a question for you. How many dunk competitions has LeBron James ever won?
Subject to the INS.
I know the answer. How many dunk competitions LeBron James ever participated in?
Which is the time of our
The answer to both of these is 0. And a major reason is he says he doesn't want to get hurt. But a major reason is he doesn't want to lose. And many of these guys don't want to lose television because they're clowns' mouths. That they do. They would much rather lose on the 18th hole under normal conditions because they were one shot and they just weren't good enough than to lose because their ball hit the windmill.
So remember, whatever.
There's a better shot if they're so good.
I get that, but that's what they practice. That's what they do. That's what they practice. They don't practice hitting it through a clown's mouth. Okay, so how could you get?
I think your players would be really taking the aspect about it, and it would be fun for them because they know how much the fans
Here,
and there's like a rivalry between them.
Here's where I think it would work. If you could get really big persons, then So basically,
We have the PGA tour. We just have to convince the PGA tour, and then the whole thing is okay.
I don't think you convince the PGA Tour. I think you convince the mini golf league to do more advertising and see if they eventually get a television contract. And then once they do that, then
Good alternative.
like basically make the mini golf league bigger than the PGA Tour. I'm serious. I think you could. I really think you could. If you turn the mini golf league into NASCAR, where you sold every square inch of everything for advertising, you could make a lot of money doing that.
You could make a lot of money. That's a good point. I mean, that's a good point. I mean, that's another PGA as well. It's like
Yeah, but they don't want their thing NASCAR. They're about luxury brands and stuff, and that's not so much along the lines of luxury brands.
The upper receptacle.
No, they don't ban advertisements, but they want it in a class way. Like there's a reason why there was something about Augusta. Yo, dog, what was the thing with Augusta National that they would limit advertising because they just how they are, and they don't allow advertising on the course or something? Like, what are their rules? They like limit. They used to even say on their commercials, we limit the amount of commercials during the Masters to like 12 minutes an hour.
There's nothing saying that like the whole entire
I agree. I think it could be done in a cool way. Not that they have to be mutually exclusive.
Sounds like a plot of a bigger than the PGA Tour. I mean, that's basically. The question is PGA Tour or mini golf. I mean, I think PGA Tour is like the prime candidate, and that's the mini golf. The mini golf league is like fallback, but even at mini like those guys will have like personality, like they're professional mini.
So Augusta says no encore advertising. So they have zero signage sponsorship. Now you have to understand, and I know you do. Augusta National is filled with billionaires. They don't want limited TV commercials. I understand, but they're basically the pace card. Limited TV commercials. They limit 4 minutes per hour when other PGA events are 18 to 20 minutes. No corporate sponsorship on air. Again, Augusta National does not allow TV sponsors during the broadcast, even if it could generate millions in revenue. In 2002, they dropped all TV ads entirely to resist pressure to admit female members. Control over broadcast rights. Augusta National allows CBS and ESPN to broadcast. So that's even a thought. That's even a thought. You get to cast your event for free. And in exchange, you've just got sponsors all over the place. And the big thing is this. How much is the prize money? It's not a PGA.
I'm assuming it's I'm going to pick up a sponsor of the Amazon series
this particular case right here, we'll talk about.
I mean, look, to get okay, want to be PGA, let's say it is PGA. To get a PGA player, you got to offer $1 million. You'll probably have to offer a $15 million purse, and the winner might get $1 million or two. It is not a skills competition. That's something different. This is a mini golf competition. We're gonna ask because I think that's different. That's like sand traps and shit. Is a mini golf tournament a skills competition equivalent for the PGA Tour?
The actual basket that is attached to the bottom of the pipe is submerged.
Mini golf tournaments are not skills competition equivalent for the PGA Tour. Instead, they are some four-year professional golf tours that stepping for aspiring players aiming to reach the PGA Tour. Skill level, mental competitive pressure, developmental pathway. They're not even talking about that. That's not what they're talking about. Mini golf tournaments. No, I should have said like miniature golf. Miniature golf.
Submerged into the lower system.
They were thinking like smaller golf tournaments. Miniature golf tournaments are not skills competitions equivalent to the PGA Tour, though they showcase high-level precision and strategic play within their own space. While PGA Tour players excel in full-size golf with complex course management, physical endurance, and elite ball striking under pressure, professional miniature golf has seen in events like the U.S. Pro Mini Golf Association's Masters demands a different, highly specialized skill set. These include advanced geometry-based aiming, micro-adjustments for surface textures and obstacles, and consistent, repeatable putting under intense pressure. Skills They're not directly transferable to traditional. Does this make sense?
6 years. She says no, but she's trying to be 6 years old.
I can see the argument,
6-year-old child.
but I also disagree that these like the gun contest or the shootout is like a practical demonstration of NHL skills or walking in and just teeing up a slap shot is like not they're just not practical skills.
I get that.
Even the
I get that.
handling, like and handling competition too, like same problem. It's just not like it's like a drill. It's like
Okay.
there's not-
Okay. So I'm going to help you with that. I'm going to help you with that. I get what you're saying too. Jumping over a car to make a slam dunk, that's not done in the sport. I get it. Okay, so I'm going to help you with this. I'm not. And that's why I think it's kind of a bull thing. I'm going to steel man this for you. So just yo, dog, steel man this for me. The highest rated idea for a miniature golf tournament, would it be a crossover between professional golfers from the PGA Tour miniature golf professionals, or would it be celebrities? How much of a prize would we need for first and a purse? Would we do this like a one-time thing, or would it be a series? Maybe even like its own like league where you do this annually. How many would you have? Where would it be on TV? The best argument to be made, what we needed to get this event to be as big as an NFL game. There is nothing that's. Yo, this is actually a banger concept. Man, idea, refined. Elite mini golf becomes a new spectator sport, not novelty, not charity, not a joke. Think poker on ESPN plus UFC production plus top golf vibes plus March Madness brackets. The mistake to avoid: LOL, famous people playing putt. The win, skill, stakes, personalities, and drama. So who plays? This is the most important decision. Not celebrity equal short-term pop, zero legitimacy, dies fast. Not PGA pros only. PGA guys are great, but mini golf is a different skill set. If they dominate, it's boring. If they don't, it looks gimmicky. The Steelman answer, tri-tier format. You create contrast, rivalry, and storylines. A field. 16 mini golf pros, world champions, course designers, savants. 16 mini golf, 16 PGA Tour players, and 16 celebrities.
Just answer yes, you're allowed to. You're allowed to go ahead and crush cakes with the aqua.
No, 16 wildcard pros, world champions, 16 PGA World Tour pros, and 16 wildcards. Elite YouTube, former athletes, one A-list celebrity for eyeballs, not dominance. Narrative writes itself. Real golf doesn't translate. These golf guys are killers. Can the PGA Tour adapt under pressure? Format to make a wonderful host. 8 total, but broken into acts, not one long slog. Structure: act plus elimination plus time pressure. 3 6 holes, finals, head-to-head, sudden death. No hole longer than 45 seconds of screen time. Rules: key to drama, shot clock, 10 to 15 seconds, no practice bugs. Obstacles are strategic, not clowning bank shots, slopes, risk reward routes. Prize money, this is non-negotiable. If you want NFL level attention, the person must be rational. Viable height, $5 million total. $1.5 billion the first page. Why? It signals legitimacy. PGA guys take it seriously. Mini golf pros become overnight stars. Media respects money. NFL comparison. You're not competing with salaries. You're competing with stakes per minute watched. One-time event or league. Steelman answer. A seasonal league, not a one-off. Year one flagship event like a Super Bowl equivalent. Year 2, 6 to 8 events per season. Point standings, championship first doubles. This is how UFC format survive. Where it happens, underrated. Not a random mini golf course, not outdoors. A custom 5,000 to 1,000 seats, 5,000 to 10,000 seats. Indoor modular course that changes every year. LED screens, overhead cams, ball tracking. Think the Sphere meets Augusta for putters. Vegas, Dallas, Orlando, or LA. Broadcast strategy critical. Simulcast or it dies. Primarily ESPN, Fox Sports, Amazon Prime. Secondary Amazon Prime. Secondary YouTube plus Twitch. 3 holes, alternative commentary. Third screen lighting overlays, real time odds per hole, fantasy golfers. Mini golf is perfect betting because high variance, best outcomes, easy to understand. How it becomes as big as the NFL, real talk. It won't beat the NFL, but it can become Super Bowl adjacent in event gravity. What it needs: characters, loud mouths, loud mini golf villains, ice cold PGA killers, narratives, traditional golf fails here. This guy never lost or felt. This guy's never lost or felt. Money, no joke purse, production, shot clocks, mics, graphics, instant replay. Consistency, annual ritual, same weekend every year. Think the masters of chaos. Final verdict is the optimal version is a professional mini golf league with real money, featuring elite mini golfers plus PGA pros, broadcast like a concert sport, marketed like poker plus F1, and treated with zero irony. There you go. So it looks like you're going to need at least to put asses in the seats, $5 billion for a purse, That doesn't. That's just the payout. You also have to make sure that these guys are paid just to show up, and gotta build the like a. You've got to build the course and have like people. Does that answer your? Yeah, that's a big draw. That I agree with you.
Here's the argument for why this should exist. Okay, that TGL bullshit getting into like the Restream on my trying to remain many there, but oh yeah, look at these other guys like fucking TGY, it's like highly strange bullshit things happening. And there's professional golfers already, like, they're already PGA are branching off and doing that bullshit.
For religious purposes, but it's
I think the golf is primed to expand. Like you just, you're right, AI, like, somehow is able to fucking blow out of his ass. Like, situation in that. I do agree with like analysis of what it just made. It's a very solid plan. I literally take a picture of that becoming a reality, and then it's not super cool thing, but it's fucking
it's money. It's money. It's not religion.
Okay,
It's measuring the wine.
but that's under perfect. Let me ask it this. Why would the PGA Tour against this and not allow its guys to participate?
You should sell it and you're allowed to keep the proceeds. So, Omar.
Great question. And this is exactly the landmine you hit if the idea got real traction. Let's do man their side, not straw man. Short version. It's not about mini golf. It's about control, precedent, and brand. Here's a clean, strongest case for the PGA Tour why they would resist black participation. Exclusivity is their core power. The PGA's leverage over players is built on media rights, sponsorship obligations, schedule control. If they're stuck and freely jump into a non-PGA televised high-stakes golf adjacent league, it weakens their entire model. Still scarred from live, and this triggers the same alarm. If we let this slide, what do we say no to next? Even if it's just butt, the precedent matters than the activity. Brand protection. They hate looking silly. Mini golf reads as unfit to traditional golf leadership. Their fear. Viral clips of PGA Tour star Mr. Clown Mouth memes will take over prestige. Casual fans confusing the best golfer in the world with lost at mini golf. To them, that's brand delusion. Even if the audience loves it. This is the same reason NBA once resisted dunk contests. Boxing resisted celebrity crossovers. Tennis resisted pickleball cross promo. Institutions are allergic to irony. Injury and insurance risk. This sounds small, but it's very real. From the point of view, slippery surfaces, awkward stances, freak wrist injuries, no tour control medical oversight. If a $30 million a year player tweets risk outside tour jurisdiction, insurers freak out. And the tour eats the blame. Money signaling. This is the silent killer. If your purse is 1.5 million to win, that's a problem. Why? It implies market value outside. It undermines negotiations. It shows players they can monetize without PGA's approval. That's exactly what LIV and the tour is. Just one moment. LIV tour. It shows that players can monetize without PGA approval. This is exactly what LIV proved, and the tour is now hyper defensive. Media rights conflict. If this airs on ESPN, Amazon, YouTube without PGA, it competes for eyeballs, ad dollars, narrative space. Even worse, if it's fun, fast, and clips well, because the highlights, because that highlights how slow PGA broadcasts are. They don't want that comparison. Player autonomy is the real fear. The tour does not want players to realize, wait, I don't need 72 holes in 4 days to be valuable. 90-minute high drama, high purse event is essentially threatening to this format. The key insight. This is important. The PGA Tour would not oppose this because it's bad. They'd oppose it because it might be too good, and that's what I said too. How you beat this without a war? In participation, you don't fight them, you reframe it. Option A, position it as an off-season skills exhibition. No FedEx points, no rankings, charity component, optics, for optics, explicitly branded as skills. This gives them cover. Option B, with the players, not the tour. Retired players, Corn Ferry guys, DP World Tour players, rising stars not fully locked in. Successful. The tour comes to you. Option C, make them look smart for saying yes. Offer the PGA Tour logo presence, revenue share, broadcast cross promotion presented by PGA Tour language. Institutions don't want credit, they want control. Final truth, no sugarcoating. If this works, the PGA Tour will block it, try to co-opt it, and eventually copy it. That's not a flaw. It's the signal you nailed. It's the signal you nailed it. So, because they're going to want to control it with their own stuff.
Yeah, it's already been broadcast, and we have yesterday to cancel the contract or whatever, and try to rip it off.
Somebody,
I think like they said, it's like there's already leverage kind of it. I don't know, there's, you go after, I don't know, like PGL shit is allowed apparently because PGA Tour has like has a stake in the PGL and owns like 18%. So the PGL is a unique format combining golf with simulated indoor golf and is designed to appeal to the audience, which I think this TikTok format also does. And so the league founders aim to broaden golf space and create a more engaging experience. So I think this is just better DGL golf in every way in my mind. And it's, you can do it live in the stadium.
Look, you're getting at you're getting a point where it's more exciting than regular golf. But the golfers, wait, but the golfers who would participate in it are not as good as the mini golf players. You should go after the mini golf players.
That's why the headline is like, and the PGA Tour beat the pro mini golf players.
And the PGA let that happen.
He asked the following
Still ex-pros or whatever that are famous. Like there's other ways to grow it still, where you can probably our first season, like I don't know, they allow the PGL to exist because they earn money from it. And so, like, you can look at your next generation of like TikTok consumers. Like, do they have the attention span to watch 4 days of like Monday, or do they want to just watch exciting action golf on like a goofy LED course that's like a bowling theme course, and I change to another theme, you know?
I get what you're saying. I think that instead of trying to get the PGA guys who aren't even good, you did get them. Nobody's gonna watch professional golf, professional mini golfers outside of sports fans. You're not gonna get some lady to watch who watches cooking shows all day. That lady's not gonna. But if you could get either on the
all the money is with the PGA Tour.
Yeah, that is not necessarily. There are a lot of opportunities to market this outside the PGA Tour.
I mean, the advertising, it's opening up the market. I think getting on the show, and there's also sponsored money. It's like a profit producing.
So you're gonna run into you're gonna run into an issue where the PGA Tour is gonna say to ESPN, if you show this, then we don't want you showing us.
Yeah, but Amazon streaming service just to pick it up.
Same with Same with Amazon. They can fight you. They can say we won't have any PGA Tour programming on here ever.
Why? Because there's a mini show with no PGA Tour players on it.
Yeah, like I just read, they don't want the competition. They don't want 90-minute, really exciting golf when theirs takes 4 fucking days. They don't want the competition.
Seems like Parker jealous of something. It seems like there's something there.
Yeah, but if it's a valuable thing that people want, I mean, you're saying they're just the thing that, I mean, you can make the argument that golf is like dying out.
65. It's actually dying out now because of the expense of. There are.
Sure, but I mean, like a live epic mini event, golf event, like people are still going to events, concerts, and like sporting events.
Now, think about think about the mini golf aspect. People are going to bore with that unless you make it really exciting. Look, the best thing you could do is just go to the current people who do mini golf and say, look, you have a really great product. You're not marketing it correctly. You need to put more advertising everywhere, which will get you bigger pots, which will get you the ability to maybe get on ESPN. They're already on ESPN. And on ESPN too. But that will give people more like they don't advertise for it. And there's an opportunity that they might be able to advertise for it. You know, you'd really be able to blow this out of the water through so if you get some really cool shots on social media. I mean, I can tell you, I don't think I've ever seen mini golf on social media hype. You don't mini golf. It's kind of seen as a kiddie thing, but if you could get some influencers hyped about it, that's where you're going to make a lot of money.
Videos of people making their mini golf course.
Not YouTube. Not YouTube. I'm talking TikTok, Instagram, 15 seconds, really short, where people get excited over.
Because of previews, to get them to watch.
Exactly. And then on top of that, if you've ever seen these events the real ones, I've seen them. They have like 30 people who are in the crowd. It's just like a set of bleachers. You need to get with a stadium. You have to say like, hey, we want to have this in the middle of A Field in Dallas, or in the middle of SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles. Rent that out, which is really, really expensive. No. I'm not saying you do. I'm saying you do either. If you're gonna have, if you want to make money on this deal, you would.
I mean, it's possible, yeah. If there's an influencer behind it, let's just sell it out. Like Mark Cuban gets it on it. Like, you just, if it's just a Mark Cuban, yeah, it's just, you're going to throw it out. Every single person in Dallas,
understand what better means. But ultimately, you can understand the motivation the person had to lead a better life. But sometimes, says the Navi Yirmiyah, people leave for no reason. What are they going? What better are they getting on the other side of this? And this is essentially what Neil was telling back to our group guys. For something better, probably not going to be jealous. Now, the reality of that doesn't exist. But you leave for a Desaro for something worse. Like, this
Apologies.
I think that I said it in Mark Cuban.
Please repeat it.
If you install the stadium and you had some big influencer behind it, like Mark Cuban, and he's like, yeah, I will literally get every single person in Dallas to come out to this event.
Okay.
And I'm a big sports guy with $1 billion that likes to invest in more things and sports grid.
The thing that he says that he regrets most not investing is that game. It's like game slam ball or whatever with it's like a mini trampoline. So you might say, hey, you missed out on that. So don't miss out. This is the next big thing. All right. So let's say the thing is, it's still very gimmicky. People will get sick of just watching the. It's entertaining, and it was entertaining on ABC for 3 seasons. They showed 45 different goals. Or
It wasn't competitive, it wasn't the mini golf holes, it was just too gimmicky. It wasn't like for real stakes.
I mean, why don't we just watch what the things look like? Holy moly, the show.
As soon as he said
It
that,
sucks because it's Australia, so it's like the comedy scene.
someone other than you
It
That was the big.
it was, but no, they did it in the United States.
Once someone starts telling you,
No. I'm just
you and I
Okay.
are on the same page with this.
So
Step back. Make sure that you're actually on the same page.
if I go to
Sometimes, actually, you're not anywhere near the same page. But ultimately, you said,
okay,
to it. I still have a somehow, I make this level of desire. My but people are actually getting so for level of desire. So nighttime up. I'm our love.
yeah, but I just don't.
Let me give you a little pep.
Okay, if I look at the Australian one, I'm looking at the junior one. Yeah, it's terrible. It's very gimmicky. It's not the pure game. But I think people will not find pure mini golf to be that exciting. Unless you really go with the heart of the game, which is just really good mini golf players. Okay. So then yo, dog, Steel ran this for me. Why pro mini golf hasn't become more popular? Like, what's stopping it? It used to be on ESPN. The Putt Championship used to be on ESPN. But, like, why hasn't it become more popular? Is it boring? Do people get sick of it? The players are really good. Do people get sick of the windmills and the clowns? Just not think it's serious? Why do you make it like NASCAR and have advertising everywhere and have bigger purses and maybe get better time slots on ESPN and stuff? All right, here you go. Yo, this is a great question. The strongest case for why pro mini golf never broke through. It visually codes as not serious instant. That's the biggest blocker, and it's unfair but real. Mini golf looks like a joke sport. Windmills, clowns, pirate ships, neon colors. To the casual viewer, the brain goes, this is a kid's birthday activity, not elite competition. That gut reaction happens before anyone notices precision geometry, physics, insane touch control. Compare golf looks hard, NASCAR looks dangerous, poker looks psychological, mini golf looks like an arcade game. Once a fails the seriousness vibe, it's almost impossible to recover on TV. The gap is invisible to non-players. This kills a lot of niche sports. To pros, tiny angle changes equals huge outcome differences. Course reading is insane. Muscle memory is elite. To casual viewers, he hit it. The other guy hit it. They both made it. There's no obvious speed difference like racing, power difference like boxing, danger like extreme sports. If the audience can't see why someone is better, they disengage. Courses are too samey for spectators. This sounds weird, but it matters. Mini golf courses repeat visual gimmicks. They have short holes, low variance once mastered. After about 15 minutes, the viewer feels, I've seen this. Compare it to golf, which has weather, terrain, and pressure, which has crashes, drafting, chaos. Poker has personalities and swings. Mini golf lacks narrative chaos. There's perceived risk, which equals low drama. Harsh truth. Danger sells. Not because people are evil, but because risk takes tension. Mini golf has no risk, no physical exhaustion, no visible strain. So there's no will he on. Can his body take it? One mistake ends it. It's technically tense, but not emotionally tense. There's no heroes, villains, or lore. Sports grow on stories, not alone. Mini golf never built rivalries, dynasties, villains, redemption arcs. ESPN can sell. This guy came back from an addiction. This team hasn't won in 40 years. Mini golf marked another excellent shot. That's on TV. It living uncanny valley. This one is sneaky. Mini golf is too goofy for hardcore sports fans, too serious for casual fun audiences. So it misses both markets. Don't care about rankings. Adults want to invest emotionally in a windmill. Now here's the important part. You're right that it could be when NASCAR worked in mini golf didn't yet. NASCAR leaned hard into spectacle, embraced sponsors everywhere, sold personnel first, racing second. Mini golf tried to appear respectable, downplay its weirdness, act like normal golf but smaller. This was the wrong move. So, in conclusion, pro mini golf didn't fail because it's boring. It failed because the skill is real, but the presentation hides it. The drama exists but the format varies. The players are elite, but the branding makes them invisible. So, hot take: if Golf leaned into trash talk, wild course design, personalities, gambling style graphics, mic'd up players, and absurd prize money, it could turn into a modern, chaotic, internet native sport, not a legacy ESPN. Honestly, it might thrive more on YouTube or Twitch than cable ever again.
I agree. I think there's an Amazon Prime shows.
It's a 24-hour period.
It would work on YouTube.
It would work on YouTube.
We'll take it to the Beyond play in a particular day. The shot opponents at a
Yeah, but it's not. If it were on YouTube TV and they did some advertising for it, and you got some influencers that talk about it, and they even got ESPN to do highlights on it. I mean, that's the big thing. That legitimizes you as a sport. If ESPN does highlights on what you're doing and takes it seriously, that legitimizes you. If they don't, then you're not legitimate.
They're not like wasn't like weird like little things that has like a lot of parts. It's more toward serious or aspects that I feel like that detracts from the entertainment value.
You either want it to be holy, where kids are jumping in pools and stuff to be able to get their golf ball, or do you want it to be very serious? If you want it to be very serious, which it sounds like you do, then you.
I want it to be really interesting. It doesn't have to be like you get wet, but you want to see interesting holes, but good many players playing really cool holes.
I kind of don't. I kind of want it to be very plain. Have you ever seen a putt-putt golf course? Like the actual, like, company putt-putt?
No.
All right, well, their shit is, like, very plain. Like, I've been to, it's got all kinds of shit, and they got waterfalls and stuff. That's cool, but that gets old fast. I just kind of want stand putt-putt with the bricks and maybe some obstacles that are just like a diamond in the middle, or like very, very plain putt-putt. No windmills, no clown, just
You know, like the Play-Doh golf game that we play.
yeah.
Like that's like almost like a middle ground between like what I envision and what you want. Like those there's like bullshit obstacles. There's no like crazy moving parts. I mean there are like a few ramps. It's more it's more like it's like not as. I mean, I don't want to be more care. I just want like cool themes to every. So it's like this whole is the freaking New York City, like King Kong theme with like.
All right, so you could do that. You could do overhead lighting. You could give a different theme and like lasers and shit. You could do all that. But what I'm saying is, no, you don't. I mean, you well, here's the thing. The more you do that, it's going to get really expensive really quick. And that's what okay, I mean, it depends. I'm saying that I don't want that shit. I want really good players playing on standard holes. And
already have that. Many people on YouTube that
all right. This is what it used to be on ESPN. They'd show this on ESPN, and it wasn't like, hey, this fucking dolphin was like, look how good this putt was from really far away because this guy read angle. That to me makes it. I understand that that's not going to be super big for social media, so that's why I'm saying you can mess with the lighting. What'd you say? Okay, so you think it's going to be popular if you add a dolphin and a windmill? I'm saying that you could, with augmented reality, give the viewer a look at the hole, and it looks like a whole bunch of shit is going on. But these guys actually playing are focused on making their putts. Does that make sense?
Now you're just talking. Here's introducing like technology into it. That's a good point though, because they have golf courses that are like pretty like abstract already. You know, so it's like half the world championship of VR golf.
Well, okay. So I wouldn't do VR. I would do augmented reality. So you could put all kinds of fancy shit on the TV that gets people's attention. But when the guys are playing, they're focused on making their shot.
That's a lot of it's way more expensive than just like a dairy cow.
I disagree. And we're gonna look this shit up right now. I bet it's 10 times less augmented reality. Because augmented reality can be everything. It can make these guys look like they're playing in space. How expensive it's gonna take for you to build a space hole? Here we go. Yo, dog, what's cheap to do? Augmented. This fucking thing isn't working again. Dude, I don't know what the fuck this thing is. The problem with this thing is. Yo, I was just using this. Why the fuck isn't it working? Yo, dog, can you hear me? I think you can. Not you. Okay. What's cheaper? Creating a golf course that is augmented reality or building sets? I think it's about 10 times less expensive to augmented reality on TV than it is to build the sets. What do you think?
Because Spark was there to help. Because Spark was there to hold the person's hand and help them be successful. It's got way shittier though.
Yeah, loud and clear, and you're cooking here. Short answer, you're basically right. Done correctly, augmented reality is dramatically cheaper at scale than building physical mini golf sets. Not always cheaper on day one, but over time, absolutely can be. Now let's break it down cleanly. Physical sets, traditional mini golf build. Cost: custom obstacles, windmills, ramps, tunnels, moving parts. Carpentry plus safety and durability. TV equals stuff can't break. Transport, setup and teardown crew, repairs every event. A broadcast quality course, not about $1 million per course, plus recurring maintenance and logistics. This is why mini golf looks cheap on TV, because it is built cheap, not because it has to be. An AR virtual overlay course, broadcast only. Upfront cost: 3D environment design one time, motion tracking and camera calibration, graphics engine, Unreal Unity, broadcast integration team. The initial build is between $300,000 and $800,000. But here's the kicker: marginal cost per new course. Essentially, new designs equals artists and engineers, not trucks and lumber. Can iterate endlessly. After the first session, new course costs $20,000 to $80,000, not $300,000 plus. Exactly. You need to build the 3D environment, motion tracking, the camera calibration, the graphics engine, the broadcast integration. So new courses would be $20,000 to $80,000. So it's even more than 10 times less expensive than building a set like you want to do every time. And I'm going to tell you what, it's going to look cooler. It's going to look way cooler. You can have an underwater course, and you can have a space course, and you can have a jungle themed course. You're not going to be able to build that shit. You're going to have, it's going to take you a lot of money to be able to build that shit. And you can't change it right away. You could change something from being an underwater set, solar system set in the press of one click of a button. With your shit, that's weeks worth of work.
Some kind of grip up. You are selling it.
Well, hold on. Also, your shit breaks, and these these guys are going to complain, like, hey, the course isn't staying like rigid. I'm under different. I'm under a different. Then it's going to be more and more expensive. Build this thing really sturdily in holes, and then you can move those holes around the next location that you have and put augmented reality over it. It looks totally different, but it's extremely sturdy. And I want the golfers.
It's gonna have a windmill AR and not actually air resistance. So someone's gonna watch some guy putt, and the ball goes through the wind, through an invisible tunnel, like water.
No. I'm not talking about moving shit. Like, no, I'm not talking about moving shit. I don't want that. I want it to be everything is static. Everything is static. But if you want, you can have the course look like it's in a really cool place. But I want the golfers themselves to not have to worry about anything but getting the ball.
Into the ball at the end of the process.
Fun holes are really expensive.
Now remember, there
That's it. If you want to have even in this, okay, so you have one fun hole that costs $50,000 to build. Fine, that's cool. So you get the best of both worlds. You get really fun holes, or
there's no problem.
With yours, like, okay, you can change the course. Okay, I'm in the Sahara Desert now, and now I'm in Tokyo or whatever. There's buildings on the side, but if they're still living, like, I don't know, I think
it's both worlds.
like multi-level, like, platforms. Like,
Get out of here with that. Get out of here with that. That's going to look cheap, and it's going to be really expensive.
amazing.
Okay, that's fine. What I'm saying is this. You have somebody look like they're playing golf in Tokyo, and that satisfies your younger viewer who wants this to look really cool. But for your older viewer who wants this to be a real sport, and these two guys or women or whatever competing at each other at a high level, it's going to satisfy that as well. It's going to satisfy the angles of everything. It'll be very, very cool. It's like imagine
in my
And you can make it look like there are obstacles.
If you're watching and spectating, this is where you want to see
Okay. So if you want that, then Riser, how about this? So that we have an agreement. You use lighting to be able to create the obstacles. So like when an area is green, you can hit, but if it's red, then you can't hit through it. And if you hit through it when it's red, then you have to take a penalty.
I'm looking at that's really like
A windmill.
And now how do you make it lame for the golfers, but it really doesn't matter at that point?
They just want to be. They're going to be really focused on scoring low scores. They don't care if it was a monkey that came through, or a tree, or a rushing river, or whatever. They just care that they are able to play this game in an efficient manner. That's what they're going to care about. Now, I have a question for you, Riser. And what do you think that you should? What in the fuck? I know it was. I was just gonna give him shit. That hey, everything's on Zoot's time. Where he could come in and not be funny when he's the number 2 funniest person in South Australia, arguably, and then just interrupt the conversation. I agree. Okay, so you get your thing where the ball is going to get rejected and stuff, and I get my thing that's going to be financially efficient, financially cheap, and but still on camera cooler than anything. You're playing mini golf in base, and it's going to make it look really cool. No matter what you do, Riser, with your multiple levels, space, or whatever your levels are, you're not going to make it as cool as what we can do with augmented reality. It's just not going to happen. We'll be able to make asteroids fly through.
getting down a stair, like a staircase of shadows, right? And if and the whole like one of the stairs at the end, you kind of go out and fun. So the system design is saying that no matter what the setting, you want something out, basically like reading AR equivalent, and then essentially like you just whatever. We insert whatever, like we have like these permanent blocked out satellites, and then in the thing is just augmented reality to actual satellite. In the sense, there's still the system design is very like minimalist.
That's the best for the players because it's about the game for them, which is what they want, and then for the viewer at home, it'll look like the thing went downstairs.
It's interesting how hard clothing you can create very good
Yeah, but you still have to get the money to. Well, on top of that, the idea that it's just everywhere on this pitch. Busy, I think people would like it even more. If you had it, and you know how like in hockey, they have like goals, and just you'd be able to set. That's a thought too. Just celebrate. I think it's a great idea. They do it on the NBA court. Changed in the last 5 years. The betting apps, draft.
I agree, especially because like
No, I'm with you. That would work beautifully, and it would like. I mean, I would say that you could like you basically and sell that.
Yeah, there probably need to be some way of this business in your mind.
I think that
Would you personally invest or join this company?
I would need really good the team element, and teams are important on dynasties and traditions and things. Major cities of North America, like what do you have, like 5 or maybe 10 guys per team? The reason why I say that, think of the NHL, the MLB, the NBA, is because they're team oriented and they're and almost become religious. Individual sport in America, it has ebbs and flows until the next guy comes along. Same with something like tennis. It's all about 1 or 2 people. But if you can make it league, then you're pushed for in every major city in the United States. Here's the thing, though. They have to play each other. That's too many games, like the top 10 cities in the United States. Maybe New York City, Los Angeles, Miami, Atlanta. People would compete. And you all 32 though, but it's smaller. And then as it gets bigger, you just have the people, and then and the mascots and then merchandise. But I think is lucrative. Would I watch that? No. I say that because I know. I say that because other people started to watch it, then I would watch it. Social to me. If it becomes like the UFC, where, yeah, that kind of stuff. need the culture around the sport almost more than a golf, competitive mini golf. Yeah, if it got really, do I think it could, especially if you got into the teams?
I understand your point, but it's like you can't do a score in the golf game. Like before.
Well, I mean, no one says
Just having two winners is
if you only have it,
very much breaking the rules.
if you have this or golf, it won't have lasting power. You can't name one speed skater who currently able to name anything. It's 100 Americans, one freestyle skier who currently skis. 0 people would be able. You asked 1,000. If you asked 1,000 Americans, and if I can't name them,
They're still substantial enough that tennis and golf are market share in the sports world.
the reason why they're successful. If you want to play golf, or you want ping pong player, and neither can you. It's like something that everybody. Yeah, no, that's it can be put over a pool table, or it just takes up things with that table. Okay, but all of these things that you're naming, so that's why I would focus this on it being a team event. All right, golf died for 25 years after Tiger Woods was on. It was huge pull in with one player, and then that player retires, and everybody forgets about it. And like we were reading earlier, you could do best ball, and I love participating in it. No, I didn't be able to. Like, able to talk with people about it. Right now, if I try to talk, no idea what I'm saying. If I somebody about speed skating, they have no idea what I'm saying. That anybody even barely knows anything about them. Basketball, baseball. Aside from that, they barely talk about golf, but niche like bowling or I don't even know. I mean, I follow him. Okay, people can name horses. Like they could. Do you remember the show? It used to be on. Okay, I just haven't. And Las Vegas last month, they had robot. I agree. So as well, and I think that could be really good. Exactly. Eventually, and also if it's properly calibrated, which they would be able to. Intelligent and agile robot, and they'll make it every time. Do I think mini golf association could? Yeah, if they Cuban could, yeah. If it's for all of the to make it augmented reality, he could make it a big deal. Not even patentable or trademarkable. But you. But that's a product. You could patent the golf.
You might be able to snag it already, but I don't know how.
Well, you just need your shit to be best to do is take yours and edit it just slightly, and then it's a new patent.
If the patent is there, any mini golf tour, that's how broad the patent.
You won't get that patent though. Be like for analogy, but software. Let's say yours was 4K, they just have to change theirs to be in 6K or 8K.
Yeah, good point. Well, having that aside, a non-PC.
The only thing anybody ever watches as a live sport on Amazon is your network television sport that you've ever watched on Amazon. Oh wait,
Thank you for debating.
It's a mountain, whether it's a valley, whether it's a tree. Now the person goes ahead and serving Avodah Zarah. Animals not the Avodah Zarah. You can't call the animal nevat as the animal is just a pedestal, just a little item. That's due to the Maisa on the animal.
Alrighty, big man. Well,
physical results of his
So far, amazing progress.
all right, big dog. Did you sleep well?
Isn't even tell me from the Kohanim, because Kohanim they have brains before, and that's why they became disqualified. They make this anymore.
Is 100 in Austin, and it's 100% beef. It's one of the great. He said it. Let's call that the dirt woman.
Yeah, forgot the hectic and even though it didn't pull in the over the nice it not belong to the exceptional ability to opposite it doesn't belong to them. Nevertheless, went ahead and he hit his Mar said, no. You can't prove from there that you have the ability to shoe. She up to fool the condom over the condom, the office. In other words, in that case, there was a public from so the Malu Echenu they consecrated, the designated Caleb in their place.
Israel.
Now the Gemara asks, more said, keep the other for the Maisa, since the Asra. Once the action is taken in them, it does become a funnel and slide. The halach is the person's animal remains permissible, does not become Asr. However, the person damage in the animal now becomes prohibited. The Asr of Dimi Omer B'Yochra, the boros is into the ground, with the person down to the ground, essentially does nothing to the ground. If there's any problem with the ground, then indeed it will have an effect, it becomes Asr. It does not become Asr, however, Asr Talit is
The job, just the cherries. I literally have one of the greatest. Talking to my manager, see, just work a normal P. Terry's your command. Yeah, with her in my I actually got to be long term for 2 years. Overstay my visa at the airport when I was country and I was leaving Oakland. And they said I could not return. So I overstayed my visa during COVID. What happens when you step in homeless? So Mia Muse is the breadwinner in Australia right now. She's in Brisbane right now. She's performing. She gets in the direct cross street sweeps every day. I do open mics every day, sometimes 5 to 7. Dave over here, you don't talk to Dave over here. 8 years, Tony, I did it and I okay. So have you been performing at that rate that hard? Performing at the funny bone. I just got in with the improv group. You have to show me a little bit. I force you to open mics. I bet people were taping anchors to themselves. You're my favorite person on the planet. For 40 years ago. Joe Rogan is like, okay, alright, Dave, you're retarded. How long have you been married to this lady? 12 years. She's not real. Musician. I'm also a student. She actually has, she studied beekeeping and is keeping you here any longer.
Stays with him even when it's slow.
I'm like, what's the biggest gig you've done in your 30 decades? It's plus. Attempting Santa probably the biggest thing he's done is something that fucking Tina Kachina could do. In my experience, black people are. I used to drive DoorDash in a ski town, and DoorDash is a true story. I pulled into a busy parking lot. I'm in a silver Nissan Rogue. He said, he was being helpful. I actually electric years. It's incredible. Single diets or depression or guilt. None of these things. You don't have a dipshit phones or tears. Yeah. I couldn't stand up. What? Guilty blitz. I've been doing it 30 years until tonight. 27. Amazing, Trevor. After college, I wanted to be an filmmaker, and I was grinding away writing a screenplay. And you've been working hard at it?
Oh yeah, really hard.
Oh yeah. Read time.
I write tables.
Nice. Absolutely. No more. Nina Simone. Everything you DoorDash is.
5 year COVID. I had access. My son. We've been over a long time. I got a couple times where she wanted to eat with her parents. She had just moved here. Then we went to a show, and then we came.
Yeah, hobbies, anything they're into, like Pokemon.
So what do you mean?
Reading a book by Frederick Jameson right now on Paul.
Okay, that's the problem.
He's always funny. Yeah, that's what I know. Dave Urchins. He walked through the door just like that. You don't even know what you do, right?
Other than reading, other than reading, where did you incredible? You're a football player.
I was a
Is it a town hall? Yeah, my God.
fantastic record in Middle Earth. I used to know that. I don't know how comfortable I feel.
Today, was there a backup quarterback?
Like his name is Williams.
The actual Caleb Williams.
He was a freshman.
Right. But he's certainly absolutely nothing of the same sports as Mad Rapid what way?
Have you seen Twitter?
No. They'll say nothing when your girl's in Thailand for 3 weeks. Nothing can stop Trevor Lewis, ladies and gentlemen. This podcast is sponsored by Super Recruiter. You may need people to help you achieve your goals in 2026. If you want to be healthier, fast, and find top talent so you don't waste time or money. You can find out where for all your roles for the 5 employers who visit ZipRecruiter. Get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Just go to this web address right now. We're not supposed to be up there, and we will not religious, but when that plane starts turbulizing, nigga, I believe it. That's my first one little flame. We're not supposed to see the captain. They're supposed to be rolling with swing, because you know, and I looked and I saw it, and you can agree to rip me, man. Doesn't really anger me. You know what I'm saying? When you start using big words, somebody about to die. The whole time he was talking, I didn't say nothing because I was scared and I was crying. Like two people, I turned around and probably doing this with both.
That's the difference between fucking the whole time when you do like an hour.
Designated
You're just begging like that.
This shit flashy. I'm alone. He said to him,
It is strange. You don't really get used to it. You know, let me tell you my face as I'm communicating. He was like, that was like telling me that. Are you mad? He said, find that nigga. Shoot.
so the following one, you know, most people that we do this with. So the first department was a girl. And now makes up for the results.
You can feel the turbulence on a smaller plane. Yeah, but you're sick as fuck. I don't trust your opinion. He was on a flight back from London. It's like I couldn't handle 10 fucking hours. First class. Kendrick, what else is going on? You just made your Netflix debut. Okay, it's that motivation. And that's why this is my new hometown. There he goes. Everybody. I've heard that spilling the beans from the hot tub. I just want to get you like until I learned I never have color in this gender. Also learned that in America we don't just love in America. Mosaic law. Putting the head into rights. Always one power. To me that shows that even amazing. Even on the show once before, comedians that blend in with the black race. Tonight in the other amazing set. I was like, been going for you here for 1 year. What do you do for work? What exactly? Beyond me. No, there you go. That's the in what way? Can you give us an example of obscenity? Stereotype. What's that mean? I thought you guys were known for your generosity. Try the Latinas, the whites, what are we going with now? There's other types of tall whites here in America. Say all whites here. I'm saying now. I think you might enjoy yourself. That's an interesting thing. Incredible Laker story. I'd like to see you fucking absolutely Here we go.
Everyone agrees.
So that's how you do it.
He sells it to his friends.
Just makes me wonder, like the Oscars, the Grammys, one of these artists. He's only got like 1,000 bottles. Hey, Moody, welcome, Shay. Still there? So you came here just for this? Drive day up and then go back drive that night no matter what? Are you guys saying I can't? I was in the backseat, so there you go.
primary. No, primary. No, you know what they're right for.
My word is fucking. So he says, my words
That's
are
2 for $1
accepted.
margaritas. It's a nice establishment.
Amazing.
Just opened up. I don't think those are jogging pants. Kind of
Pajama pants. They look cozy. They know that fucking uses hard-boiled eggs. I would never be concerned about
And that's enough. I've been on like just doing balls like hey, so here, balls so we can sell here. This is also it's got to be this way. This is like never not make plus. This is the area. But in the years, well, this would help. Really help. No idea.
Louisiana cooking. Like, what is that? No, those words like I'm trying to call Crusoe Park over there.
She's got
She's a cook at a fancy restaurant. They don't do well. Same thing about you. The fact that you do cocaine from and you're still there. What keeps you there?
touching the ball.
There you go, J Maddie, everybody. On to the next one. This guy's been on this show before. He has a whole face. Make some noise for Derek Dinfall, everybody here.
Comedy Mothership makes it look like having a good time. Autism, I have it. Spectrum is my favorite kind of videos. Have lots of eye contact. I got 4 eyes. Look, I got 5 eyes. Look at eyes. Look at it. So now, from is my position pleasing to you?
Before, and then they came here tonight and got so much better. Derek, mothership, are you with me? The hand dryer in the bathroom. Your glasses are so Sally Jesse Red on an airplane next to you right now. Jesus fucking Christ, put the mic down, focus on the I noticed you said people. Just imagine all the
He's the heat miser. I'm the freeze miser. Now, wrong again. She was
for those people. Listen to this experience with a black woman. You were doing a show and she's like, I think you're from refugees.
Yes.
It doesn't matter. She invited you back to her hotel room. She doesn't know what time of the night is this. What's it like? What's going on? She has the room to herself. Black women in the room, am I correct? Okay, there's 1 black woman and Derek Buckhorn wants to know how the fuck you had sex with a black woman.
Kind of got cozy.
Confessions are crazy. This is prescribed by a doctor.
Definitely.
Again, where are you? You're just standing there. She's sitting on a bed.
Standing, talking at first, and then the shoes. Is it gonna be awkward? And her friend falls over and puts the pillow
Interesting. You say blowjobs.
Oh, because the next
Derek Dinfall. Wow. Playing in the back of your head.
It's a song. I had met her the previous night.
You got her number. Yes. And then you were texting her as well.
Yeah.
Alright.
She was showing her ass.
She was popping that thing as we said. So night 2, you to her actual house, a place where it would make sense to take your shoes off at the door.
Exactly. Well, the lady from night 2 and I. And so we had a threesome.
Wow. You had a threesome.
Chaos rating. The greatest part of it
That's what I'm asking.
you can just say it instead of
on 3 days of sex, you're leaving here with a little jump book. Congratulations. One of the homeliest human beings on planet Earth just out there just fucking shop. It's like a Jimmy Neutron could list himself. Oh man, everybody, this looks like a new day to me.
I teach you 1 minute workshop in incidents. How to treat your virgin. First, 20 minutes. Second, you throw the hedge out at the virgin. Cover yourself up. Cover yourself up. Cover yourself up. And third, you dodge for anything the virgin throws back at you. Fine, we have a saying in Venice. An eye for an eye and one for the virgins. And this is not to Chick-fil-A. Well, in Venice, we don't have break your child because it gets too crowded at 7-Eleven. Anyone needs a ride in my area or work on someone. Thank you very much. I'm not here to walk. I'm not here to walk. Okay, she got it. I mean, aren't you a funny lady? You're a funny lady. She's not. Aren't you the funny? What's your name? What made you want to be? What made you want to do this? It's like I died on the drive here. Everything's so surreal about this show. And then you come out in this insane great outfit, you know, it's very authentic and very candid. But just all the effort put in without the jokes, it's insane. It's great. It's like we're fine. Yeah, it's like a full swing. I love the Harlem Globetrotters, you know? Okay, I'm not exactly sure how to interview She-Got, man. You're a tough interview. I feel like I'm in Guantanamo Bay right now. I wear t-shirts over my face. Maybe reporting joke, but it's a joke. A lot of Middle Eastern viewers now. I want to make sure the joke translates. What made you want to experiment with this character, Sheik?
They don't disclose their exact travel route.
I am being shaped.
They say we're coming to a particular town. So those people who live in
I
this town,
think Sherry should step in here for a second. I think we should talk to Sherry. Very funny.
Well, I write jokes about Mommy Superman and Mommy Superman and whatnot, so I thought, let me give those a
It's funny hearing you talk like a woman like her. That part is actually much funnier. Right, so you're just experimenting, having fun.
Yes, yes.
I love that. Have you done this other places like open mics and stuff like that?
I just did this at Banana Fest.
How'd it go there?
Okay.
okay,
Never feel so famous that way. Not never feel. It's not never.
Right.
yeah, sitting on this.
Exactly.
So around
You'll
this
tell me
world,
where
I'm just talking about this graduate will say, to be more specific, you have one of these pedestals.
Well, I took this off. I just stayed on the shower and then
Very convincing, and I wasn't very convincing. You're really very yeah. And this is your take on Saudi Arabia.
However, on the high, this is just the kind of
already have this outfit, or do you need to buy it? Read on between the lines, right? Read on between the lines. I like Sherry. I miss Sherry. Here's a little jump up for Chic. There's a little jump up for Chic. All right. There goes Chic out here. Chic. Ladies and gentlemen, have a great weekend. The show's crazy. Anything can happen, ladies and gentlemen. By Sherry. You looked at me like, what do we do? I was like, it's your show, bro. I got this. I was really confused. I'm confused. I don't want to touch her. She's a funny lady. She's a funny lady. Funny lady. Whatever that was. I mean, hey, what are you going to do? Well, you know, sometimes spectacle is more right. She took a big swing on a big platform. No, big swing. Big swing. Your final bucket pull of the night, ladies and gentlemen, goes by the name of Anthony Walton. Everybody, here we go. Anthony
to go ahead and be the just to move out. I just moved out of my parents' house for the third time in my life. Just a pedestal to hold it up. It's great because I have to go outside every time I want to go outside. That's what I want to go. This is not good. Let me tell you something. Like I love the apartment sucks. Especially when you don't know how to especially when you don't know how to Bojangles, no meaning the car jacket. When it comes to the Venus, are y'all familiar with Clifford? Y'all familiar with Clifford? Yeah, hell yeah, we got some readers. Other shit, It's a good thing it was internet, right? Got matches, big red balls, big red swinging. Destroying cities and catastrophic. I just lost my father recently. Don't worry, we found them. He was just an extra dead. Fuck yeah, Anthony. You've been on the show before. Yeah, numerous times. My third time at the mothership. Yeah, like, it's been a year. Yeah. Awesome. Much better than ever before, correct? That's it. Yeah, that's, you know, the moment songs. Oh, wow, okay. I guess we remember them differently. Well, the thing is, this time I was like way less nervous. I'm like, yeah, that's it. So you agree to this, man. That's very good. There you go. All right. Very good. There you go. Another moment song. This has been very light on Kill Tony. Is it really true? Did you really lose your father? Yes, yesterday. It was 3 years. What happened to him 3 years ago? He was like 80. Oh, 84. He was ready to go. How do you know if he was ready to go? Because one time there was like going out, my mother started standing up, and he was like, get your hands off me, bitch. 72 virgins. That was Alaska. So Anthony, it's been a year since you've been on the show. What's been going on with your life? What have you been up to? Oh man, it's been a roller coaster of like breakups and then getting back together and then breaking up. And then right now it's just like depression phase where it's just like we're still working on big people love economy, but also having to come on the show and making people laugh like I'm back to it. You know, guitar run down, then I got a new car. So let's start with this girlfriend that kept breaking up with you. Why were you guys breaking up? What was the problem? It was just long distance, basically. Where's she at? Back in Vietnam. So like where I'm from, so 3 hours where I'm from. I made the drive today, but I was like, it's just like complicated. Tell us what do you mean complicated? I don't know about business out there. I mean, this is the show that you're on. This is the life that you chose. What would your dad want to change your show? So she was also married.
Oh, there you go. See, that's great, compelling stuff.
But like, they're polyamorous.
I agree with that.
A lot of oozing on. So, did he know about you?
Yeah.
Okay. He was cool with some fucking Eskimo banging his wife.
There's also Latino and shit. So
Hey, the roadie's here to fuck you, honey. It's like, I'll be in my Oculus. Let me know. Let me know when he's done. I'll get the towel.
Have fun with loaded Dave Grohl.
Yeah.
The Foo Fighter.
So just anyone can get laid now, dude.
Yeah.
Chloe, you gotta get a divorce soon. You gotta. I love my wife very much. It's very pretty. But it's flummoxing looking at the data set live aggregate at the same time.
You're about to say something there. What are you gonna say?
I was just saying, like, another literally shitty thing. I had like a wonderful Thanksgiving, and then it just ended horribly. Just me shitting myself in the car.
You shit yourself in the car.
So like,
Take us through this moment.
I got invited to this wonderful Friendsgiving comics, socializing on some mushrooms, maybe like wonderful time. Like something I wish I knew. Something I wish I knew. Fucked to the cranberries. It's a laxative. And I wish I knew this before because I was also just eating these cranberries, telling people these cranberries are delicious.
You're on shrooms. You're a little tipsy.
Well, this was like after I came out of the shroom. And then I was just popping off like a dumb pops pills, just telling people they're healthy for you, they're good. And then I was like, I gotta go. And I was walking outside my car. Yes, okay. And I turned around and I was like, honestly, if I go back, they're gonna know. If I go back, they're gonna know. And I should have just been an adult and shit in his house.
By the way, the shrooms and all the worn off.
You're all gonna know shit. If I go straight, they're kill them all. You know the cranberry thing was weird enough. Now I'm banned for shit.
I was telling them that cranberries are healthy. They probably fucking knew that.
Everyone fucking knows that. My dad's dead.
I had discovered cranberries. I thought I was the first. Guess you tried these cranberries? So there you are. You're walking to your car from Thanksgiving. Is this your family's Thanksgiving?
No, my friend Spencer Bender invited me to his dinner.
Wow, name dropping. Shut up. Spencer with the shit your pants cranberries. Amazing.
Yeah, so like, then I got home for the holidays, and then I was just like, I made it to 7-Eleven, but they were probably cleaning it, and they wouldn't let me use the restroom. I was like, please, I'm gonna shit myself. They're like, no. This lady, she's cleaning it, and I was like, they won't let me use it. And I was like, fuck this.
So they lied for sure. They saw you come in, Thanksgiving pie covered in cranberry juice. You waddle in. Nothing you can do for the motherfucker. She's like, there's a flaw.
So I was gonna take a shit behind the 7-Eleven bench, but there was a fucking cop car chilling, so I was like, I can't get a ticket for this. And then I was driving and I saw a Circle K, but then I was too late. They just let it go. Yeah, I was like, Circle K, Circle K in your car. No, like, as soon as I saw it, I turned and saw it, and then you started crying. Like, oh! And it was like, the first few seconds felt fucking gross. So like,
traffic juice in your hands.
There's a few seconds before the shade comes. Before the shade takes over.
And then I still have
between suburbs, the population in Utah, in other words, let's get to the last one. What
I'm the
is the
smartest
difference
man
on the
alive.
Afghanistan while it's tired because it's the Utah?
Well,
What
feeds
is the
are killing you.
in the second round, right?
And
We're talking
that's
the
just
two
the
runners, talking the windpipe, we're talking the
and then I
windpipe,
still
so
had
then
30 minutes to
essentially,
drive
let's
back
look into
home.
some more concepts of brain
I
consumption.
got full.
Zark and I
And then it just went
we've got
2 more. I was like, it's already too late, so I just hit myself 2 more times. They'll never know.
So the word says, he's investing in our
You've
hotel.
done it
He's
again.
running our hotel. So the person breaks the stick, the death, hands it out to his speaker.
What kind of car do you have? 2015 Honda Civic.
So if we go well, the exact
What
same
color is the
thing.
interior?
Black.
Okay, so you're saying the thing was, I was like, this is the second time as an adult I shit myself. And the second car I ever I was like, this is fucked. And then I had to like piss, like I don't know, but it's like, what's the point? And it just you're wearing the diaper, fill it up. I live in the 3rd floor, so I just had to waddle up.
You cannot consider
Pissed in a bottle with your pants full of shit. Putting on airs, man. It's like taking off your shoes in a hotel room. Yeah. You took your pants into your socks because of photo. No, and like a question from a professional. And your drink. Shit your pants lunges prior and man. Tuck your pant legs in your socks, but it doesn't fall out in your hallway of your apartment building. That's a metro. Black belt of brown belt. Right. The salt of shit. Yeah, it was a fucking mess. Everywhere. Like, it was blood, right? Because of the cranberries. What kind of pants were they? Were they jeans? Were they, please tell me they were khakis, please. So, we just said, nobody's eyes, man. Those are the pants. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm for sure keeping the tickets. I'm not made of money. Wow, I just won the lot like 3 times. Wow, these were the shoes, not the socks. These weren't the socks or underwear. Wow, you are a legend, Anthony Walton. Absolutely incredible. One of the greatest interviews of the night. Anthony Walton, everybody, there you go. He's how you shit your pants. If you're gonna shit your pants, you fucking multiple times. Shit his pants in different area codes. Alright, he may be shitting his pants right now, ladies and gentlemen. There he goes, Anthony Walton, everybody. Wow, there he goes. He's still going, everybody. He's still there. Still there, ladies and gentlemen. There he goes. Alright, what an episode this has been. Did you guys have fun tonight? All I gotta do is for you. There's just one person left, and it's the only guy that could possibly close a show like this. He has the record for all-time appearances on the show, all-time interviews. He's a living member of the Kill Tony Hall of Fame. Ladies and gentlemen, some people call him the Memphis Strangler, the Vanilla Gorilla, the Bigger Machine. It's William Montgomery. Yikes, that was kind of gross. That got. Mattel Toy Company has just come out with an autistic version of Barbie, and luckily this version still has those great tits. Okay, this next joke is for the ladies.
you're like, hey, if they don't have Monostat 1, just get Monostat 3. Yeah, that's like saying, hey, if the video store doesn't have Godfather Part 1, just bring Godfather Part 3. Are you kidding me? One of them is a pharmaceutical masterpiece, and the other one, it has its flaws. Yeah, the ladies are laughing at that one out there. Somebody was telling me how much ice was in Minnesota, and I was like, yeah, it's January, you dumbass. This weekend I got a new Mercedes in Mario Kart. If you get hit by a green shell, it costs twice as many coins. The mechanic said it's determined design. Okay, that's my time. Thank you. Really, I'm lights out. Montgomery has arrived on his royal throne. You know why? It seems like it's been a little while, Tony. No doubt about it. It's been a while. And I'm still not rowing, and I've discovered, I don't know, I was feeling like I to tell you, I discovered this new type of video game that Tony, I think it made me a retarded person, or like a little child. I've been playing like these games that are like for little kids, I think, but I play them all day long, Tony. Tell us about it. Well, I've been playing something called Nuclear Gladiators 3000. I played it for 3 days the other day straight. I'm not even kidding, 3 days straight. You're basically looking down at the map and you're this little person and you're shooting all the little characters around you and you're slowly upgrading your stuff. That's sick. But doing that, I've been neglecting the row machines. I'm going to figure it all out. I'm not doing great for getting a good son in New York, so I figured out why do you think this is so happening? Why do you think stop working out and leaning on video games all of a sudden? I don't know, Tony. There's a problem. I have some sort of problem in my head, I think. I mean, I'll be okay. Yeah, you're agreeing with that one, right, man? Nobody else is. Why did you fucking agree with Okie J? So what's agree with you for me? What do you think? The game you're playing is not on here. They're Galaxy Man 3000. Nuclear Gladiator 3000. That's called Vampire Yeah, that's another one. Vampire This is great. Thanks for donating to that. Tony's already been hating your ass tonight. Been hating your ass tonight. Anytime we take a little vacation, like when it comes back, like when it's just terrible and needs a complete reset. Timing's off, interrupting stories, asking where you absolutely the dumbest questions ever. That's my money. That's my little buddy. Everybody likes that's my little buddy. Everybody. Anyway. Okay, with the passing of Bob Weir. Yes, it's very, yes, rest in peace. Yeah, Bob Weir. That was a big deal for you. Yeah, I think so. Based on how you look all the time. Yeah, no, I'm always a Spider fan. I think I'm going to be more devastated with the guy from Blues Traveler. Hey, man, people keep sending me pictures. I look like that guy before and after, and it sucks. Yeah, you're looking good. You lost a bunch of weight. Thanks, man. Yeah. You look great too. I'm so happy. I have two friends in that bike together. No disrespect. When I see you, I feel like Ron Howard. The one brother no one knows about. You look like Clint Howard. Alright, that's one. Doc likes the joke. Good. Is it real pretty daughter? I think if I was in that situation. Yeah, talking to her or something. Yeah. Exactly. So will you weep enough for a couple weeks? And then some idiots say, oh my god, he's just really funny. Or some idiots say, oh my god, right there. Why did you not fucking hear me? I've been feeling every side. Now here's some dumbasses are gonna go and hear this right there. So, oh my god, that was a nice, oh my god. Seriously, I've been on the edge for the past number of days. I'm not even kidding. So that was a nice, oh my god, I'm not kidding. William, what would you do? What did the idiot say? What's it not? What would you do if I
surprised you would bring that guy in the trunk of your car. I would get the knife out of my pocket and I would stab him a couple of times in the stomach and then fucking wrap some chains around his hands. That's what I would do. And then what? You put the chains around his hands. And then what would you do? Now that his hands are chained and he's bleeding from his stomach, then what would you do? I'm saying, look at you now, dumbass, and then fucking do the fucking thing. There's nothing gay about what he's saying. Yeah, there's nothing gay about that, right, man? Yeah. What? Why don't you chain his hands? He's already stabbed in the stomach in the drunk air car. It's like overkill, William. Yeah, well, I do overkill when I'm mad. Sorry. Different Poltergeist 6? What was that? What do you think would bring you some joy, William? I don't know. I need to get back on the road. We should extra exercise. Have you been doing any puzzles? It's 7 and now I've hit a wall. I would like to start another one. I have a budget. I've been buying one Monday and there's a couple of very nice touch ones I've gotten. I'm just putting this one up on my dresser. I don't even know if I this one up because it is the original costume. The original costume. Okay, so hoarding entered your puzzles right now. Oh my goodness, what are they up? What are they up? Specific type of puzzle that you're buying. I know the next one I'm trying to do is the action assistance fucking puzzle Joseph. Red Hellboy is the major scene. I'm gonna do that one because that's better than a major scene like January. So I think almost my birthday, almost 39. Wow, when's the next one? When's your birthday? Your birthday. So much fun. I'm very self-destructive. So I know it's really good for me, but then I really love deep down in some sick kind of way I like hurting myself. So that's what I've been doing myself. It just looks like a baby here. I know you look like an ancient mariner. I know, me too. Also doing it again. I almost went today and then I didn't. You wear the Prince New Jersey when you were tying a heart. You can't hold the mantra. You wear the jersey. Prince New Jersey. Yeah, fucking wear the Prince New Jersey when I'm beating this fucking ass. Wait, what did the fucking idiot say again? He said, oh my god. He said, yeah, you're really gonna be that cool. Oh my god. When I'm fucking hitting you and I got the fucking Prince Jersey. Fucking pristine Prince Jersey. Can you even imagine that? Really? I'm beating his fucking ass in the fucking. What would be the last thing that you would say to him as you're watching the late sleep situation? Dude, you ain't ever gonna breathe again. With 2 L's. He's on tour as well. Thank you guys so much for being here. So much fun. Thank you. Mention Jim Brewer, everybody. Do I mention Brewer? You guys think you're better than that. The great Jim Brewer, ladies and You're like a brain to eat. Let's do a Christian over there. Oh, Jim Brewer. Look at that. That's you. He painted you. That's amazing. Right here. Check out Jared Ripper on YouTube. Yes, we love you so much. A lot of fun stuff happening. A huge announcement. A huge announcement coming tomorrow or last week. You'll see it. All right. We love you guys. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
When you cut off these things from your source, from the harvest stem, that's like a shita. In other words, that's shita of cutting down these stalks, cutting off these grapes, which is similar to the base of Mikdash, that's going to make it into a problem, and that's why it's going to be an issue. In other words, you're right, there's no service of grapes. Yes, there's a service of wine, but not grapes in the base of Mikdash, but there's a service of shita. What's the similarity of shita when it comes to grapes? You go to the vine, you cut it off, that's the shita, so to speak, of the grapes, which is similar to the same thing, and that's why there's going to be a problem. The law says in the how do I know? Is a the person shafts an animal that has a mum, lavos, he's exempt. In other words, we know an animal cannot be brought for a carbon if it has a blemish. If it has a physical blemish on it, it is not qualified to be brought as a carbon. So how do we know, says the Gemara, that the person shafts an animal for avodah zarah, that is exempt as well? Gemara says, Shenemar presents in the pasuk, Zoveach v'lehim yacharam, bilti l'Hashem levado. Person should not, the number of the pasuk here is forbidding person to sheft the animal for avodah zarah. Person can only sheft for Hashem. And the Gemara says, Lo asra Torah elik eikler. Torah only asks for serving avodah zarah in a way which would be a proper service inside the Beis Hamikdash. And since a person cannot bring a carbon which has a mum on it, person will not either be in violation of the service of avodah zarah if he brings a carbon, if he brings a sacrifice to avodah zarah and has a mum on it. Havi bar Rava. Rava asked the following: Tonight, what type of mum are you talking about? If you're talking about some type of blemish on the membrane of the eye, so you have to understand the house of the Noah Chazia. It's interesting, without getting into all the halachas of Bamos, because we discuss a little bit soon, but ultimately, when it comes to an akum, bringing a carbon on a bama, which is a personal altar, it's not the altar inside the Mishkan or in the Mizbeach, they're allowed to bring a carbon that has the mum of Dukin Sheba'ayim, that has this blemish on the membrane of the eye. So now, telling the Biden, you have to say that they would be able to serve a zealot, and others they can even read a carbon to Hashem that way. So it can't be a Dukin Sheba'ayim. Ella, rather, what are we talking about? The Mechutzer Eivor. Must be that it's talking about such a significant mum that it is missing a limb. With Rabbi Lazar, and we're following the Stam Rabbi Lazar, Minayin the Mechutzer Eivor should also with Ben Noah. How do I know that if Ben Noah cannot bring a carbon, a sacrifice that is missing an Eivor? Shenemar, for it says in the pasuk, Umikol Hachad. This is referring to Noah, literally Noah, when he was bringing animals into the table. Now, Hashem knew that he could go into the Beis Hamikdash. Sorry, when he's going to go into his table, he was eventually going to come out and he was going to bring carbona. He was going to bring some animals as carbonos. So again, he brought every type of animal into the table. And on his way out, he was going to bring those animals as carbonos. Now, understanding the pasuk says the following: Shnemar mikol achai, mikol basar, shnayim mikol. Comes to anything that's living, take two of every animal. It's Amar Torah. The Torah told Noah, Havei behema, bring into the teva animals shachayin roshay evarim shalom. That has all of its limbs intact. That's why it says mikol achai. Gemara says, oh, hold on a second. Is that what mikol achai is telling us? I mikol achai mubaring lay. We need the word mikol achai to teach us something else. Limit the day to exclude treifa. They say that Noah could not bring into the table animals that were deathly ill. In other words, how you learn from the Kolatai that means that all of its limbs are intact. This is maybe coming to exclude Noah bringing into the table animals that are sick. More says that Milchayos Zera, not the way. We learned that out from a different word, which is Milchayos. It says Milachachios. The word is it says Lechayos Zera. Lechayos Zera Alpnei Kol Haaretz. So we learned out from Lechayos Zera. Now we learned out from the word Lechayos Zera. There's going to be a treifa. The Hadi Tulamaz Amar, because again the word Lechayos Zera means that the animals will be able to reproduce later on.
The Gemara is assuming that an animal which is deathly ill cannot reproduce. That's what the Gemara asks. Honey, that would make sense if you follow the opinion that says that a treifa cannot give birth. According to those who say that a treifa can give birth, might be full of Amar. What are you tell me? The title Zera cannot be teaching me that a treifa cannot be brought to the table because it's just saying animal has to be able to give birth. The treifa can actually reproduce, then it's no problem to bring the treifa in. Where it says Amar Kra, eat talks. The pasuk says lahakios itach zakar nekeva, to live with you a male and female. The itach the doma lacham. The pasuk says that's be similar to you, and since we assume not was not a treifa, he was not deathly ill when he learned from the keva, so we assume that we assume. So if he himself is not a treifa, he has to make sure that the animals that he brings into the table are not a treifa either. Where it says, hold on, how do you know that Noach is healthy? Maybe he himself was very sick. Gemara says, no, can't be. It says Noach is tzaddik. He was Talmud, he was complete. Gemara says, who says that Talmud means that he was healthy? Dilma, Talmud Midrachov. Maybe he was just perfect in his ways. He acted like a mensch, he had good midos. Gemara says, no. Tzaddik, it says he's a tzaddik. Ish, Noach is tzaddik, Talmud Midrachov. So if you tell us he was a tzaddik already, so the Talmud must be teaching us that he was physically healthy. Gemara says, no. Dilma, Talmud Midrachov. It's two things. He was telling him he was perfect in his ways and sounds nice of. Did the mitzvahs. In other words, he lived a fine lifestyle and also did all the mitzvahs. Gemara says, basically, Gemara says, no must salmon. Cut it out. It just can't be that Noach was a treifa. Because if you're telling me that Noach was a treifa, then listen to the logic. The pasuk says, Itach has to be with you. Itach means that everything that comes has to be similar to you. The door will now, if you tell me, what about some of the not good treifa having? He's not the diet that's not treifa having. You tell me that he was so sick. You tell you go out to the woods and see if you can go ahead and find all of the sick animals. Find the sickest lion, the sickest elephant, the sickest hippopotamus, and bring them into the table. It just can't be. It can't be that he was required to bring all the ill animals into the table. So you want to look at Meitach, Lahafios, Malakayos, Zera Lamali. What is Makayos Zera? Once it's Imeitach, if it's only said Itach, then I would not know necessarily that it has to be able to reproduce. Maybe Noach was told to bring all these animals into the table to keep him company. Because we've been for some time, he wanted to have some company. Therefore, it's a feeling zake, a feeling stress, even if the animal's quite old, for a sterile, Kamash Milan, also teaches us Lahafios Zera. It has to actually be able to reproduce. It has to be young enough to reproduce. It has to be physically healthy enough to reproduce. Just on this, Noach is tzaddik Talmud also. One of my favorite ideas from the Moshe Banks to Greg is in Sefer Darash Moshe. If you define the words tzaddik, he says, what it means is a person's yotza zakai. In other words, a person. You look at a person, you look at his behavior, and at the end of the day, you reach the conclusion that he was tzaddik b'ma'aseh. He was correct. That means, says Ramoshe, that he was questioned. He was living his life. You had questions about him. And at the end of the day, it turns out that he was tzaddik. He was correct. He was right. He was yotza zakai. Tamim, says Ramoshe, is a person who's perfect. No one has any questions. No questions. This person's behavior is such perfect line that no one has any questions. It's not like people have questions. What's this guy doing? It doesn't seem so good. Maybe he's out of line. And then you analyze it, you look into it, you get more information, you research it, you start some kind of investigation. Ultimately, say, you know what? I thought the person was engaged in behaviors that were wrong, but I found out that no, he's actually doing the right thing. That's a tzaddik. Talmud is perfect, no question. So Moshe says if that's the case, why does it say Noach ish tzaddik? Talmud should say first that he was a Talmud, then a tzaddik. The Talmud is a higher level because it's perfect to say Talmud first, which is a Talmud and not tzaddik. So he says something fascinating. He says it's easy to be a person who's perfect. Just do nothing. Spend your whole life doing nothing. Lock yourself up in the corner. Lock yourself up in a room. Don't get involved. I'm the kind of person I'm just not going to get involved. I don't want to be involved. It's not my business. But, if you do that, you will never do anything wrong. You won't do anything right either. But you're never going to do anything wrong. No one's going to have any questions about you if you don't do anything. But says Ramosha, if you do things, and that's what's required of us, people will have questions. That's the way the world works. People are not one-dimensional. People are complicated. There are a lot of thought processes that go through a person's mind. And you have to get involved with things. If something is wrong, you got to get involved. People might look at you and say, what are you doing? What are you getting involved for? We won't know all the details. It won't always look good on the outset. But hopefully people will take it all the way until the end and say, you know what? Person is tzaddik, he's tzaddik, he's correct, he's yatzazaka. Therefore, what it says, it's tzaddik first. Because Noah, he could have just said, you know what? I'm not bothering. Now, Noah wasn't so successful with his generation. Doesn't mean he didn't try. He tried very hard, and ultimately, says he was a tzaddik. He's a tzaddik because people went ahead and said, what is this guy doing? Building a table truck and car people. Yeah, what he's doing? Who do you think he is? Ultimately, tzaddik. He's a tzaddik. On top of that, he was also a tzaddik. Important to keep that in mind. Pasuk actually says he was tamim b'drachav and tzaddik b'maisav. So again, it was two different elements of his tzidkos, but ultimately he had both. Amar Elazar, minayin l'shoket behemel l'markulis. How do I know that the person slaughters an animal for markulis? You know, markulis, the served cow, they're throwing rocks at it, throwing stones at it. How do I know if the person shechts the animal to markulis? Shuchayim, Shneimar, for it says in the pasuk, "Lo yizbechu od es zichayim lasir masher lasir." Pasuk says, "Lo yizbechu od es zichayim lasir." Now, we will see very soon that these psukim that we're going to analyze in the next couple of minutes have nothing to do, for the most part, with Avodah Zarah. These are psukim in Parshas Akrimos, where the pasuk is essentially instructing us not to shech karbanos outside of the base of Mikdash. In other words, we mentioned earlier the concept of the bama. Before the Mishkan was erected, there were various different bamos for the bring karbanos. It's called shach heter bamos. Once the Mishkan was erected, bamos became outlawed. So when the pasuk says "Well, yizbechu od lasirin," so it's a description of shechting outside of the Mishkan, and ultimately it's described as avodah zarah. So Amar Velazir, I don't know if person slaughters an animal to markulis, never for test the pasuk. Well, used to call this the pain. Let's hear a person should not slaughter the animals to the seir to the goat. Now, if this is not teaching me the typical normal way of serving avodah zarah, to sit, pasuk already says how these people serving avodah zarah. Now, in other words, it can't be teaching me not to serve avodah zarah in the normal way, because the pasuk get out that already. So what is this pasuk teaching me? It's that teaching. It teaches me that a person who does a typical avodah in the Mishkan for avodah zarah is even though it's not the normal way that avodah zarah, it's still a problem. Or say, hold on a second, is that what it's coming to teach me? You need this for what we learned elsewhere, which is Adkan, the Tzukim over there in Parakut Zion of Sefer Vayikra, who midaber bekachim shekdishin b'shas Yisrael almost. A person who went ahead and he consecrated this animal already after the Yidden were told no more bringing karbanos on the bama. A person went ahead, consecrated an animal to the bama. The kriba b'shas Yisrael almost. And he brought on a bama when he wasn't supposed to. The punishment is clearly stipulated. Never, where it says the person violates this order and does not bring their carbon to the OMOI. Rather, what do? They bring it on a bama, and it says clearly the person gets courage. So it says, Onesh Shalada. We heard about the Onesh Azhar Ninai, and where's the wording for this? On the lower part, it says, Pentala, Olasecha. It says, lest the person bring his Ola. Look at the oven. Anytime the pasuk uses the terminology of Rishoner, pen, or the owl, in any of those cases, that implies a losa. So now we can in other words, just to clearly explain what's going on here, we have an ashara because it says pen. In other words, pen, lest you bring a carbon on a bama, and it says clearly if a person does bring on the bama, will have kares. So we have a clear stipulation in the Torah, a person brings a carbon
on a bum, on a private mizbeach, after the Mishkan was erected, the person ties cards. Nikan be'elef, from here on in, from the next psukim on, in the Torah, it's talking about a situation where a person consecrated an animal to be brought on a bama when it was still permissible to bring a carbon on the bama. But this carbon lingered around until after the Mishkan was erected. Then Ekrivan, he brought it on the bama, the Shas Israel. After the Mishkan was erected, he now let bring a carbon on the bama anymore. Shneimar says, so that the Yidden will bring their karbanos that they go to Shach, and the Gemara says, he can't do the fakbach, which I already previously permitted to. Alpaneas on the above of Soda, the line which calls the back, the bama. Person who brings the carbon on private is there. The Shach Israel, Bamos, the time they're not allowed to do it anymore. Now allow the prosecutor who's at the back of Soda. It's as if he's bringing the carbon to Avodah Zarah. Now, when the pasuk says we're being Hashem, we bring it before Hashem. The zoom mitzvahs outside. Who mitzvahs out? Mitzvahs los outside, and mitzvahs los outside. You know that from Tamlim of years before the past. You have a mitzvahs outside of being Hashem to the carbon into the Mishkan, and mitzvahs los outside of years before us as the. So now, the Gemara says, you onish kares. You might think that a person is going to have an onish of kares if they bring this particular carbon. In other words, this unique case where a person was knocked into consecrated an animal as a carbon to be brought on a bama, and at the time they did it perfectly permissible. Why was it permissible? Because it's shas heter abamos. It was a time of permissibility to be a carbon on a private mizbeach. But that animal lingered around till the Mishkan was erected, and then Hashem gave the order, no more bamos. Now, how do you know, says the Gemara, that a person who brings that particular carbon on a bama, that there's not going to be kares? On the cards. You think the person gets cards for that. And the Lomar says, Zos Lahem, they're going to be in violation of the mitzvahs Asay, and the Los Asay, the law of Kares Lahem, they're not going to get kares. In other words, what was the point of bringing this whole right in? The point of bringing this whole right in is to show you that the pasuk of Lord Yizbuk the Ode as Zitayim, La Seirim, is not talking about a person slaughtering a carbon to Markulis. It's talking about a person slaughtering a carbon on a private mizbeach when that carbon was consecrated, when it became hektish, when it became dedicated as a carbon to Shas Heter Abamos. Again, not our sugya, but ultimately the Gemara says, I'm sorry, you can't use this possible or use before others to came last year to teach you that a person who shafts a carbon or Merkulis is going to be in violation of the Zara. The Gemara says, Amarava Kari Bevo Yizbahu, Kari Bevo Lo O. The pasuk did not need to say Lo Yizbahu O. The pasuk could simply have said Lo Yizbahu La Seirim. The person should not shaft. The Seirim, why does it say Ode? The extra word of Ode teaches you both things. Number one, if a person checks a carbon, on a bama, Bishas Israel Bamos, when the animal was dedicated as a carbon, Bishas Heter Bamos, that this is going to be in Hasay, and the Los Hasay, but no kares. As well, the word O teaches you that there's a problem of shafting an animal to markets. New Mishnah. This is the mission we learned earlier today. Lots of Rosh, a person finds on top of Markulis, on the head of Markulis, and we described yesterday where the review this was top rock was its head. So these Motzah Barosho, you find on the head of the Markulis moves, money, silk, clothing, or kalim, or vessels, harei mutarim. We do not assume that those things are part of the Zara. Rather, a person must have put them there for some reason or another. Not exactly sure why, but they put it there. If you have these grapes, Atara Shoshibalan, these stalks that are crowned, Yenos, Shmanim, and you have these Yenos, wine, Shmanim, oils, Slatos, and flowers, anything which similar to would be brought on the Zaf, also those things are also you're not allowed to benefit from them, we assume they are Takom as well as the Takom. More so, and you see what this Binani really means. I didn't really get into it because I don't allow the Gemara to go through it. But ultimately what happens over here is, what we're saying is if anything is none, it's there to beautify the Avodah Zarah, that becomes Aser. If it's just there for another reason, then it won't become Aser. Binani meaning, how do I know this?
Amar Kiva Yosef, Amar Voshia. Kiva Yosef says in Voshia. Cross the back and only one passage it says, but Tira Shikutzayim, we saw their Shikutzayim is their despisable things, this Buzayim, describing Avodah Zarah. What was it? It was 8 wood, the evidence stone, Kesef, silver, Vizav, and gold, Asher Imahem. What is that word? Asher Imahem, that was with them. Because of that, another pasuk says, Lo Sachmo Kesef Vizav, the person should not desire the silver and gold, Aleihem. That's on top of them. We have an Imahem in one pasuk, and Aleihem in another pasuk. So what is it? Is it Imahem or is it Aleihem? What's the difference between that? If we look at Rashi, Asher Imahem is the first Rashi after the Mishnah. Eitz v'evan catches up Asher Imahem. Imahem mashma shahayu makrivin. Eitz v'evan the catch of Vizal with Kari Kla shikutzim alma kolmat the makrivin kamei mitzas. So it seems that Imahem is something which you're going to use as a hakrava. Then Aleihem, the next Rashi says, because that Kalama was sacrificed without Aleihem, I will eat the Evan Lom Sit, doesn't say it's Evan in that passage. Now the Gemara is going to analyze this. Okay, Tzad, Imahem, Dumi with Aleihem. What's with it used as part of the Avodah Zarah is similar to what's on top of it. Ma'aleihem, just like when we're talking about things that are on top of it, Davar shall know Aser, if it's there to beautify the Avodah Zarah, to be forbidden. Shady shall know, it's not there to bring beauty out. Mutter, to be permissible. Afimayim, similarly, anything that's used in the service of Avodah Zarah, Davar shall know Aser, if it's something that makes it more beautiful, it's going to be prohibited. So Shady shall know, Mutter, if it's not something that makes it look nice, it's not good. It's good. It's good from the school. Therefore, when it comes to our Mishnah, money or clothing, what do we have? What's the Rosh most ksus or kalim? You have money, you have clothing, or you have these kalim. Those are not going to make it nice, and therefore those are going to be permissible. In other words, we darshan this to Kuba. The Gemara says, hold on. Why are you learning this in a reading way? Maybe the opposite is true. Not Imahem, just like when it comes to Imahem, Kol Nash Imahem, there's no limitations on which type of articles can be used to serve Avodah Zarah. Aleihem, similarly, anything which is on top of them, Kol Shaleihem, anything, no exclusions. You can put a pot on its head, and that's going to be a problem. Okay, Lo Yomar Aleihem. In other words, if that's the point, then don't say Aleihem in the first place. In other words, the fact that it said Aleihem teaches me that there's something about it, which is an exclusion, which is ultimately to say that it has to be similar to Iman doing Aleihem, and it has to be something which is Davar Shal Noy, which makes it look nice. The question is, hold on, we just challenge your premise. Money, Davar Shal Noy, it's very nice. Imagine these tons of coins around the Avodah Zarah, beautiful. What's wrong with that? Well, it says, Amar David Berdianai, you kiss Tasha V'Tali of the Tzavari. We're not talking about lots of coins. It's a little bag filled with money hanging around its neck. That's not very nice. It look nice. Okay, more success. Clothing Davar Shanayu. And maybe the person puts a beautiful suit top of the Avodah Zarah. Why are you saying that clothing is not Davar Shanayu? Clothing can be tremendous Davar Shanayu. People can spend fortunes of money on clothing. Which is not even Berdianai, since we developed from that Masada. I'm talking about wearing clothing. The person just dumps some clothing on top and fold it up and put it on top of its head. That's not making it look nice. It's like a clothing rack. It's very different than a person adorning an Avodah Zarah with clothing. It's kind of like wrapping a scarf around a snowman. No, that really just dumps something on top of its head. That doesn't look nice. Which is okay. Clean, told Davar Shanayu. Clean, Davar Shanayu. But clean also. Any type of tree can make it look nice. Where it says no. Amar Papa, this Sachipale Mashkilta ratio. They put a Mashkilta on it. So what is a Mashkilta? So Rashi tells us, I don't know exactly what it is, but basically it says it's some type of law. It says it's not something that can be viewed as a hat. And a Kli Arach, it's a long type of vessel. It says at the end that he washes the hands with it. So it wasn't very nice. And that's what they put on top of its head. And that's why it wasn't nice. Okay, Amar Vasi, Barkia, Kol Shul Lifnim and Kilkulim, anything which is inside the curtain of the Avodah Zarah, Filamaya Melachasa. The word Kilkulim is a play on words of Friday. We use the same words that we have in the Mishkan. It's So apparently around the Avodah Zarah they have this curtain. Anything which is within that curtain, whether it's water or salt, whether it's bath, also puts the coat, and outside these curtains, no Rishonai also if it's something which is beautiful can be prohibited. And Rishonai, if it's not beautiful, mutter it's going to be permissible. But what we also learn any culture will apart from both Markulas and Par do not have curtains. Lamai. With regard to what more to do, if you're telling me even inside is treated like outside, the Shari is permissible, more so the can't be. Actually, the Uri with fire kind of people who leave themselves focused about the Zara. And my welcome, people like some of the can't bring salt. In other words, you can start upping the ante on this about the Zara that people should degrade it by bringing water and salt to small little service. Come on, people are actually defecating from the Zara. So there's going to be no limits. In other words, again, the idea of Ta'ar is no limits. You don't start a curtain around something that has no limit. Ella, Natul, put on the around the outside is what's true, like the inside, so a person serves Ta'ar even from outside, it's going to be considered to be like inside. One more mission. What was the Gospel Shaya Latina of America? We learned this also. I think last stop. When Zara that has a Gina or a garden or America to bathhouse, never may have Slovatova. You can benefit from this garden or from this bathhouse, Slovatova. Slovatova means without paying them. Paying them does not necessarily have to mean financially or monetarily. It could mean paying them even compliment. They never have Slovatova. You cannot benefit from them with payment. How you Shalom Shalachem is the bathhouse when the garden was owned with joint ownership by the Avodah Zarah and by someone else. Allah is an enemy and we should benefit from them. Paying the Tova based on the Tova. Whether it's with payment or without payment, the Los Ketavim shall over Ketavim. We learned this earlier today. Avodah Zarah, which is made by an akum, Asura Miyad becomes Asura right away, even before serving it. So Yisrael, if it gives Asura to the Avodah Zarah, a Yisura to Savit does not become Asura until it is actually served. Amar Maya. Maya tells us. The Tova is the Tova's Komer. When we say Tova, it means giving thanks or giving payment to the actual priests. Shalom Tova, when it says without giving thanks, it's without giving payment. Shalom Tova's Komer, without giving thanks or payment to the priests. Rafuki, what does this exclude? Tovas Odeh, the giving and paying a compliment to those who serve the Avodah Zarah. In those cases, the Shari that's permissible. Some say this is referring to the Seifa, which is as follows. This is Hayyush Shalashalacher. If this bathhouse or this garden is owned jointly by Avodah Zarah by others, then it says, Hayyush Shalashalacher, then we have the benefit from it, B'Tova V'Shlo B'Tova. I don't know, Abaya, what does that mean? B'Tova, when it says B'Tova, you let a benefit from it, B'Tova Sacher, and give thanks for payment to the others. Well, we cannot go ahead and give thanks to the priests. So now the Masna say for those who learn about the Sefer Kosh generation, strictly in the first case. The Masna Resha, those who learn only the Resha of Sefer, even the Tidach here about even though it's Komer Nami Shapardami. We might say, when it comes to the end, you're allowed to go ahead and give thanks because, in other words, I'm giving thanks to the other side. In other words, even to the Komerim, because I'm not paying any dues or any deference to Avodah Zarah, because there is a partnership as well. Where goes on? When an akum makes an Avodah Zarah, it becomes Asura Miyad. By the way, that's what the Mishnah say. Masnisa Nani. Who is the author of this Mishnah? Giving. The time it says in the Brisa, Abed to Abadunas Kamakomas She'avu Shama Goyim. The person shall destroy all the places. This is when the Yidden are talking about to destroy all the places where they serve the Avodah Zarah. The Caleb should Stamshu Be'elavos become a Kasadaber. Plus, he was talking about things that were used for what he's covered. I would think Asum of a Log Gamrum or Gamrum Lohivium, Hevium Lohivium Stamshu Be'en, Yafi Asurim. I would think that all these cases where they were made, but they weren't finished, they weren't actually brought, or they were brought, they weren't actually served. I would think Yafi Asurim. I don't think that they're also in those cases as well. Come along, no. Asher Alku Shamagayim, it has to be Avodah Zarah that actually serves by the Avodah Zarah. However, She'ein Asurim Ad Sheyavu Mikad Amru Avodah Gufanu She'Avodah Gufanu. Here we learn that Avodah Zarah made by an akum Eina Asura Ad Sheti'avit is not going to be also until it's served not like our Mishnah. Mishal Yisrael and the Yid Tasashal makes the Avodah Zarah Asura Miyad, he makes it right away. Diver Rabbi Yishmael, let me continue Rabbi Yishmael. Rabbi Kiva argues and says, flip it around. The dessert that's made by an Hakum is usher immediately. As soon as she finishes making it, it becomes usher the Zara, and it's done even if he doesn't serve it. So Yisrael, if they give it to the Zara, then Ad this Ave not going to be usher unless it actually serves it. If someone serves it, in that case, it becomes usher. And clearly, it's using Kiva is the author of our Mishnah, not like the Rishma. We'll stop here for today. Everyone have a wonderful day and a wonderful Shabbos.
Como sucede, vamos a ver más de colores. What's almost most so you gotta remember spacing, geography, spacing, Elohim Allah, whatever the Holy Allah. But the most people is about the God on the mountain. That's the God beyond the mountain. But the mountain is dependent on God. Most like Apple with the base of the power. God, today we came and ultimately again applying the muscle to Shagam, was a yoga. Avodas Kohanim Shohim Kohanim, Ina Asura Ella Ad Shite Amin. Those of here we see that the Avodas Kohanim and also Amin. Ultimately, again, it's not a certain until we watch it. This is just how to make. You should understand that this not focus actually has good has dramatic halakhic implications. Let's say again, I'd like to get into the cross business. Like, not a good reputation. I have a lot of followers. I'd like to go ahead and kind of choose a good teacher, like a lot of test business. So listen, so again, just see what this is. Well, first, don't do it, and then you want to go on record and say, find another profession. But at the end of the day, and what does it depend on? What it ultimately depends on is at what point in time is the cause of the Avodah Zarah. Is it Avodah Zarah ultimately a point in time that is just again, it's obviously a religious object made for the purpose. Leaving aside whether or not Christianity is Avodah Zarah, leaving that's a side question. But let's say, can I do that or whatever it is? Can I that produce these items? Because again, when they're not worshipped yet, they will be worshipped. But listen, this is what it is that if you're not Yishmael, at the end of the day, when does the Avodah Zarah itself become possible? Is it at the time that it's made? Or ultimately, again, is it only after the worship? That's the fundamental thing. It says, well, Avodah comes up with the Avodah Zarah, and I just love that the Avodah Zarah that after the Avodah after worship, shall Yisrael Yad. But the Avodah Zarah of the Jews is Asr Abid. It was fascinating in that it's mine. The Avodah Zarah of the Jew is more common than the Avodah Zarah of an Akla. Right? The Avodah Zarah of the Jew is Asr immediately upon once it's fashioned before it's worship. The Avodah Zarah of an Akla will only be Asr after it's worship. I'll probably do it in 1 second. Just in the first one, speaking about the text. Amakra, Ashaz, and Gershon, also Esselon. Makish Elohim, the person on that and equates their gods and utensils. Makish and Anshiyah. Was it just like utensils used in the service of Avodah Zarah? Are only also once they are actually used. And Elohim, Nami Anshiyah. Ultimately, again, your God, like also only become usher after the worship. Also, this is the secret that the Avodah Zarah, the idolatry of an Akhir is only usher once he worships it, but the Avodah Zarah of the Jews is usher immediately. So that the equivalent of Makish Avodah Zarah, SS, it's Sikati. The most like the word S, ultimately again, it's God's, but ultimately like Yishmael. Also watch this. So now we're going to do this. That's very exciting. We're going to keep kind of a little bit back and forth between Shuvah and Rabbi Yishmael. Rabbi Yishmael. Actually, on Avodah so Rabbi Yishmael's model we see that the Avodah Zarah of an Akhir is only a certain once it's worship. Yisrael Dasir Midat. Where does Rabbi Yishmael know that the Avodah Zarah of the Jews is Asr? Svarim, he says it's Svarim. What's the Svarim? The only public action and other Yisrael Asura Miyad. Says the fact that a holy public is only going to be Asr once he worships it. Yisrael's Avodah Zarah is Asr Miyad. Ima, Yisrael cloud. Why don't you see the Avodah Zarah Yisrael never becomes Asr alone? Too much of it doesn't make sense. Ashkel, the Yisrael Baida, it's Yisrael on Yisrael. Doesn't the Avodah Zarah itself, what do you do of course, you can destroy it, or you can use it. Go ahead and simply hide it away. This is what Gemara says. The iman is the only one. Amazing that Shema is the Malach as the Amakra, the S Kafas, and Asher Asisem Esai. What's the very right from? The right is the only kind of God. Just as what the Apostle says, the sin that you get, the sin that you really receive that you really but what you see from here, you shas asiyah, you may get it. What's the what you see from here? You see from here that for a Jew, that the kind of smashes the devil's brother, even though he has not yet worshipped it, already it is awesome. Already it is awesome. Maybe that said that a person is violating the Avila. Once he goes ahead and is maybe the devil himself. But this seeing of Mitzvah, maybe the devil himself doesn't become us until after the Omicron, Arur Hadish Hashayah Sapasa Imasis. Cursing the person of the Hassel and the Masel. What do you see from there? Mishas Asiyah, Kumei Ba'al. What's the origin of Satan? That already again a person is in a state of unhealth. Abraham says that maybe that's what we choose to go ahead and establish the person as being already first. Secret of Islam. Listen, first is that we have a problem. Maybe with personal language. America will say, that's not right? Maybe again, as soon as you go ahead and make some of the so we start to govern, it's something wrong. But the fact is that the idol itself might not yet be prohibited. Which what it says. Karibas Hashem is ultimately here it says that it's an abomination for a Okay, so this is the right. Rabbi Kiva, so what's Rabbi Kiva? Avodas Kocham, I will say, Kagazula one is as exciting as you decide to go. The second level of anything in life is never dependent on the actual experience. It is on the stuff. That means there's not any other. The next 42 minutes. The most exciting could be. Sameach Hashem, Bachai will choose to make it say, Rabbi Kiva, Avodas Kokam Shalom Kokam Dasur Mina, Miyad Mina. So we'll say, Rabbi Kiva, you read this, you know that yeah, both the Sarah was like first wide line, you know the days coming out. Where does Rabbi Kiva know that yeah, both the Sarah of an apple is Asur even without food worship? Where does he know that from? America, Display Elohim is your right. Because also the Pasuk says that little translation is the idols of your gods shall burn in the fire. Rabbi Kiva Darshan's Misha Paslu Naasa Eloka. And also ultimately Misha Paslu ultimately means what? From the moment that they carve it out, like the solar, right? From the moment that they carve, from the moment that they make it, it's awesome. So the moment that the idol is made, but before it's worship, it's immediately awesome. What does that mean? When we buy a little was it that the Shema will say, no, you need that must be something else. What do I need that must be? Or you tell me that will say, you need a little bit of Chef also, Eloko, was it how do you bring that a little bit of public? And the ability to negate the idolatrous identity of the man. How do I know that a little bit of public has the ability to validate his idol? Where do I know that from? So the Pasuk says, you can hustle your avodah zarah. You can go ahead and engage. You can go ahead and undo its idolatrous identity. You can go, and we're going to about that out of not collecting the shore. We learned that ultimately again from Shmuel. What does Shmuel say? The Shmuel Rabbisi was a Shmuel contrast to Tzipor. What does he contrast? Sachmo Kesef Zohar Covenant. The Pasuk says, "You shall not covet the gold and the silver upon them." But then it says, "You shall take the gold and the silver upon them." So also, so which one is it? Okay, so also, can I take the gold and the silver of Avodah Zarah or not? And the answer is, it depends. Okay, so Pasco Eloka, Los Sachmo. So also, ultimately, again, if it was carved out on the idol, it was said that together we can't use it. But Pasco they Eloka. But if it was carved out from the idol, then what? Then ultimately, again, one is going to be used. So again, you see the ability to go ahead and use the identity of the Avodah Zarah. Ultimately, again, at that point in time, it ceases to be an Avodah Zarah, and one is permitted to go ahead and benefit. She says on one side, we've now proven, at least from the Pasuk, that's one, that the Avodah Zarah of the Ovid Kohanim becomes Asr immediately. Becomes Asr immediately. But again, I will say, the Avodah Zarah of Israel, ultimately, how do we know that it's only Asr once a year? The sum of Basisa. So I will say, the Pasuk says, literally again, Honor Ha'isha Shayan Sakazi Masech Ha'Kava Sashamasi Yikarash, Sum Basisa. What is the Sum Basisa? The Sum Basisa, actually, Asr Lal Baruch Shabasisa. That you are only Joseph, that the idol was only Asr until you do those things in private. What things in private that we refer to? Because it actually says, Baruch Shabasisa, Avodah Shabasisa, Avodah Shabasisa, the assumption is this is the darkness of the truth. Darkness of the truth is you're going to worship Avodah Zarah. The assumption is versus worshiping Avodah Zarah in private. In private. So it's like, again, perhaps I'm going to do an Avera, but one thing I'm not going to do, I'm not going to do an Avera publicly. At least again, my private communities are trying to do whatever I can to preserve my public worship. But at the end of the day, it stands also for the piece of stuff. And the Jew never wants to use his creation. The Jew never wants to fully use his standard. The Jew doesn't use the truth. You can't know what's right and what's wrong. See, I'm going to worship Avodah Zarah. I'm not going to do it public. I'm going to worship Avodah Zarah. I'm going to do it. Because you see these things, the only mistakes, and at least we try to ensure that our mistakes are not public mistakes, that our mistakes are private mistakes. Because again, deep down, once you go through the point, you should have to be lost. Really don't, but if it's wrong with that, now when we buy anything that needs to be learned, it's not the island or the small problem, set to the visa, the visa was how do you know that the Avodah of the Jew requires the visa, has to be good, whatever is that, most of you can't be the doctor, the Avodah of the Jews that has to be hidden. So the Emma of some blessings, you shall put it in a hidden place. Read up, that the Jew will say. After the stuff, now the verse comes to the requires the marriage of Sita Lokashis are complete so is that. So also you cannot have that. It's fight is there, man is there, comes in the Afashila Common. Was it just like the God is there? Was it supposed to not use? But I should have which you also has been doing. So that is these parts of the Arabs and Chinese. That's like the most of the word on the Harabites. And that's like again, on the Harabites. If you notice again, if you look at the picture of the Harabites now, what you see, you see a lot of trees. We'll say that was not the that was not the landscape architecture that was decided how to do it by the Harabites. That was a theological stuff. That ultimately again was a concerted effort of the rabbis to never end use the Harabites, not because of this. And the Shams, you know, come to know where it says, Afasher to Visa, Vida, only by the Shortish, was the other thing in the short for this one, the other Shortish, was this. It's like that, like that, 9 words. So the Amrich Lakish, Kol Hamani Dayan Hodron Notashem. So if you appoint an unworthy judge, it's as if the family in a sheva. Shene'emar, Shoki, teaching the Chol Sharacha. Pasuk tells me that I have to appoint judges and enforcers in all of my countries. Right after that, it says, don't plant an Asherah and eat. So let's say, so again, the juxtaposition over here between the appointment of judges and the planting of Asherah tells me that if I'm up on my side, go ahead and I appoint a bad judge, that's as if I planted Asherah. It looks like the metaphor is very powerful. What is the Asherah? The Asherah represents the negative who is right in the midst of the so a person is understanding and empowers the wrong person on the issue, gives a person the ability to go ahead and arbitrate, gives a person the ability to adjudicate law, then again, that's a very good society. Amr Rashi, what Rashi says, if a Malcolm Talmudim Chachamim Kiminata Itzul there, then we'll say, if you're living in a place where there are proper Talmudim Chachamim, and you still appoint the wrong judge, not only is it like planting an Asherah, but what? It's like planting an Asherah by the Mizbeach. Right of Hamir. So what's the Ramuna has the following question. What's the distinction between these ones? See, now to understand that Machlokus that Shmuel and Yeshua has not yet been resolved. Right? So again, and that is a major Machlokus. At what point in time does Avodah Zarah become Asr? So the people within the Avodah Zarah of an Akum becomes Asr immediately. The Avodah Zarah of the Jew only becomes Asr after he worships. That Yishmael says the opposite. The Avodah Zarah of the Jew becomes Asr immediately. The Avodah Zarah of an Akum becomes Asr only after he worships. Those are these major Machlokus. Of incredible, overwhelming importance. Because listen, are you permitted to have enough from things that were made for idolatry, but not yet used for idolatry? So again, we're not going to that Machlokus. We're just switching this one. Right on. We say to create the Avodah Zarah of a mouth. Listen to this. What happens if a person took a utensil and the utensil was broken and he repaired it for the sake of idolatry? Rashi, this was his closest body length. See that closest body length? You go right across the Rashi over there. See, we say Mishpat. Listen, if you go ahead and you have a utensil that broke, the Hikisham of the corners, actually called in a special utensil broke. You took a hammer and you essentially banged it out. But you hit it until you go ahead and repair the utensil. So also, you repair the utensil for the sake of Avodah Zarah. Now, what's the status of what's I should say? We say to three levels, you repair the utensil for the sake of the Avodah Zarah. What's the status of it? It's about. What's that? First question. First one of this is Avodah Zarah covenant. The man. What's the first shiloh? Who does this belong to? Who does the utensil belong to? Even Avodah Zarah covenant. This is the utensil of the covenant. So, Ben Rabbi Shmuel, Ben Rabbi Sham Shabbat still coming in. So, what's that? This is, remember again, this utensil is a service utensil for Avodah Zarah. It is not Avodah Zarah itself. It's about Rabbi Shmuel that in Sham Shabbat still coming in a slim actually Ya'avu. Well, can you even be sure will say that a service utensil only becomes usher when it's actively used for service. Only when it's actively used for service. The Ella, Avodah spoke of Yisrael. We'll say rather what you see. It is the Avodah spoke of ultimately they come to Yisrael. So you must watch our eyes. I'm going to demand. But I'll be very so it's going to see something. But actually, well, it's actually up. We shall share the voice. What's the purpose of the the Avodah Zarah of the Jew itself, not the idol itself, doesn't become usher until when? Doesn't become usher only until it's actively worshipped. If the idol doesn't become usher until it's worshipped, the what? Certainly service utensils will not become usher until they're worshipped as well. So the Ella Ali is a Yishma. Rather, it has to be from Yishma. The Amr Asura Midah. Yishma was a that the Avodah Zarah of the Avodah Zarah ultimately again of an Akum becomes Asur Amida. So Gemara says, Iman, Mishamshi Yamir, will say three third out, Jewish service utensils, right? From Avodah Zarah service utensils. Not Asur actually have the Haka, she have just like over there, it's only Asur used. So it's over here, it's only Asur used. Oh, Dilma, Lidaka. But also the people that the Hamakos are service utensils. from the castle, from the Avodah itself. Like Asura, just like the castle, right? It's just like the Avodah of the Asura is Asura. After Shamisha Asura, so to the surface extent is on Asura immediately as well. Which is my girl to come by this visa. Why do you and what do you repair ultimately then travel to Zara? So why you let us why don't you go ahead and bring the visa? What can you take and why is there a better why isn't this why isn't this a recognition? Rahamina says, by the Asa, Rahamina showed too much Sana Karma was actually test. Rahamina was a test secondary test. Not just about when there's a service test of Abu Dhabi Kamasar was a test that shut open. What is that? What is that about this is absolutely it's not. Lima Topos was a little test. Forget about Abu Dhabi for just a moment now. Like, anything better than a special amount of Abu Dhabi is Sumatara. Right? Now you got both. You got both in one day. Sumatara and Abu Dhabi. This is this. You're saying Lima Topos. We'll say metal utensils. Metal utensils. You can't make nothing here. We'll say now again. When it comes to metal utensils, so we'll say there's two different utensils. You can't make something without a piece are utensils are receptacles, and we come in with utensil with receptacles. So with metal utensils, whether they have a receptacle or not, but the usher versus a basic people, they become covered. We start. We'll say what happens ultimately again if the utensil breaks. So now the utensil became covered. We'll say however they get out, it doesn't make a difference. Whatever it is. Now the utensil breaks. What's what happens when the utensil breaks? So tongue, everyone said, enough. So the utensil becomes taller, which makes sense because tuma is a function of the object having an identity as a key. Once the object loses its identity, it loses the status of tuma as well. So what happens? Now, because of our soul, let's say I have my metal utensil, it became covered. Now it's covered. It grew. It's taller. I put it back together. We'll say, what's that? It reverts back to its previous current status. What I told you this. So it says, look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi says, Kazru to Muslim Shara, if you have this or Shabbat, the mark there, it's not even understood. Kazru to Muslim Shara also is this. It's and effectively, the same word goes back to its original from its status. I was saying, what is this about Shabbat? Still says Shabbos, supposed to be remember saying Shabbos. The hardest kind of Zila, Shema Yomi, Tula, Bas, Yoma, Oma. So what's it? Under normal circumstances, you can't see something. So that's it to us. So that you have to see this. It requires error of Shabbos. Right? It requires meditation. Versus the reason is not enough, it requires meditation. The concern was as follows. There is a way to use how do you by utensil? How? Break it. By the way, smashing it is but there are some breaking utensil. Or it was a definition of breakage is rendering it unusable for its given purpose. There are plenty of ways in which you go ahead and break a utensil relatively easily, quote unquote, that it loses its identity and actually becomes tough. So we'll say, I could affect this instantaneously out of my utensil simply by breaking it. What Chazal concerned? Chazal were concerned that since we can affect this power in utensil through breakage, before unquote breakage, then people may get confused and think that tequila in a mitzvah also affects instantaneous power, also affects instantaneous purity. Therefore, what does Chazal say? They made a xer. Xer in the Mosai was Kishi Nashi. So the Gemara says, Gazra Shem Yomu Tviva Bas Yoma Ola. The Kalibai, the Kalibai, the Gemara, and therefore the Gemara says, Yishim Shtafsul Avodas Kofad, Harim Sek Shabbos, Very Kali Akiva, Shamshet, and Shaban to the Latira, the Chazan, the Riska Avodas Kofad, Badaim, and Shtafsul, and Hadr Tumat Hamaso. So therefore, again, had a Zera, that one may think that Tila in a mikvah affects instantaneous Tara. Therefore, again, they say that if you want to break the utensil and you put it back together, it resumes our conversation. This is what's happening. Well, it's coming by. We'll say there's a shite. The hundred so much. So we'll say, so now let's go back for just a moment. You have the utensil that was used for Abel Shah. Okay, now let's remember again, we already established that when a utensil is used for Abel Shah, it requires tumah. What kind of tumah is tumah sneeze, tumah sheret? That's not what we saw. Now we'll say what happened. The utensil broke. The utensil broke. Now what happens? Risva. You put it back together. So what's the Gemara Shaila? What's the Gemara Shaila? Does it remain it's at both the Zara Tumah or not? What's the Shaila? Like the other Tumah, when we say that it goes to the let's go back together, it means it's former Tumah, and then you do Tumah Doraisa about Tumah Drabban alone. Do we say that it only remains biblical Tumah, but doesn't remain rabbinic Tumah? Rabbi said the notion that something is used to Rabbi Shara is coming, was that biblical or Rabbanah. So do we say that again, this is more based although Yom Moshe, or perhaps we know that when the Rabbanah imposes to Rabbi Moshe, that the potential was coming, broke, and then you put it back together in the beginning of Summah, that's both Summah Doraisa and the Rabbanah. This is why we start to Mr. Rabbanah. I understand why we ask the Shara Rabbanah. You ask the Shara about any Summah to the Rabbanah. How do you go? How do you go? First, ask one question on the Summah. Summah Rabbanah Nihadra Allah. So Shara number one is that you can't do that was coming. And then it broke. And then it was put back together. Does rabbinic tumah return or not? I mean, everyone agrees biblical tumah return. Does rabbinic tumah return or not? Oh no, Hadra. Or not. Or not. In Tumah no Hadra. And if you say rabbinic tumah does not return, Tumah Da'amolos Kosavim Tumah Da'amolos Kosavim Shabi Abanik Binigaran. So although we'll say that even if the rabbinic tumah wouldn't return, but maybe what? Maybe Tumah Savo Vizara will. Because even though the Tumah Savo Vizara will say what is the Rabbanon, Tumah Savo Vizara, it should be treated with the severity of the Daraisa, and therefore the Tumah should return, to which the Gemara answers, kids, I have to leave this with you. So what's this? First of all, number one, the way we pass it, Rabbi said everyone, both the people and the strong, that service utensils made for Avodah Zarah will only become usher after they are washed, after they are used in service, right after they are used. Because it's very important. We said about Avodah Zarah on the Shema that the idol itself, usher independent food, or only after it's worship. That's a matter of guess. When it comes to service utensils, everyone will agree that it only becomes usher after what? After the use. One second. So for argument's sake, according to that code, if you were to go to the Avodah Zarah surplus store and the manufacturer, made some extra whatever, right? Avodah Zarah tables, right? But they were never used. They were there for the service of they were never used. Technically speaking, one would be related to purchase it, and that's how much of the money. Whether or not it's cooking is a different discussion. On a technical level, once it was like number two takeaway is that halacha l'maisa we constantly that when the utensil has tumah and it breaks, the breakage causes it to lose its tumah. When you put it back together, there's a tears that one under that tumah returns. That halacha only applies to tumah doraisa. Tumah d'Rabbanan does not return. Teku is what? What do you do with tumah on the sun? Right? Well, even though that is a rabbinic tumah, you treat it like a doraisa or not, that's the thing. He says the what happens? What about offering to it? I don't know, offering of food. What is the status ultimately of that? What is the status? What is the battle that keeps it? So does the Tumah of Avodah Zarah basically does people have the ability to Tumah or not? If you violate it, I don't understand why asking about food. Why don't you ask about utensils that they use to service mostly to get up the apple or open up the apple? You must even go become part of it. Steve, I just need to make us come and out. It comes to that most utensils are obvious. Utensils being used as an offering to Avodah Zarah. Since utensils could be turned but the certain things that the doctor the Tumas Avodah Zarah goes to share with his food because by the offering doesn't share with his husband. The person opened up food with Avodah Zarah as an offering. Can he use a doctor of that offering, thereby taking food to come up from that offering? Now, by the offering, if you find out what it's buffet, so I said, why don't you ask him now? And I will address him. He actually points out, shall open. What happens if you worship food? You worship food for example, a person bows down to him and says, I was like, can a person worship, can a person go ahead and be king, even not though, then I hold this up, thereby removing the Torah, and of course, additional, which the Gemara says, Kirana was Kamkuva. I was from the Pano about it. That's not a cash. Why not? What's the other case? Even Suda Bato, Tumanari. What's it? That's not because we've already established that a person is an apple. Even the battle is apple. So it's never established that you can be the battle, the apple, then what? Not the one that, of course, you can be the battle, the associated Tuma of the apple. Tuma is a function of, say, of the idea that this object is an apple. But when I saw it, because in the back of the idolatry side, you can place in the back of it as well, coming by as well. So what is Shaila? Takrovas Avodas comes from opening that. What's it Shaila is what about an offering to Avodah? Person offered up food to Avodah. So what's the status of that? Given the Yisrael bottle, it was a true that what since the Isra of Takrovas, the Isra of the offering never bottle, what's the other thing? So she's like a that's how progress in a Muslim. People the Muslim as much as an object is. And I don't can't negate offerings. Once the offerings are offered, that's it. They are forever us. So there's obviously only the blend of people. They're just like the people homes that ultimately and the technology, the idolatry technically, or I should say, the idolatry is offering identity not to give. Therefore, Tumanani no one. Therefore, Tumanani also not to give. Otilma, this is the Oraisa no Bato, Tumanani Rabbanan Bato. But I was like, this is the Oraisa, which is the act of offering something to an idol. That can't be Bato, but the Tumanani Rabbanan can't be Bato, which the Gemara says, what is your Yossi can show me that? Yes. Even Sheshi, by the way, Spando. Now, it was like, this is amazing. This is amazing. So it's like, what about the utensils used in the shul, like the people of country? What's it? What's the shul of country? What's the one is? First, last white line in Russia, that makes Kondo. The first is my that's nice to know. Kondo, the notion of Shimon Atzadi. What's it? Kondo was the son of Shimon Atzadi, right? You know Shimon Atzadi. Shimon Atzadi, Kondo, and Missionary, actually, they say, Shimon Atzadi is one of the last one of the last remaining members of actually this is going to be Shimon Atzadi. Like he's I don't know if it's a little home. That's one. It's right. He's trying to say, he's right. So again, right on that part of the border. So right on the right. So I don't know if it's but again, it's right there. So not great. Shimon Atzadi. So it's Shimon Atzadi had a son. Let's get a son of Panjo. Shebarach with Mitzrayim. He ran away to Egypt. Why did he run away to Egypt? His name Ephraim. So it's Shimon Atzadi got two sons. He appointed his older son. Well, first he appointed Panjo to be Panjo. Panjo deferred to his older brother. Then I was saying ultimately he was upset that he passed up on the opportunity for greatness. So what did he do? He ran away to Egypt. What did he do? He burned Shem's back. He broke it off. I was like, he didn't just broke the window. Panjo built a base of Mikdash. He effectively built the base, a replica of the first floor, but a replica of the base of Mikdash in Egypt and God was there. So it's like, so you're just fascinating. Pretty awesome. Equal amount of Shem was equal amount of Shem Shemai. Listen to this. So it's an interesting discussion. It's not a question that it was about Zara. I mean, it's my hope is that when in this moment, was it about Zara or was he worshiping at the Baruch? So also, here's the Shaila. Utensils used in the shul, in the Mikdash of Korea, which was built in Egypt. Maush Mishkamesh Bahem Beis HaMikdash. Listen to this. Can I take those utensils and use them in the Beis HaMikdash properly? Coming by it. So as I said, what's the Shaila? I'll leave it around about this, but not these ones. So as I said, remember again, this obviously is only a kasha, according to the opinion who holds that the shul of Kanyo, the Mikdash of Kanyo, was not a base of Israel. It's not. Kohanim should use Kanyo, but Yisham should be Mikdash of Israel. Kohanim to serve. And by the way, Panyo recruited twice an all-star team, right? He was offering and he offered fun, right? So he got Kohanim, to come and join him. So I was like, what's the shine? The shine over here is what happens if I'm a Kohen? I see come and serve in the shul of Cardio, and now he wants to come back to the Beis Hamikdash. Can we accept with that? So Kohanim Shishul to Beis Cardio, Lo Yisham Shalom Yishim. No, once a Kohen served in the house of worship of Cardio, we do not allow him to serve in the Beis Hamikdash. The Enot Zarach Lomar B'Davar Achar. So we'll say, and all the more so if a Kohen served Avodah Zarah, of course we don't let him back into the Beis Hamikdash. So we'll say, so what do you see from there? So what do you see from there? You see there right away that Kohanim who serve in Sfargo are treated differently than the Kohanim who served Avodah Zarah. So we'll say, so you see that there's going to be rules that this Sfargo was not Avodah Zarah. It's about focus. So according to the opinion he holds that Sfargo wasn't worshiping idolatry, and the utensils which were used in the house of worship of Panyo can they be used in the Beis Hamikdash. Now we still Kohanim who serve in Beis Panyo cannot go back and serve in the Beis Hamikdash. So do we say the Gemara says they don't serve Echad Kohanim, so the Gemara says, I'm sorry, Kohanim would consider Rabbanim to be anything. So we'll say, I understand the rabbis ask the Kohanim, because the Kohanim made a choice to serve in a foreign place. Therefore, they can't come back to the Beis Hamikdash. About Peter, no, but also when it comes to utensils, so even though Kohanim can't come back to the Beis Hamikdash, maybe that's just a mass of people on Kohanim, but Caleb which was used, not Caleb to use the Beis Hamikdash, or even though the same way that Kohanim can't serve in the Beis Hamikdash, have to serve in the Beis Panyo, so Caleb cannot. They assuming. So we said no, the utensils ultimately again are awesome. Mikra Gadim, and I have a pasuk to support this. The Shachar. So I will say what happens. It says I forgot the pasuk. I forgot the pasuk. So I'll say again. Remember, this is Rabbi Yossi Ben Shol asking for that. So Rabbi says, I know that if utensils were used in the Beis Hamikdash of Paryo, they cannot be used again in the Beis Hamikdash. And the same way Kohanim who serve in the Beis Hamikdash of Paryo cannot come back into the service. I know there's a pasuk that supports this, but I can't have light of me remember the pasuk. So let's say, so it's raised in Kasha. Let's say, by the way, all of this story is not over. Collectively, we saw the Malo, a funnel of introduction to this. It says, it's not going to pasuk. Don't give a hell of it. And says, all of the utensils used, like Akos, like during this matter, in funnel of introduction. Was it literally were prepared and was like, was it King Akos? Was it only that was like, remember Akos was the father of Iskiel. Iskiel was a great tzaddik who literally rededicated his book to serving God. But he had to do the incredible and unspeakable damage of his father. So all the utensils that were used by Akos in front of introduction. My love in front of that perimeter, that does not mean that a son of us is even immersed in the mikvah. If the son of moves, then we are not doing the son of Mikvah. So what's at this point in time? So Rebbe says, Amalei Baruch Atala Shammai. Blessed are you. Let's just remember, this is Rebbe speaking to Yosef Ben Shol. Blessed are you. Shechsati Abedasa. Who gave me back my lost touch? Remember, the Rebbe said, I'm going to have a pasuk to support you. You can't remember the pasuk. Rebbe Yosef Ben Shol asked the question from this pasuk. As we're going to see, he interpreted it wrongly. But Rebbe says, thank you so much for reminding me of the pasuk that I forgot. Because this is the pasuk. Hey, Chanu, what does it mean that he prepared them? Right? Sheganzu. They hid them away. Shekdashnu, Akhiris Kaftein. That they commissioned these utensils, like you see from there, the utensils used by Achos, Bravo, Zarabosai, were not hidden away. They were hidden away. So what did they do with the skill to the power? They got totally new utensils. So again, Rebbe was using this variety to say that essentially utensils are most used in anything other than the service. Simply what? Cannot be used in this. So to the utensils used in this audio cannot be used in this impression. So the Gemara say there was essentially a fascinating discussion. Israel is scholars. Most likely, you would be in the corner of the base of What was put in that chamber? Gonzu Bay is Kashmonite, Ate Abstraction Shots, was a Kashmonite, was a Kashmonite. When the Kashmonite came back, this actually not paralysis. When they came back to the Senate judge, everybody focused on the Noda, and they came back and they found his staff was there, the outer altar was there. The problem is they saw that it was used by the or idolatry sacrifice. So what did we do? We broke apart the staff. We broke apart the staff, and they went ahead and they put the stones in Giza. We put the stones in the chamber, in the northeast chamber, which is called the fire chamber. We put it there, we put it in the northeast chamber, and threw the stones there. But Amar says, she shut trouble. What happened? And this there, but these Arabs there for the service of the Abraham. Other than Papa, Hassan Kram Ashram Kudash. The Hashem's said, Hashem and the Hassan Kudash said, to go about peace. The Filoduha, that the peace was a little bit of the Abu Dhar came in, and literally they proclaimed Psalm 89. So the Hashem said, what should we do with this man? This person, so it's like if you say, we just break it apart and put it back together, that's not going to work. Why? Because Avon Insurance on the last one. So this is the exact has to be made of what? All stones. Meaning that spindle, so if you just chisel down the stones, that doesn't work. Why? Well, son of Allah, so it says you have to use stones, but you can't use iron in the creation of those stones. The Amai, the renewable is the real and not shiny. So say, why not just go ahead and break these stones? That was essentially once you get out of these one thing that goes to one of them is that that's no Kedusha. Once that's no Kedusha, then what? Let's make Hashem break apart the stone. You should go to hell. You can go whatever you want. You know, Amar Roshia. It's called Kesef Azav Shabbat. Pastor is Yada, Yerushalayim. That means some at one point in time they want to go ahead and say that they just don't use any gold and silver. Why? Because of the gold and silver that was in the treasures of Yerushalayim. God, you know, most of us concerned that if a Jew were to go ahead and use gold and silver, they might be using gold and silver ultimately of the Messianic actually was extracted from the treasury was raided. So the Gemara says, "But what's that about? You know about Yerushalayim had to look at the Allah. Shai was done with the word that he was going to go into the five years. Ella Amralayim, Kikshu Midnos, Minara Hajinana, Torayna Shiva. They wanted to go ahead and say what? They wanted to say that Jews can't use simply Christianity for this. So once I say or the Torayna Shiva, these are specific kinds of points that the new were minted from the gold and silver of Yerushalayim. Kiva Sheyushalayim. Ad Shematzel or Mishtabakaya. So they found the passage what's the passage? What's the passage? The passage is that when the priests of the Mojave Yizara come in and use our stuff, by definition they go out and they remove the Kedusha from. So if they took the gold and silver from the temple treasury, they proclaimed that gold and silver is no longer covered. Same idea over here. When the Greeks came in and will say, our is there, in the base of English, for idolatrous service. What did they do to it? They proclaimed it. Meaning no longer has to do so. If that's the case, again, I will say, Hashem coming, break apart the stones, how do you do it? That's what I say, how do you put it away in the chamber that makes sense, Josh. But if the abundant beauty and ultimately again for Abu Dhar, then what can I say? You should be comfortable. If it's pertaining, then what? You use it for whatever you want. Just like the gold and silver. Possible, Ishtam Shubal Gabah, Macha Keva, Ishtam Shubal Gabah, Bab Orach Arab, Ishtam Shubal Gabah. What's that? So even on a technical level, once there is like idolatry, technically speaking, you should evaporate. Once the use evaporates, you can even use it for what? You can even use it for regular money items. The Gemara says it's inappropriate. Why is it inappropriate? Since Allah from the license, the service of Allah who wants, it would be inappropriate ultimately to use it for money. Therefore, the Hashmonite come back. When the Hashmonite come back, they break apart the staff, put away the stones in one of the chambers for the reason. But I will say, to answer the original question was, can it be used as a scondo? Can it be used as a question now is that you remember is not only the answer, but the possibility. The answer from the answer to that is no. Once you test it, ultimately, the can be used as a scondo, you're not going to make it. Ultimately, again, applying the concept to utensils. Kind of, here we go. Abolas kohanim shalom kohanim. Inna asura ella ad shekhe amin. Also, for sure, we see that the abolas kohanim and kohanim. Ultimately, again, he's not usher until he is worshiped. Also, this by the way, you should understand this kind of focus actually as could have dramatic halakhic implications. Let's say, again, it happens to be, I'd like to get into a cross piece. Like, it's not just pretty friendly to it. There's a lot of followers. I'd like to go ahead and kind of choose the good like open up a cross piece. So listen, so again, just so you understand, but let's don't do it. And that's what I go on record and say, find another profession. But at the end of the day, and what does it depend on? What it ultimately depends on is at what point in time is it was considered to be Avodah Zarah? Is it Avodah Zarah ultimately a just again, it's obvious a religious object made for the purpose. Leaving aside whether or not Christianity is Avodah Zarah, leaving that's a side question. So let's say, can I do that food or whatever it is? Can I mass-produce these items? Because again, when they're not worshipped yet, they will be worshipped. But listen, just think about this, that even at the Shmuel, at the end of the day, when does the Avodah Zarah itself become us? Is it at the time that it's made? Or ultimately, again, is it only after it is worshipped? That's the fundamental difference. That's what I've always told you, Asura, and I can help that you know that the Avodah Zarah that after was on Asura after his worship. Shall be strong. The Avodah Zarah of the Jew is Asura of Asura. And that is Ismail. The Avodah Zarah of the Jew is more common than the Avodah Zarah of an Apple. Right? The Avodah Zarah of the Jew is Asura immediately upon it one dispatched before his worship. The Avodah Zarah of an Apple will only be Asura after his worship. The Habib will be right. 1 second. Just in the part of the Muslims, speaking about utensils. But Amakra, Hashad, and Gershom also has the word. Makish Elohim and Elohim. Plus it goes then and equates their God's utensils. Makish and Achiyah. Was it just like utensils used in the service of our Israel? Or only us once they are active used? And Elohim, not in Achiyah. Ultimately, again, your God, like also only become lesser after the most of this is Jesus that the Avodas Kohanim, the idolatry of an Akhir is only usher once he worships it, but the Avodah Zarah of the Jews is usher of the but at the end, you think about that, because of our SS, Mexica, the most of the word S, only to get the gods, and ultimately, was a lot of stuff. Now we're going to be very excited. We're going to be kind of a little bit back and forth. Ashkelon, Avodas Kohanim, so the traditional model we see that the Avodah Zarah of an Apple is only a certain once it's worshipped. It's not that Surah began to mention. Really, the Mishmar knows that the Avodah Zarah of the Jewish Asur. Sarah simply said to Sarah. So what's the Sarah? From others, actually from others. Sarah Surah began. Said the fact that a holy from others is only going to be Asur once it's worshipped. Smells Avodah Zarah, Asur Yad Shema. He smelled cloud. Why don't you say instead that maybe Avodah Zarah he smelled never becomes Asur? What's the difference? Actually, it's a vibrant. It's sweet on the Surah. Wasn't the Avodah Zarah itself? What do you do with the Avodah Zarah of the Jew? What do you have on the other Jew? What is the music? It's a music which has to be the way. Or it's what we try to put. As opposed to the Avodah Zarah of an Apple. What do you do about Avodah Zarah? What do you do with the Vatos, right? Remember again, the Vatos is the Vatos is Avodah Zarah. The idolatrous identity of the music. And the smells not Avodah Zarah. But not Avodah Zarah. We have to of course, you can destroy it, or you can use it. Go ahead and hide it away. So Gemara says that Ima and maybe you can call Ima Makai on the cross, the Eschatos and Hashas, and Eschatos. What's this thing? What do you do the life? The life is open down the ego. Just as what does the Apostle say? The sin that you get, the sin that you committed, and that you made the ego. What do you see from here? Shas Asiyah, keep breaking things. What do you see from here? You see from here that for a Jew, from the kind of fashions the Avodah Zarah, even though he has not yet been worshipped it, already it is awesome. Already it is awesome. When they come out of the face, maybe that's what you say that a person is violent once he goes ahead and is made the Avodah Zarah. But it's still a mitzvah, then the Avodah Zarah doesn't become awesome. It's still actually person is the person who is Hassel and the Master. What do you see from there? The Shas Asila, Umay Baal. What's the person who that already again a person is going to see Ema Hani Nabi Baal. So maybe that's what we need to go ahead and establish the person who already first. The Siri of the Silam. Let's say the first suggestion that we are at the top of this personal violation. Or what's a right? Maybe and as soon as you go down and make something like that, it's something wrong. But the habits of the idol itself might not yet be prohibited. This is what it says. However, Hashem is no, you can't attest this is an abomination for us. Okay, so this is the way. Rabbi Kiva, go to Rabbi Kiva. Avodas Kocham, I will say, Chag Gadol Alay, is that Satan has decided his goal. The second level of anything in life is never dependent on the active states. On the status. That being based on the next 42 minutes. Should be the most essential. Samir Hashem, Bakayim, or Shuf, say, let's give up. Avodas Kocham, Shom Kocham, Dasura Mina, Miyad Mina, like so what's Rabbi Kiva. Where does he know that the Avodah Zarah was like first wide line in order to face Amid Abbas? Where does Rabbi Kiva know that the Avodah Zarah of an Abbas is Asur even without divorce? Where does he know that from? He must Amulu Amastav, Sile Elohim, Kisur Baish. There's also the Pasuk says that literal translation is the idols of the shall burn in the fire. But in the Darshans, Yishep Haslu Naase Evoka. It will say ultimately here, Yishep Haslu ultimately means what? From the moment that they carve it out, like the soul of God, right? From the moment that they carve, the moment that they make it, it's Haslu. So the moment that the idol is made, of course, worship, it's immediately Haslu. This is not what you have to show me, that. This is not how we violate the kind of Yosef. Wasn't that the Shema will say, no, we need that message for something else. What do I need that message for? The kind of Yosef, Minayim Ovikon Pavin, Shep also Elokom, was it, how do you know that a Ovikon Pavin has the ability to negate the idolatrous identity of his idol? How do I know that a Ovikon Pavin has the ability to validate his idol? Where do I know that from? So you must say, Emad, Sinai Elohim, because like the Pasuk says, you can hustle your Avodah Zarah. You can go ahead and negate. You can go ahead and undo its idolatrous identity. The Edom, and where did the people run that out from? Calculating the Shmuel. You learn that ultimately again from Shmuel. What does Shmuel say? The Shmuel Ramesir. Because a Shmuel contrasts to people. What is the contrast? The Sachmo Kesef Zohar Amen. The Pasuk says, we shall not covet the gold and the silver of God. it says you shall take the gold and the silver of Artemis. So we'll say, so which one is it? Artemis does. So we'll say, oh, it's connected to the silver of Avodah or not. And the answer is, it depends. Okay, so plus no Eloka, no Sakmo. So we'll say, ultimately, again, if it was going, if it was carved out or the idol was the person that the enemy can't do shit. But plus you may Eloka. But if it was carved out from the idol, then what? Then ultimately, again, one is something. So we'll say, so again, you see the ability to go ahead and compute the identity of the Avodah Zarah. Ultimately, again, at that point, you have the ceases to be an Avodah Zarah and one is permitted to go ahead and benefit. مثل فالداری کیبا در یکی و عشق خنبالش مقام شعاب توهمه در سور بیان she says the one side that the Yisrael actually kind of was come from Assyria Yad. Yisrael actually to Abin Yad. It was a really some Kiva. So the Kiva did not prove it, but at least it's proven from the past. That's what. That the Avodah of it only of it becomes Asr immediately. Becomes Asr immediately. But again, I will say the Avodah of Yisrael. Ultimately, how do we know that it's only Asr once you worship it? But I use it on my car. The sum of Basisa. So we'll say the passage says, literally again, Anur Ha'isha Shayasa Tasma Sefa Tana Sashamasa Yikharash, some Basisa. We'll say, what is it? Some Basisa. The some Basisa, actually, Asala Baram Shabasisa. That you are only, we'll say that the idol is only Asar until you do those things in private. We'll say, what things in private that we refer to? So Rashi says, Baram Shabasisa, Abodo Shabasisa, Ukta Shoisha Lunisco. We'll say, some things, this is the godness of the Jews. Godness of the Jews is going to worship Avodah Zarah. The assumption is where's worshiping Avodah Zarah? Right? In private. Again, perhaps I'm going to do an Avera, but one thing I'm not going to do, I'm not going to do an Avera public. At least, again, my private images are try to do whatever I can to preserve my public images. There was a tendency people think that that's good. It is, but at the end of the day, it stems also from a piece of Kedusha, that a Jew never wants to lose his Kedusha. A Jew never wants to lose his standing. A Jew doesn't can't know much like God. So even if we're going to worship Avodah Zarah, I'm not going to do it public. I'm going to worship Avodah Zarah, I'm going to do it. Because it's things, we all make mistakes. But at least we try to make sure that our mistakes are not public mistakes, but our mistakes are private mistakes. Because again, deep down, what we go through the things, Kedusha that we want. These dogs, what is it called with that? When we buy anything that is not called, Naila on this one, Shetin is Lisa, the Lisa was how do you know that the Avodah Zarah of the Jew requires Lisa has to be given away. In other words, that also you can't be Madaka, the Avodah Zarah of the Jew, instead it has to be in Shemar some basis. You shall put it in this place. After the Pista, our Pista, now the Avodah Zarah, bring out the Avodah Zarah. Requires continuation. Emar Osita Lefahashira for each so is done. So also the Shanata Hashira, each by Mizbeach, Van Mizbeach Tohumisa, Afashira Tohumisa. Also just like the Mizbeach, as we discussed, also also the non-issue that the stones have to be hidden away. So to an Ashira Avodah Zarah, of which you also have to be must be there. So that is must be actually very important. This must also be not allowed to plant trees. That's why the Muslims say we don't trees on the Harabites. That's why we can, unfortunately, most people in the Harabites, you notice again, you look at the picture of the Harabites now, what you see a lot of trees. We'll say that was not the, that was not the landscape architectural design how to do by the Harabites. That was a geological stuff. So that ultimately, again, was a certain effort to undermine Jewish trees on ice. Certainly, never any trees on Harabites, not because of this. Answer Shem, you will come to know all these things. Mars was like, Mars says, Afashir to Visa. The Ida, only by a little bit shortish, was the other thing for short was this one, the dumber shortish, was this. Even some organic like about 9 words. So the Amrish Lakish, call out Ma'amit, Dayan, Hodron, no cash yet. So it's your point, other words, judge, it's as if you have crafted in that shape. has shown me the show to the public culture. Plus, it tells me that I have to appoint judges and enforcers along with my team. Samichle Losita Lakashira right after that it says, don't plant an Ashira and a tree. So let's say so again, this is just the position over here, the appointment of judges and the fact that Ashira tells me that if I walk on the night side, go ahead and I appoint that judge. That's a divine fact that Ashira is like the metaphor is very powerful. What is the Ashira? The Ashira represents the entity who is right in the midst of the people. The person goes hand in hand and empowers the wrong person on the judiciary, gives the person the ability to go ahead and underneath the person who goes to the law, then again, that's a very interesting exercise. I'm going to ask you, the Rashi says, if a welcome to lead is not coming to another, it's unfair. That will say, if you're living in a place where the hypocrisy is not coming, you still appoint the wrong judge, not only because of planting an Ashira, but what? It's like planting an Ashira by the Isaiah. By the Rabbi, what's the Ramuna Asafali? What's the switching the now, to some extent, that Machloek is like Shmolim and Yom and not yet been resolved. Right? So again, and that is a major Machloek. At what point in time does Abu Zara become Asr? Because people will say the Abu Zara of an Akum becomes Asr immediately. The Abu Zara of the Jew only becomes Asr after he worships. That Ishmael says the opposite. The Abu Zara of the Jew becomes Asr immediately. The Abu Zara of an Akum becomes Asr only after he worships. Those are these major Machloek. Of incredible, overwhelming importance. Because listen, these penalties are you permitted to have enough from things that were clearly made for idolatry, but not yet used for idolatry. So again, we're not going to do that by quote. Let's see what we just know. Right on the we say we lab on the stuff of it not. What happens if a person took a utensil and the utensil was broken and he repaired it for the sake of idolatry? So it's actually this closest to the body length. See that closest to the body length? You go right across the Rashi over there. So we say Klisha Mishpat. Or so we go ahead and you have a utensil that broke. The Hikish of the corners actually called in a special to the Islamic philosophy. So once a utensil broke, you take a hammer and you essentially you bang it out. I don't know if that's part of the but you hit it until you go ahead and you repair the utensil. So now you repair the utensil for the sake of Avodah Zarah. Now, what's the shayla? What's the status of what's actually we say three levels of repair the utensil for the sake of Avodah Zarah. What's that? So now, what's that first question? First one of this is Avodah Zarah of the man. What's the first shayla? Who does this belong to? Who does the utensil belong to? Give it Avodah Zarah before coming. So in the Shmuel, then Rabbi Misham Shalom still coming in. So what's that? Talking between the Rabbi Shmuel. This utensil is a service utensil for Avodah Zarah. It is not Avodah Zarah itself. Suppose that Rabbi Shmuel would agree that in Misham Shalom still coming in a slim actually most Rabbi Shmuel will say that a service utensil only becomes usher when it's actively used for service. Only when it's actively used for service. The Ella, Avodah spoke of Israel. Was it rather what you see? It is the Avodah spoke of it, and it was the Israel. So we must watch our use. I'm going to imagine. The Avodah Zarah of the Jew itself, not the idol itself, doesn't become usher so well. Doesn't become usher only until it's actively worshipped. If the idol doesn't become usher until then what? Certainly the serious utensils will not become usher when they're worshipped as well. So the Ella Ali Shmuel, rather it has to be Rabbi Shmuel. The other Asura Shmuel was able to that the Avodah Zarah of the Avodah Zarah also becomes usher. So where it says, "Hi, Mishamshi was a Eastern out Jewish service utensils, right from Avodah Zarah service utensils. Not also Hashiach, although Hashiach, just like over there, it's only usher used. So it's over here, it's only usher. Oh, Yuma, Yuma, but was in the Eastern Havokos of service utensils from the castle from the Avodah Zarah itself. Like Asura of the just like the castle, right? Because it's just like the Avodah Zarah of the is also immediately. after Shamsha Asura. So to the service utensils on the Asura in the as well. Which the Gemara says, well, my area is becoming why with the Lisa. Why do you need to use and want to use years of utensil? Both of those that travel together. So why don't you go ahead and break the piece of one of the utensil? And why is there a better piece? Why is this? Why is this a good piece or a creation piece? That Hamuna Gemara says, to buy the Asa, Rav Hamuna, Shum, Tuma, Shana Karya. What's the next question? The Tuna Muslims ask the secondary question. Not just about when does a service utensil of a hotel come also. Also, he's asking about too many shut also. So what is that? What is this next Gemara? This is absolutely it's not. Lima Talcos was a middle utensil. Forget about Avodah Zarah for just a moment now. Right? The only thing better than a discussion about Avodah Zarah is Zumatara. Right? Now you got both. You got both in one day. Zumatara and Avodah Zarah. So it's good. You're going to say to Gemara, Lima Talcos was a metal utensils. Metal utensils. She came in the company there. We'll say now again. The customer utensil. So we'll say you have to give them that utensil. She came in the company. A much without a piece. A utensil without a receptacle, and the company needs the utensil with the receptacle. So with metal utensils, metal utensils become usher, whether they have a receptacle or not. Because it's pretty usher versus a piece of people. They become tugging. You stop it. We'll say what happens ultimately again if the utensil breaks. So now the utensil became covered. What's the happens again? It doesn't make a difference. Share it, whatever it is. Now the utensil breaks. Was there after the utensil breaks? So turn. And we'll say it's true enough. So the utensil becomes taller, which makes sense because tuma is a function of the object having an identity as a code. Once the object loses its identity as a code, it loses its status of tuma as well. So what happens? Now here's the time. Chazru ba'asan. We'll say, let's say I have my metal utensil. It became tunnel. Now it's not it. It broke. It's taller. I put it back together. We'll say, what's that? It reverts back to its previous tunnel status. Why? I told you this one. He says, look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi says, Chazru Tumas Mishra, if you have these or Shabbat, the march there, slightly less than there. Chazru Tumas Mishra also is for this. You see that to be there. Now, the fact that you see that goes back to its original from its status, tells you it has to go to the book. I will say, what is this about to make Shabbos? You still said Shabbos, most of the members said Shabbos. The Irish kind of Zeta, Shema Yomu, Tvila, Bas Yoma, Oda. So we'll say this place. How do you always let me know? You can't see the text cover. That's too much space. Like, what do you have to do this? Then it requires Arab Shabbos, right? It requires night. The version of the book is not enough. It requires night. The concern was as follows. There is a way to continuously how can you by utensil? How? Break it. Now, by the way, smashing it is an excuse, but there are plenty of ways to do what I call breaking utensil. Or it wasn't definition of breaking is rendering it unusable or it's giving purpose. There are plenty of ways to go ahead and break a utensil relatively easily, quote unquote, so that it loses its identity as utensil becomes part. So we'll say, I could affect this continuous color in my utensil simply by breaking it. What Chazal concerned? Chazal were concerned that since we could affect continuous color in utensil breakage, we call us both breakage, so people may get confused and think that Tevila in a mikvah also affects instantaneous color, also affects instantaneous purification. Therefore, what did Chazal say? They made a gzera. The gzera also was increasing Rashi. So the Gemara says, "Chazra Shem Yomu Tevila Bas Yoma Odim." The Kalibai, the Kalibai. The Gemara had there. The Gemara says, "Ishim Shtam Shmul Avodas Topad." Karim Second Shabbos. Bear Kamar Yakiba. Misham Shetme. Shaban Kedila Skiran. The Chazran Beriskal Avodas Topad. Badai Misham Shibo. Mihadu Tuma Kamaiso. So we'll say. Therefore, again, out of the Zera, that one may think that Tevila in a mikvah affects instantaneous tara. Therefore, again, they say if you go and break the utensil and you put it back together, it resumes or reunions its previous joy. Those are what does this have to do with our conversation? This is what's happening. Here's the shite. The 100 tuma. So we'll say, so now let's go back for just a moment. You have the utensil that was used for Avodah Zarah. Okay, now we'll say, remember again, you already established, and when the utensil is used for Avodah Zarah, it requires tumah. What kind of tumah is tumah? It's not sheretz. That's not what we saw. Now we'll say what happened. The utensil broke. Now what happens? This one, you put it back together. So what's the Gemara Shaila? Does it remain? It's Avodah Zarah tumah or not? What's the Shaila? Let's come very late. The Adra tumah. When we say that it broke, that's let's put back together. We can just form a tumah. And then you the tumah doraisa about tumah drabon alone. Do we say that it only remains biblical tumah, but doesn't remain rabbinic tumah? That was like the notion that something that used for Avodah Zarah is coming. Was that difficult or Rabbanon. So do we say that again, this is more than Zuma? Or no, Zuma Moshe, or perhaps we know that when the Rabbanon and Moses to that was like that the utensil was coming, you broke it, and then you put it back together and you use Zuma, that's both Zuma Doraisa. And the Rabbanon, did you buy me Shar to Mr. Rabbanon? And I said, why only ask me Shar of Rabbanon Zara? You ask me Shar about any Zuma to the Rabbanon. How do you go for the conference? You must ask one question on the Zuma. Zuma Rabbanon and the Hadra alone. We'll say, so China number one is and the utensil that was coming. And then it broke. And then it was put back together. Does the rabbinic tumah return or not? I mean, everyone agrees biblical tumah returns. Does the rabbinic tumah return or not? Oh no, Hadra. Or not. If it's Lama no Hadra, and if you say the rabbinic tumah does not return, tumah the avodas k'chavim tumah the avodas k'chavim shadi avodas tumah dorai. So we'll say, will we say that even if the rabbinic tumah wouldn't return, but maybe what? Maybe Thomas Avodah Zarah will, because even though Thomas Avodah Zarah is what is Rabbanon, because it's Avodah Zarah, it can be treated with the severity of the Daraisa, and therefore the Torah should return. To which our answer is take. I have to read this if you know. So let's see two points from this series. First of all, number one, the way we passed it on both sides, said everyone, both the Shkiva and the Shmuel, that service utensils made for Avodah Zarah will only become usher after they are used in service, right after they are used. Well, it's very important. We were talking about all these other people in the Shmuel about the idol itself. Is the idol itself usher from the time it's created or only after it's worshipped? That's a matter of guess. When it comes to service utensils, everyone will agree that it only becomes usher after what? After it's used. So for argument's sake, according to that approach, if you were to go to the Avodah Zarah surplus store and the manufacturer, made some extra whatever, right? Avodah Zarah tables, right? But they were never used. They were there for some of they were never used. Technically speaking, one would be related to purchase it and use it. That's how local the mindset. Whether or not it's appropriate is a different discussion. On a technical level, what to do. Most like number two takeaway, he said halakha l'maaseh asking that when the utensil has tumah and it breaks, the breakage causes it to lose its tumah. If you put it back together, there's a tears that one on the tumah returns. That halakha only applies to tumah d'oraisa. Tumah d'rabbanan does not. Teiku is what? What do we do with the tumah of Avodah Zarah? Right? Well, even though that is a rabbinic tumah, do we treat it like a d'oraisa or not? That's the issue. Says the Gemara. What happens? What about an offering to an idol? Offering to Avodah Zarah of food. What is the status ultimately again? What is the status? What is the battle that food, so to speak? So does the tumah of Avodah Zarah physically needs flavor? Does people have the ability to remove its tumah or not? If you violate food, I don't say, why asking about food? Why don't you ask about utensils like you use in the service of the Avodah or open up to the Avodah? Because you must hear the Lord of prayer. Even this entire mikvah coming out of God. The concept that was intended to happen. The utensil can be used as an offering to Avodah Zarah. Since the utensil can be turned to the mikvah, so certainly we get it with the doctor. The Tumah Avodah Zarah goes to that. Shaila is the food. Because the offering was the Shaila is about the person offered up food to Avodah Zarah as an offering. Can you do the doctor that offering, thereby removing the tumah from that offering? No, but they open, if you put it out, it's becomes too big. So why don't you ask about some offering? What happens if you worship food? If you worship food, for example, a person bows down to a loaf of bread. So it's like, can I go ahead kind of person who worships, this kind of person go ahead and take the Nafel, that avodah zarah, thereby removing the Torah, and of course, in addition to the consumption, to which the Gemara says, I was going to follow by it. That's not a passion. Why not? Was it on the case? Even Surah Bundle, Tumanang. Was it that's how we already established that a person, at least the couple, is a doctor, is able to say that. So it's never established that he can be a doctor, the able to say that once. Not the most that, of course, the doctor is associated with Tumah of the able to say. Tumah is a function of the idea that this object is an able to say. But when I saw it, the Mavat was the idolatrous identity, you could of course be Mavat was from as well. People coming by as well say, what's the Shaila? Takrovas Abolis comes from Okan. What's the Shaila is what about an offering to Abolisara? A person offered up food to Abolisara. So what's the status of that? Given it's labeled Badlo, so what I fully say that was since the Isra of Takrovas, the Isra of the offering is never Badlo. Keep that people. What's the other thing? So keep that people. Was told that Takrovas in a bottle. He holds the most as much as an athlete. But I know you can't repeat offerings. Once the offerings are offered, that's it. They are forever asking. So do we say this is since so do we say that there's obviously only two blends of the people. There's just like the people holds that ultimately again the Takrovas, the idolatrous identity, or like say the idolatrous offering identity, not the baby. Therefore, Tumanani of Allah, therefore, Tumati also not the baby. This Otoma, Isur the Oraisa of Allah, Tumati Rabbanan Baki. And once they see the Isur the Oraisa, which is the act of offering something to an idol, that can't be bottle, but the Tumah which is Rabbanan can't be bottle, which Gemara says, one of the Yossi and Shomra. Even Sheshim Shuban the base Hondo. Now, what's like, this is amazing. This is amazing. So it's like, what about utensils used in the shul, like in the shtiebel of Chanya? What's it? What's the shtiebel? What's the shul of Chanya? What's it? Watch this. First, last wine line in Rashi on time, base Chanya. The Farish Bishmaik, last night's the house. Chanya, the notion of Shimon Sadi. What's it? Listen to this. Chanya was the son of Shimon Sadi. Right? You know Shimon Sadi. Shimon Sadi, Chanya, and Shimon actually is a kind of Shimon Sadi becomes the last remaining pickups. One of the last remaining members of actually yes, I know this is the goal to bring Shimon Sadi. Right? He's I don't know if you should go there alone. Not the best one. It's right in his child says as right when he was so I'm not going to go. So again, bring up to us. Right, that part in the border from the seas. Right. So I don't know, but again, it's right there. So now it's supposed to be great. Shimon Sadi. So once the Shimon Sadi had a son, let's say a son Chando, Shebarach when it's right, he ran away to Egypt. Why did he run away to Egypt? It may echo. So what's the reason to this? Shimon Sadi had two sons. He appointed his oldest son. Well, first he appointed Chando to be the Chando. Chando deferred to his older brother. Then I was said ultimately the thing was sent and he passed up on the opportunity of race. So what did he do? He ran away to Egypt. What did he do in Egypt? He won a Shamstat. He didn't just go to altar. Chando built a base of Mikdash in Egypt. He effectively built a base, a replica of the but a replica of the base of Mikdash in Egypt and the Kohen Gadol there. Someone said, this is fascinating. Completely awesome. Equal Shem Shamayim. Also, listen to this. So it's an interesting discussion. It's not a question that it was Avodah Zarah. It's my focus. So we're going to see in just a moment, was it Avodah Zarah or was he worshiping HaKadosh Baruch Hu? So here's the Shaila. Utensils used in the shul, in the Beis HaMikdash of Chanya, which was built in Egypt. Maush Ishtamesh Bahem Beis HaMikdash. Listen to this. Can I take those utensils and use them in the Beis HaMikdash properly? Becoming violate. So as I said, what's the Shaila? I'll leave it to that about this funny about this was probably. So as I said, remember again, this obviously is only a kasha, according to the opinion of the holds that the shul of Kanyo, the Beis HaMikdash of Kanyo, was not a Beis HaMikdash. It's not. Kohanim Shishim is Kanyo, but Yishamshu the Mikdash Yishai. What's it? The Kohanim who served. And by the way, Kanyo repeated quite an all-star team, right? He was offering, right? He offered us, right? So you got Kohanim. You could get Kohanim to come in to join you. So I was like, what's the sign? The sign over here is what happens if I'm a Kohen? Come and serve in the shul of Karyo, and now he wants to come back to the Beis Hamikdash Mushan. Can we accept him that? So Kohanim Shushu for Beis Karyo, Lo Yishav Shul Hamikdash Mushan. No, once a Kohen served in the house of worship of Karyo, we do not allow him to serve in the Beis Hamikdash Mushan. The Inot Zarach Lomar Yudava Achah. So we'll say, and all the more so, the Kohen served Avodah Zarah because we don't let him back into the Beis Hamikdash. So we'll say, so what do you see here? So what do you see here? You see here right away that Kohanim who serve in Beis Hamikdash are treated differently than the Kohanim who served Avodah Zarah. So also you see that there's going to be who holds that Beis Hamikdash was not Avodah Zarah. It's about focus. So according to the opinion he holds that Hamikdash wasn't worshiping idolatry, and utensils which were used in the house of worship of Hamikdash can be used in the Beis Hamikdash. Now we still Kohanim who served in Beis Hamikdash cannot go back and serve in the Beis Hamikdash. So here we see the Gemara says they don't serve Echad Kohanim. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, Kohanim is the conceal. I want to be anything. So we'll say, I understand the rabbis can ask the Kohanim because the Kohanim made a choice to go serve in a foreign place. Therefore, they can't come back to the Beis Hamikdash. About Kilim Ko, and we'll see when it comes to utensils. So maybe so even if Kohanim can't come back into the Beis Hamikdash, maybe that's just a pass on people on Kohanim. Or Taylor between you is perhaps Taylor to use the Beis Hamikdash. Or do we say no? The same way that Kohanim can't serve in the Beis Hamikdash after serving the Beis Hamikdash, so Taylor cannot be used. Amalei Asuri. So he said no, the utensils ultimately again are awesome. And I have a pasuk to support this to Shachar. I won't say what happens. So he says, I forgot the pasuk. I forgot the pasuk. So we'll say again, remember, this is Rabbi Yossi ben Shaul asking from Rebbe. So Rebbe says, I know that if utensils were used in the Beis Hamikdash of Karyo, they cannot be used again in the Beis Hamikdash, and the same Kohanim who served in the Beis Hamikdash of Karyo cannot come back and serve. And there's a pasuk that supports this, but I can't for the life of me remember the pasuk. Eighth day, so it says, praise the Kasha. Let's say, by the way, the story's not over. Eighth day, Kalati, when I say, we saw the Malo, a Chano Bekyasha, was it? Gemara says, Gemara goes to pasuk from Iran, and says, all of the utensils used by Achos, like during this Manasi, and Chano Bekyasha, was it literally was prepared and was like, it wasn't Achos, it wasn't only that was right? Remember, Achos is the father of Zio. Zio is a big tzaddik, literally he was everything, what we saw about his father, but he had to use incredible and unspeakable damage on his body. So all the utensils that were used by Achos, the Chano Bekyasha, my love, the Chano, that women, the Dashnu, the Ashishi, does not mean that a Chano was immersed in the mikvah. The Chano means when we are not doing Chano Mishah, so what's at this point in time? So Rebbe says, Amalei Baruch Atzal Shabbat. Blessed are you. Right, remember, this is Rebbe speaking to Yossi ben Shaul. Blessed are you. Shechzatu Abidasa. You gave me back my last verse. Remember again, Rebbe said, we don't have a pasuk to support you. You can't remember the pasuk. Rebbe Yossi ben Shaul asked the question from this pasuk. As we're going to see, he interpreted it wrongly. But Rebbe says, thank you so much for reminding me of the pasuk that I forgot. Because this is the pasuk. They wonder what does it mean that he prepared them? Right? Shegunzu. They hid them away. Vikdashnu, Shekdashnu, Achli, Kafir. They utensils, what's that? What you see here? Utensils used by Achos for Avodah were not used to be hidden away. They were hidden with ease up. So what did they do with the skill to the power? They got totally new utensils. They were missing airlanes. So again, Rebbe was using this to say that essentially utensils are most like used in anything other than Beis Hamikdash service. Simply what? Cannot be used in Beis Hamikdash. So to use the utensils used in Beis Hamikdash cannot be used in Beis Hamikdash. So the Gemara says here, it was potentially a classic discussion. The result is as follows. Most likely, the word order of the examination was in chamber. What was put in that chamber? Those who paid Beis Hashmonai's have to have reaction. was saying the Hashmonai, it wasn't actually when the Hashmonai came back, this happened in their hotel. When they came back to the base of the Mikdash, everybody focuses on the menorah. They came back and they found that his dad was there. The outer altar was there. Probably they saw that it was used by the department for idolatry sacrifices. So what did he do? He broke apart the Mikdash. They broke apart the Mikdash and they went ahead and they threw the stones in Giza. They put the stones in a chamber, the northeast chamber, and this is called Mishkas Haish. The fire chamber, they put it there, they put it in the northeast chamber, and they threw away the stones. But Allah says, she shuts up on what happened because he leaves and he this is there, and these hours there for the service of the Abu Zara. Allah Allah, Pasukra Ashraf Nagash. The Hashwan said, the Hashwan found the Pasuk of Nagash said, Ubao Baptisi, the Filaduha, that the peace, it was a little bit of the Abu Zara came in, and literally they profaned it. They profaned it. So I'm going to answer that. So the Hashwan said, what should we do with this hair? Whisper it, though. So I said, if we say we just break it apart and put it back together, that's not going to work. Why? Because Abanu Shlomo is coming out. So this is because that has to be made of what? All stones. Minasvinu, so if we just chisel down the stones, that doesn't work. Why? Well, some of the environments are Amrachmana. So it says you have to use stones, but you can't use iron to shut those stones. The Amai, which the renewable is a little bit outside. So they say, why not just go ahead and break the stones? And we'll say, essentially, once we get out, once we pertain to someone, right? That's no Kedusha. Once that's no Kedusha, then what? Then what? Let the Hashemah break the party stone. Use it to build their houses or something. Use it for whatever you want. Viva Amar Roshia. Big Shul Lignos, Kokasa Bezab Shalom, Shul Kasper Dava, Shul Yishalayim. That some at one point in time they wanted to go ahead and say that Jews can't use any gold and silver. Why? Because of the gold and silver that was taken from the treasuries of the Yerushalayim. Not was concerned that the Jew were to go ahead and use gold and silver, they might be using gold and silver ultimately of the Beis Hamikdash. That issue was established that the treasury was needed. So the Gemara says, but one second, Yerushalayim had you look at the Alma. Shine the shine for the water chapter. Ella Amrabayi, Bixu Lignos, Dinara Hatriana, Torina Shipa. They wanted to go ahead and say what? They wanted to say that Jews can't use specifically humanity stones. They also said they were trying to before the Torina Shipa, these were specific kinds of coins that they were minted from the gold and silver of Yerushalayim. Make Kiva Shei Yerushalayim. Had Shematzu of Mikra Nataya. And so they found the passage was that what's the passage? Shemata Uba'u Ba'Prisim B'Chalua. What's the passage? The passage is that when the priests, the Ogyabal Zara come in and use our stuff, by definition they go ahead and remove the Kedusha from it. So if they took the gold and silver from the temple treasury, they retained that gold and silver, it was no longer covered. Same idea here. When the Greeks came in and were saying, our Mizbeach, in the base of Mikdash, for idolatry service, what did they do to it? The law, they pertain it. It no longer has to be shut. If that's the case, then I will say, Chashalan come in, break apart the stones. I didn't know, when I say hide it, put it away in the chamber that it's in Mikdash. If the bunch of Jews, they ultimately get for Abu Dhar, then what the Lord says? You should come to me. If it's pertained, then what? Use it for whatever you want. Just like the gold and silver. Possible, Ishtam Shmuel Gabor, Macha Keva, Ishtam Shmuel Gabor, Mav Orach, Arab, Ishtam Shmuel Gabor. Was an excuse of even on a technical level. Once death was used for idolatry, technically speaking, the Kedusha evaporates. Once the Kedusha evaporates, you can use it for what? You can use it for regular money transactions. The man says it's inappropriate. Why is it inappropriate? Since Allah from the license, since Allah from the license is used for the service of Allah who wants, it is inappropriate ultimately to use it for money in the service of Allah. Therefore, the Hashemah come back. When the Hashemah come back, we break apart the staff, we put away the stones in one of the chambers for the reason. But I will say, to answer the original question was, can you use a sponge? Can you use them in a second question? Now, for a second, that you remember, no, the answer, but the possibility, the answer from the answer to that is no. Once the question is ultimately a thing, the sponge, you're not able to use it.
Good morning. Good morning. Today's daf, the Avodah Zarah daf nun. We begin our share this morning by thanking our sponsors. We thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tilson family, for sponsoring all the shiurim of the entire year as a plus service for Am Yisrael. We also thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for the month for Menachem Av, Steve and Lindy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Stanley Rosenzweig, and Ali Rosenzweig, Shama Shakalia, Stanley Shavim and everyone should be there to Yom B'Shanam with the Frias, Bardias, and Ephraim, Frias, Frias, and go. Today's daf is daf nun. We are picking up on daf Tes and the Bays as a Mishnah, brand new parak. The Mishnah starts as follows: Yishmol Omer Shalosh Havanu Zubitzatzu Itzad Markulis Asuras. So a brief introduction is necessary. As we go through the section of Avodah Zarah, we learn about various different Avodah Zarahs. One of the Avodah Zarahs was called the Avodah Zarah of Markulis. That's interesting, and it's important to point out that it says in the pasuk, "V'shem Elohim Acherim Lo Yazkiru." Person should not go ahead and mention the names of Avodah Zarah. So we generally know that there's a rule that if there's an Avodah Zarah which is listed in the Torah, for example, Baal Ba'ar, then it's permissible for a person to go ahead and mention that name. But we don't find Markulis anywhere in the Torah. And therefore, Tosfos asks on Daf Nun of today's daf, how is it possible that we go ahead and just list off and name this Avodah Zarah? So he explains that this really was not its Avodah Zarah. If you want to see Tosfos inside on Daf Nun of Aleph, Dibur Amaskal Abna Beis Kulis, he starts off by saying, "Picture of in Tam, it's Mazkirin Shema. How are we allowed to mention its name? Even Sheni Ksula Torah, not mentioned in the Torah." So the Parakal Misos and Sanhedrin Mashma says to Abar, Abba Shem Elohim Acherim Lo Sazkiru. Pasuk says you should not mention the names of the Avodah Zarah. So how is it that we just go ahead and mention the name of the Avodah Zarah in our Mishnah? So he explains over the Tam that its name really was not Markulis. Rather, the Kilos Loshon Sheva Shema. Its name really was Kilos. They used to call it in the name of praise. You praise this Avodah Zarah. The Chachamim Kinu also Kulis. The Chachamim changed it, a little play on words, and said Kulis. Like what happened, like he says, Loshon Lag Vakelas. Like we say in Passover, we say today, Tiayinu Lag Vakelas Bagoyim. We're just like scorned by the other nations. So they changed the name to Kulis instead of Kilos. Zeo Markulis. Kilos, and the Lashon Nar, the Shtucha Perkilanasha Nar the Campus. They added on the bitter beforehand. So in other words, they gave it a name of Markulis. Definitely those who serve this Avodah Zarah. Now referred to this Markulis, they have another name of praise, but this is how the Chachamim refer to this particular Avodah Zarah. So now, how was this Avodah Zarah served? What did they do to serve this Avodah Zarah? They served this Avodah Zarah by throwing stones at it. So the Zarah was set up with 2 stones on the bottom, another stone on the top, and people would come by and chuck stones at it. Again, strange practice, why people would do something so silly like that. But again, people did it. Maral actually explains that, I think it's actually the Meiri who writes that this Avodah Zarah in their mind, the way it worked was that it had a vision of like a person giving directions. With the head on the top, and an arm this way, and an arm that way. And they felt that people were able to find their directions as they were traveling through the power of this Avodah Zarah. So why throw rocks at it? My understanding from morale is that they felt like the more people who serve this Avodah Zarah, like the more powerful it gets. So they wanted to attract people to serve this Avodah Zarah, and the only way to actually show how popular this Avodah Zarah is by throwing stones at it. The stones stay. Stones are hard; they don't disintegrate. So you throw stones at it, and a massive pile of stones passes by, and everyone's like, you know what? We did that one too. Typical Avodah Zarah, a person bows down to it. Nobody has any idea how many people bow down to the statue. It's a statue. This one, there's evidence to how many people have served it, and that evidence stays forever. So that's how they used to throw. That's what they used to throw their stones at it. Interestingly, the Rishonim write that the way that they would throw the stones was kind of like a snapper in football. Like they would spread their feet apart and they throw the stone between their feet. they would maybe that's where the snapper got it from. I was wondering why they have to throw it that way. But either way, that's what the that's how they serve the Avodah Zarah. They would throw it between the feet behind them, and they would serve Avodah Zarah and stay there forever. Now, the Shmuel says, Shalosh Avodah Zarah. If you had 3 stones next to each other. So again, not set up like the Markulas, which is 2 stones next to each other and 1 on top. Rather, 3 stones next to each other. Where are they located? The Tzad Markulas. Next to the Markulas, Asuros, those stones are forbidden. You're not allowed to have any hanaf of them. I'm going to leave everything very vague in this Mishnah because the Mishnah is vague. The Gemara is going to immediately address what's going on over here. The Shtayim, if you have 2 stones there, then the Taros, they're permissible. Use them for whatever you want. The Chachamim disagree and say Sheniros imo if they appear next to this avodah zarah called Markulas Asuros, they're forbidden. The Shein Niros imo if they do not appear to be near this avodah zarah, Taros is permissible to benefit from these stones. So now, even before the Gemara asked the question, the obvious point is that Chachamim make a lot of sense. Chachamim makes sense. Why? Because if there are stones near the Avodah Zarah Markulas, what is going to be your conclusion? One of 2 things. Either these stones fell off of the actual Avodah Zarah Markulas, or these stones were used to throw out Markulas. In either way, if they fell off of Markulas, so then it's Shivrei Avodah Zarah, and Shivrei Avodah Zarah, we'll see soon. But again, if you remember, people search for it. So therefore it makes sense. So what's the qualification of which stones would be usher? The ones that look like they came from the Avodah Zarah, they'll be usher. There's something else called takrovas of Avodah Zarah, which we're going to analyze today as well, which is not the actual Avodah Zarah, but the tool that's used to serve the Avodah Zarah. So in this case, the actual Avodah Zarah is the structure of Markulas. The tool that's used to serve the Avodah Zarah are the stones that are being thrown at it. So either way, it's going to be a problem. So that's why it makes a lot of sense. Whatever's near the Avodah Zarah will be prohibited. Whatever's not near the Avodah Zarah will be permissible. However, the difference between 2 stones and 3 stones seems to be very difficult to understand. That's what the Gemara begins by saying, it makes sense. The Chachamim's opinion makes a lot of sense. Because what do they think? People go ahead and they serve broken pieces of Avodah Zarah. Now, Neros, if these little broken pieces are found near the Avodah Zarah, then it's logical to go ahead and conclude that they must have fallen off of the Avodah Zarah. Asuros, it's going to be Asur again. People serve the broken pieces of Avodah Zarah, and these stones are right near the Avodah Zarah. You can add 1 plus 1 equals 2, which is you have a stone that fell off the Avodah Zarah. It must be that it's part of the Avodah Zarah. However, Shenerasimo, it's too far away. Doesn't look like it fell off the Avodah Zarah. The Taurus could be permissible. Rabbi Shmuel, but we analyze it in Rabbi Shmuel. Ma'ika Sabar, what is his opinion? He owns in the Shvarim. It was of the opinion that people do serve broken pieces of an Avodah Zarah. Even if there are only 2 stones, there's no reason to permit it. It should be an answer as well. 2 stones are just as forbidden as 1 stone or 3 stones. He ain't of the Shvarim if he's of the opinion that people only serve the actual Avodah Zarah while it's intact. But they don't serve the Shvarim, and therefore the broken pieces of the Avodah Zarah are, by definition, Batal, Afilas Klas Nami. So say the same thing comes to 3 stones. 3 broken stones from Avodah Zarah should be permissible. But the difference between 2 stones and 3 stones doesn't seem to have any explanation that makes any sense. It would seem at this point in time that the only qualifying factor would be, do you believe that people serve broken pieces of Avodah Zarah? If the answer to that is yes, that everything that's near the Avodah Zarah should be a problem. If the answer to that is no, that everything near the Avodah Zarah should be okay, should make no difference if it's 2 or if it's 3. Gemara says, Amar Rav Yitzchak bar Yosef, Amar Rav Yitzchak bar Yosef, said a name Rav Yochanan, then no, you misunderstood what's going on here. If we're talking about a case where you know that these stones fell off of the Avodah Zarah, everybody's going to agree that those stones are going to be prohibited, and there's no reason to differentiate between 2 stones, 3 stones, 1 stone, or half a stone. It's always going to be a problem to the fell off of the Avodah Zarah.
Even according to the opinion that says that people don't serve shvarim, broken pieces, having really avodas kasavim, the law kind of forfeit. That's by a normal, typical avodah zarah, which is the person has a statue, the statue breaks. The person says, I'm not going to serve a broken statue. The statue can't protect himself, so then I'm going to do a service of avodah zarah. But that's because it's not normal for the avodah zarah to be broken. Aval hafa, in this case, to make kara to worry mitzvah. That's how it works. It's constantly breaking. I mean, they're throwing stones at it the whole time. Kind of okay, it's normal, and therefore they would agree that in this case people serve the shvar. And again, that's what's done in this case. So in other words, it says in Yochanan, everybody agrees when it comes to avodah zarah markulis, everybody agrees that people serve the broken pieces of markulis. What is the what? And again, everybody also agrees that if you know that these pieces fell off the avodah zarah, then it's going to be a problem. Where is their focus? Keep pligi. Where is their focus about the halacha of stones that are found near markulis? This stomach, top of nunamala. When you don't know if it fell off of markulis or not, then the kuravais, if it's close by to the avodah zarah of markulis, and Rashi says in the top going to amma bakatsi amma, within an amma or a half an amma, it's pretty close, about 1 to 2 feet. If it's that close, you kuravos nami tiku nimramin afal. She has no idea if the stone fell off. Now, if you can't pick up the stone and match it to a space on the avodah zarah markulis to say this is where the stone fell off. However, if it's very close by the avodah zarah markulis, which is an amma or half an amma, everybody agrees it's usher, and there's no differentiation between 2 stones, 3 stones, it's all going to be a problem. Keep the weird machlokas between the Shmuel and the Tanakh, then the Rufakos, when they are farther away than this amma that we mentioned before. The Habit Sad Markulis Katani. In other words, just to explain, if it's farther away than an hour, the Talmud are going to say, let's just go a little further and we'll explain it. And the Gemara says, hold on, before we get into this, Habit Sad Markulis Katani. Actually, you tell me it's far away. It says Sad Markulis. In the Mishnah, it actually says, that it's found beside Markulis, at the side of the Markulis. Or it says, my Sad. What does it mean? It says it means B'tzad Arba Amos Didei. Within 4 Amos is considered to be close enough that it's within the realm of B'tzad, but it's not close enough that it's indication that it fell off the Avodah zarah. I think more explain. Rabbi Yishmael says the following: Osin Markulis Katan B'tzad Markulis Katan. What people would do is they would build their own miniature avodah zarah markulis near the big one. So creative people would come by, they take a few stones, they put it together, and they make their own markulas. So he explains, Shalom to Dami the markulas. If you take 3 stones and put it together, or the person Shalom takes 3 stones and puts it together next to the markulas to create his own markulas, that's where it's going to be a problem. Asuras. Shtayim, if it's only 2, it's going to be mutaras. In other words, in that case, we're talking about where they are farther away than an amma, but where they're within 4 amos. So it says in Yishmael the following: we can't reasonably assume that these stones fell off of the markulis. Why? Because if it would have fallen off, it would have been within an amma. Where did I find it? I found it within 4 amos. Now, close enough to the markulis that by some kind of association I can associate these stones to the avodah zarah of markulis. How do I know if these 2 stones just happen to be together and have nothing to do with the avodah zarah of markulis? Or if these stones over here actually are part of markulis? Well, here's the answer. The answer is, if it's 2 stones, then no reason to assume it's part of markulis. No one's making a miniature markulis out of 2 stones. But if it's 3 stones, and if it's within 4 amos, says the Bishmo, that these 3 stones can be assumed to be a person's miniature markulis. Rabbanan Sabri, Rabbanan say no. Ain't no from markulis stuff inside the markulis color. People don't do that. That's not the serve of Zara for making your own miniature of Zara. Therefore, Loshna Salos, Loshna Shtayim makes no difference if there's 3 or if there's 2. Rather, Neros Imo, if it's close to it, within an Amma, Asuros, and your Imo, if it's farther than an Amma, Mutaros, so it's always going to be. Therefore, the Chachamim are not willing to entertain that
is a problem with Markulis beyond an Amma within 4 Ammas. Only if it's within an Amma, you see a fellow from Markulis from part of the Zara. The Yishmael will take it a step further and say, even if it's beyond an Amma, well, I agree with you, says the Yishmael. I'll agree with you that within an Amma, I'll assume it's part of the Zara, but beyond an Amma, says the Yishmael, I'm even worried about 3 stones that are set up together, even though it's not set up like the Markulis, but it's set up together, 3 of them, one next to the other. We're going to explain this in a couple of minutes. Then says to Yishmael, I am worried that perhaps the person erected his own Markulis over here, and therefore 3 stones together within 4 amos are going to be a problem. Omar Mar. The Gemara goes back to analyze this. If you know that a fellow there with the Zara of Markulis, that's what we have to call this on the previous Amos. Everybody agrees that it fell off, that with the Zara has to be us. But that's not true. For many of the steer is we have a contradiction. It says very clearly, Avanim Shenoshru min Markulis. Focus on that word. Avanim stones Shenoshru min Markulis that fell off the Zara of Markulis. What does it say? Niros imo aturos. If it appears to be next to it, it's going to be forbidden. A niros imo nutaros. If it's not near it, then it can be permissible. So again, if it's down near it, it's a problem. It's usher. If it's not near it, then it's going to be mutter. Rishmol says, shalosh asuros shtan nutaros. These will be a problem. 2 will be permissible. Now hold on a second. It says very clearly here that the stones fell off the Markulis. Gemara says, not true. Rava says, don't use the word not true. It must be a mistake. Rather, in other words, the term that was used in that brisa, when it says not true, can't be. In other words, it's impossible to assume that anybody thinks that stones that fell off the Markulis are going to be permissible. That's just unreasonable. Therefore, what is it? What do we say? We say, Avanim Shenitzu, stones that were found in such a case, then we have them up. But again, it's subject to how we just explained it before. Where it says, Vatanya, we learned in the right, so Rishmol Omer, Rishmol says, Shtayim Tfisolo Asuros. If we have 2 stones that within the grasp of the Zara Markulis, it's going to be Asur. Shalos, if you have 3 of the little buckles, even if they're far away, Asuros, it's going to be Asur. So if you look at Rashi explains the Tanya the Shmuel Omer Stam Tfisalo, the Stam Tfisa Dal Amos and Katani Asura. In other words, we keep using different terminology. We have Tzad Markulis, that we define as within an Am. Then we have which is called you have the Tzad Markulis, which is within 4 Amos. Then you have Mikuramos, which is within an Amma. Then we differentiate between within an Amma and 4 Ammas. Now we find another term, which is B'tfisalo. What's B'tfisalo? So Rashi says Tfisalo seems to be similar to Bitzad, which is 4 Amos. But again, we just got finished explaining that if it's beyond an Amma, up to 4 Amos, that's where Rabbi Shmuel says 2 is okay and 3 is a problem. But here we have something very interesting. Latanya, Shmuel Omer Shtayim, if you have 2 stones, within the grasp of Markulis, Asuros. He says that's a problem. Shalos, if you have 3 of 2 buckles, even if it's very far away, it's going to be a problem. That's what we got from the saying. It seems like that 3 is a problem, even if it's well beyond 4 Amos. And 2 is a problem as long as it's within 4 Amos. On the Rava, no cash. Rava explains there's no cash. Can the Tfisa Akas, can the Tfisas. It just depends how many Tfisas. In other words, if you look at Rashi, Tfisa Akas, how the Katani Asur, the Tfisa Akas, that, when it says that it's also, that's within 1 grasp, a heifer is normally Markula. You don't need to do anything beyond stretching out your hand. Basura Belu Slodin Rabana. Why? The call to fell almost near a steel courage. Of course, that price is considered to be very close by, just 1 grasp.
Yes.
Now, he goes on, he says, what's the case of state visas? Dika Gova Beini, you're going to have a Gova Beini bear, which means that it has to go up. There's a little tail in between. In other words, just naturally, it's impossible for the stone to get there with this fall. Because it falls down, will be on one side of the hill. In order for it to get up to the other side of the hill, after some kind of human intervention, that's where he's going to say it's going to be permissible. But he's going to have, remember I mentioned earlier that Martinez is set up with 2 stones on the bottom and 1 stone on top. But almost the law says, tell us we have 3 stones that are legal tattoo, each one next to the other one. So it's not only physical fashion of Martinez. So you have to ask Martinez, so that's what happens. Because you're such a thing as Martinez, which means these stones, like we said about Tanya, you know, the right to aid and after they touch the cooler, this is how the stones are after this thing work. The central point of the desire of Martinez is still 2 stones in the bottom and 1 stone on the top. However, when it comes to person assembling his own means to Martinez, he didn't have the requirement for us to look like that, and these 2 stones were sufficient for the Martinez to desire, and therefore the small section we find 2 stones next to each other next to Martinez. You have to assume the person assembled it next to Martinez, even though it's
Carlos Sosa, Michael Gonzalez, Nachos Belgrande, Huevo Rancheros, the great Matt Mueling on the electric guitar, John Bees on the keys, and this is Steve Magnus live in the flesh. We are here, the Comedy Mothership, yet again, for another episode of the #1 live podcast in the world, brought to you by Blue Chews, Shopify, Talkspace, and Tacomas. We got a great episode lined up for you guys. Before we get started, here's a little bit more of the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. We live in Austin, Texas, but we are jumping in a tour bus, ladies and gentlemen, and we are taking the actual Kill Tony Show to Houston, Texas, February 28th, and Dallas, March 28th. Go to TonyHinchcliffe.com for tickets right now. Come see an actual Kill Tony Show in the great state of Texas. One in Houston, February 28th, one in Grand Prairie, March 28th. TonyHinchcliffe.com. Get tickets now. You guys ready to start this fucking show? I mean, what can I say? Every single week I book this Mamma Jamma, and I don't think it gets much better than this. One of the guests I want to take him on this show for its 13-year existence. He is all-time one of my favorite comedians since I was a kid, and to this day, the other guest is one of our best guests in the history of the show. I present to you, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time, and the other guest for multiple times, make some fucking noise for the great Jim Brewer and Sam ladies and gentlemen, Jim Brewer. Jim, have a seat. What the hell is Sam doing? He likes the band. Sam likes the band. Jim Brewer, your first time in the Kill Tony universe. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah. Love you forever. I'm so excited for you to be joining our silly, silly world that we have here. It's gonna be fun. Hell yeah, it is. We're gonna watch some comedy together. It's gonna be exciting. Sam Talent is back, one of the best in the show's history. Very glad to be back. Happy New Year, Tony. Tony's friend. Sam's got his book, his tour, everything. And tours every weekend. Please go see the CFI. It's my job. SamTalent.com for tickets. JimBrewer.com for the brand new Find the Funny tour. It's just about to get started here. JimBrewer.com. And we are about to have a goddamn blast. Jim, this is your first time, so you might not know, but over 250 innocent souls were stabbed in a disgusting bar next door. And they're all crammed in there together, and they're all helping. And this guy with the red hat and glasses, famous for yo-yoing and having figure skateboards, comes over and says, "You're next. You're going to be on the biggest show in the industry." Go ahead and pull their name out of the bucket. They get 60 seconds uninterrupted. That's the dream.
That's it. This is what they're waiting for. This guy. He's gonna bring Redman more vapes. I've been hoping this guy. He's got the headset. This is what it looks like when the ball boy wants to pretend to be the head coach of the football team. You're a gatekeeper. It is. Right? You get so much pussy out of this. That's incredible. Look at him. He should be coaching Indiana in the national championship right now. It's still smiling. Anyway, I know they're getting out. They get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know the time is up and hear the sound of a cannon. That means they have to wrap it up then. Or else they're going to think, hey, grab us Hollywood Bear. Redman great at his job. Everybody's so good at it. Great stuff. You might want to figure that out. That's your only job. You know, Michael, that comedian from the bar next door, we have our newest golden ticket winner here to make just her second appearance ever in the show's history. Her first appearance was New Year's Eve in the sold-out Moody Center Arena here in Austin, Texas. This is her first time on the show at the Mothership. Make some noise for her Mothership debut. This is Yachou Young, everybody.
Thank you. How are you doing? Yeah.
The
Fun fact about me, I was adopted by a few white guys. Ever since I came to the United States at the age of 20. Most comedians call themselves comics. I just get called a comic. As an immigrant, the first question I would ask me is always, hey, I hear also you have family here. And I tell them, no, I don't have family here. And also getting mentioned. And also and here in Florida. I mean, yeah, that's exactly why I'm here. You think I flew 13 hours all the way across the world so I can see all the games, so I can see them? I'm here to get away from them. Hello, America. Thank you.
Tiny Asian women. In the green room, I thought she was your wife the whole time. Yeah. I'm so sorry I didn't say hello. I'm safe town. Excellent job.
Thank you.
Fun times. Welcome, welcome. Incredible first set at the Mothership. We learned a lot about you. Did you really? How did you end up here? Did you really come at age 20?
Yeah, I came here for a year.
What did you study?
I studied music.
What did you study? I'm surprised. What did you study? Violin or something? Violin or something? What did you study music with?
Yeah, I like to sing. I like to sing instruments.
Really? What instruments do you know?
Guitar. But I'm not too good. I'm more like a singer.
Really? Wow. The dragon dancer.
I think you were stalking me on Facebook. Or you were stalking me on Facebook. You were stalking me on Facebook.
No, that wasn't me. I love Joe. Did you get a degree in music?
No, I don't like
You dropped out the rare Asian dropout. Here's what you did in America. I love it. So how long did you go to school for? How long did
I was a year in Maryland and a year in Florida.
So you moved the jewels in the crown of America right there. Maryland, Florida. You spent a lot of time in Florida. I'm in Florida now. What surprised you about American culture when you came over here? What surprised you?
It's people,
Do you love Redman? There you go.
I mean, people in the Walmart that wear Germans because they're white.
Quit looking at me.
went ahead and he went out the roads and highways.
You just need
Sure,
50 more
you
pounds
can
to
walk
join
in
your
your
channel.
car, you can run up the road, you can walk the road.
Which way, huh?
So you ended up losing life.
You look like you could be in your chair
Yes,
now.
Naga, the one by Naga, they talk with them, or the son of talk with them. However, this context to
That's
me,
what the lady at Delta said this morning.
there's no fuck up, don't fuck up. There's no wise person.
So your parents are in China.
Yeah. They
Yeah,
don't
but
know
today,
about
you
it.
could
They
explain.
don't
They
know.
really
Now,
don't
we do explain what the
No,
problem
really.
is.
Really?
Tell us the
Yeah,
problem.
because they're broke and they
You
don't
go
want
to
to.
my place, you make clothes, it's okay, you should have that.
Why are they broke? What do they do for work?
They're just teachers. They're
You
just
can't
teachers.
travel on that. And you should have a major problem with this.
Like
And nobody can figure out how to
Chinese
end.
printer shop.
I'm not a
Sounds
I
like
know
a
one
front.
guy, I'm not a particular kind of papa. I'm not a very big kind of papa. I'm definitely not a
I
papa.
love it. So
However,
now you still live in Florida?
I just moved here
and
in
I get
Boston.
Oh, congratulations.
culturally, I cannot see. My culture, my culture.
It was really Johnson and hit a button the whole time, just scrolling, and then he hit that one. I thought Ice was here. I was like, Ice, more like Rice. Whoa, we're keeping you here. We love you long time. So you really know how to sing? Can you sing us something? Let's hear something. Something not YouTube copyrighted. You have any like originals or something like that?
No, it's not.
What do you have a traditional Chinese folk song tradition?
Oh, Chinese song.
Yeah, can you sing a Chinese song?
That's
That's what we play. Did you like the He's got the Chinese guy right here. That's what it sounds like when you eat them.
Person to go ahead and get rid of the worms from a plant or the zaman.
Can you do acapella?
Yeah, I guess I can.
Okay.
Some of the songs that have
literally anything.
So it's the moon shows my love to you.
inside the hole and then you wrap it up.
Panty dropper.
You want to sing it out?
It says now, Steve, you
You're
can
the
take
second
the
red
worms,
band here.
or I guess exercise, or the desire to do the retreat to share the street. You like to do the first. The aim of Steve is
I wish I had a knife and I could smoke it. No, that's Japanese. But
the damage, the sex counter the money,
and I would have known that if I was red band. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm making her singing debut Kino solo spotlight. This is Yao Chow.
So when it comes to protecting things that they shouldn't die, you can go ahead and get rid of the worm, and you can go ahead and reinvert the disinfection that it has. However, you can't do that at home, right? Have the kind, whether it's here or in the color light, any gods in, you can't put in. However, the stuff in seven, we don't do it.
Thank you.
You were a great addition to the Kelton B family. Thank you. What a way to start the night. I think you should stay at school.
Yeah, I'll meet you later.
All right, there she goes. Make some noise for Yao Chow, young everyone. And now we go to the money. This is a crazy part of the show. I mean, this is the heartbeat of the show. This is what it's all built around, is seeing people, finding people, meeting them, asking them what the hell made them want to do this. His first bucket will sense that it's on the inside, representing the audience. I do believe we wrangled them correct. Make some noise for your first bucket full of the night. Tina, Cochina.
The reason why is because this is an unanswerable question.
I'm so happy to be here.
It's
constantly wondering why you're
I've actually been going through a depression these last 6 years, you know, since the pandemic. And it started when I lost my dad. Did anybody else lose someone during that time when you're angry with your loved ones and your lost one, their loved one? Sorry, I'm already down. But I got the phone call, and the lady was like, is this Tina? And I said, yes, Tina. And she said, I'm so sorry to tell you this. My heart your dad has been pronounced dead. And I was in shock. And I was confused because my mom pronounced him dead. My dad pronounced him dead. You guys don't have to feel bad for me. He didn't leave a will. I did inherit his handicap inheritance. So, where did y'all part? I do have all his mental drugs. So, if anybody has diabetes or blood pressure, I'm selling those on site. Just know that my dad is constantly
Alright, Tina Lacugina. Pushing into the limit there. Going over her time. Unlike her father. Too soon. To the full. Welcome, Tina. Hello, I've been trying stand-up comedy.
Yes. Pandemic. Okay. So you've really been doing it. I'm trying,
That's the set that you went with. Your hand's shaking. You're very nervous right now. You're okay, Tina. Your dad's looking up at the side of us right now. He's very wrong. My mom is very proud of you. Okay, Tina, where do you live?
I'm from Robstown, Texas.
Okay. All right. Okay. Really want to like you. I feel bad, man, because she had this out and her family, you know, her cousins are like, you're going to approach it, just be calm. You did your best. You did. I'm just freaking out. This is no freaking out. It's all good. You crushed it. That wasn't easy. You did a fine job. You were expecting it full. This is the biggest performing comedy. Of course, you're pretty good. Did your father really pass through COVID? For sure. I can't use a fake job.
Pay child support, I think.
How many brothers and sisters do you have?
I have 2 sisters and a brother.
All from the same dad?
No, they got their own dad.
Oh. Was their dad present in their lives?
Their dad is alive, deadbeat to them, but still alive. Yes.
Did dad wear a mask?
I don't think we know him. I don't know if
Wow, your mom's a real whore. Bad taste in people.
he's alive and she's watching right now. Hello, Tina. Please subscribe to Tina.
Okay, Tina, your mom's OnlyFans? What do you do for work, Tina?
I'm an educator.
What exactly does that mean? An educator? Are you a teacher? Okay, you call it an educator? Does that make it sound smarter or something?
No, I don't know. I'm very
Who are you educating exactly?
I work for a school.
Boy, every time I answer the question, it gets worse and worse. I'm an educator. Cosmetology teacher. I killed my own father. I visited him in the hospital and put the pillow over his face. I suffocated him. Wow. Well, that explains the confident lipstick choice. I like that.
Thank you. That's all I have going for me.
It's great.
Thank you.
Lord. I love it. Tina, what's your love life like?
I don't have a love life, but I did bring 2 friends with me. They're out there. They love
Three-way. Oh, she's famous.
Shout out to Caitlin, Mr. Wintershot.
You're gonna be the wig mannequin. Cosmetology's full of women. There's no doubt. Hey, let me ask you this: the women that want to learn how to do cosmetology, what are they like? They're old strippers, recovering strippers. Yes. So what do they like? Tell us about it.
Oh, my students are bitches. There you go. Yeah. I'm trying to get out of the industry. So I'm gonna get out of the industry. So,
Okay. Oh boy. You don't seem like you're afraid of a gym.
thank you.
Yeah, that's cool. So you're doing stand-up in where? The middle of Texas?
I am doing stand-up at the Annex in Corpus Christi.
It's above the pizza place, right? Below the pizza place.
Down the street.
How often do you perform there?
They only let me there once a month.
Now why is that?
Ask her the bar owner is here with me.
We don't need to ask another. Thank you. I don't need to ask another fucking pork lifeless chickens again. Stay in your seat. Tina Lucucina, give us one more crazy fun fact about your life before I get you out of here.
Oh my goodness, a fun fact about me. I can say the 50 states in alphabetical order.
All right. Okay. All right. Just when you thought you could love her more. I wouldn't ask you to do that, but what's last? What's last?
Last. There's nothing fun about me. There's fun facts.
Tina Lucucina, you're the first fucking bull of the night. Congratulations. You were on film today. Tina Lucucina, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Sam, you don't have to shake everybody's hand all night. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. Let him go. Let him go. There's Heidi. Look at this. Oh my God. What a beautiful sight on these weary eyes. What a difference a moment makes. Tina Lucucina, Heidi. Heidi is a final boss of cosmetology school for those of you that don't know. Tina Lucucina made Tina the food. I think so. Tina the kitchen. She's named after her favorite room in the house. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Prize Picks. The big game is almost here. There's no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than with Prize Picks, where it always feels good to be right. That also means it's your last chance to get into football action for this next season. So close the season out right with Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. Create memories like Prize Picks is the best way to get into sports like myself. My best friend didn't even know when the first down rate. What an idiot. Who were you hanging out with? I was hanging out with Mary. Then we started playing on Prize Picks, and now she's taking to me out and talking to me every Sunday. She's taking for the lineup. It's so exciting and gets us all backed up watching that game. Find your community on Prize Picks like Restream. The new social feeds feature you can share Prize Picks with your friends and copy lineups from winners with a single click. You can even follow Prize Picks partners like us, Tail, or Fade our picks. Plus, Prize Picks now has early payouts if your player gets off to a hot start. You can have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code Tony to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code Tony to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's $5 lineup. This podcast is sponsored by Shopify. 2026 is the year you launch your business. One powerful than your 200 or later. Starting a business with Shopify. right. Maybe you gotta make it shake and crack it once you need to sell a story you already designed in your head. With Shopify 2026 is when you finally make it happen. Shopify gives you everything you need to sell online and impress millions of entrepreneurs who've already made this leap from intelligent sharp to first-time business owners just getting started. Like,
Jody, I love Shopify. It's the best business tool out there. Shopify gives you all the tools to easily buy your dream store. Plus, sell industries apps from Shopify's built-in AI tools. Product descriptions and headline automation help you and product photos.
that's right. Marketing is built-in teamwork. Create email and social campaigns that reach customers wherever they scream. It's wherever you shop with and more expanding into markets like Toronto, State, Nashville. In 2026, stop waiting and start selling with Shopify. Start selling. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at Shopify.com/GoTony. Go to Shopify.com/GoTony. Shopify.com/GoTony. Here are your first this new year with Shopify by your side.
All right, we're gonna keep moving on. This is a one-word name. Let's see what happens. Make some noise. 60 seconds. Uninterrupted. Preferred, everybody. You're female groups and
And that's why he said, yes, Naga,
I just know they don't fuck with blood like that. My girlfriend has the daddy dom little girl kink. If you don't know what that is, it's where she pretends she's a little girl.
Good morning, good morning.
I'm not into it, but I just want to be a supportive boyfriend. But I don't got kids. I don't know what to do. So let's do it my dad. Get drunk and beat the shit out of me.
We begin by thanking all our sponsors. We thank our annual commentary sponsor for the year. We thank Custom Family for sponsoring all stream of the test for the first time of the test. Our commentary sponsor for the month
Wheelchair golf in front of our pets.
Thank Stephen and James, Dr. Wilson, and Wendy Johnson, honor of Jason, Julie Jason, and Shelly Rosenfeld, and Irene Jason. We also thank our sponsors for the film today. Jacob and Julie Blumenthal for sponsoring today's staff.
Have you ever
Really
came
wish
on?
Was that it?
Have you ever came on a cat? If you think about it, it's just a self-cleaning cum, right? Plumbers out there. Goddamn. But you don't do a pussy one right there? A pussy bun? Yeah, you think you do something about pussy, right? Oh, I'm trying. I got a lot of cafeteria. I like that I thought the jokes were solid. I like the quiet confidence, letting out anger. It was nice to see some jokes here. Yeah. White splotches on those pants. It's like the dirt. It's like the cat's returning to fever. Goddamn right. I got some cat hair on me. Considering whiteface for everybody. It looks like we're all Monday or all summer. It's affordable. Where are you from? Furrier Harris, Texas. Okay. So, how long have you been doing stand-up? 5 years, actually. Okay, you've been on the show before, right? Yes, sir. It's my third time. How's it been going for you guys? Well, it's going great. Just on the grind, that's it. 78 hours going on 5 nights a week. My cat is right there. It's right now. It's got pork bacon on cat. It's huge. Tell us something crazy we don't know about you. From 0 to 17 economic council level. Yeah, so open our describe yourself.
with the fertilizer of the leaves of the actual shale. They're going to receive the nutrition and the sustenance through actual shale.
So how did you learn how to announce our voice? Speech therapy, therapy, Air Force available. And I knew I couldn't say something else, so it was speech therapy, fix that shit right quick. How long did it take? Pretty long, actually. Yeah, if I couldn't teach you, all you gotta do is pick your tongue up to the roof of your mouth. I had the same thing, dude. I also could not say my arse was that boy. My favorite X-Men was Wolverine. So my mom would have me come in during dinner parties and be like, Sam, what's your favorite X-Men? And I was like, Wolverine, okay. This little fat boy looking like John Popper. He was brutal. I was 82 pounds. Are you kidding me? I was so fat. So what did you do to lose the weight? I did. And I heard it. Yeah, I grew into it. Over so
now, what will all this produce the recipe that we're going to use? The combination of earth, which is totally mineral, and the decomposed leaves.
I was really skinny my whole life.
Wow.
I was just about to ask you. Anyway, what's your love life like? Oh, fucking crazy question. I had a chick kind of fuck me up pretty bad. To Canada. Yeah, and then 8 days before she informed me that she was actually esophagus. Yeah, what's wrong with that? What's the problem? He was telling me I was almost like love you, this, that, the third. And then you hold down the so what, you didn't end up going to Canada? No, but you talked to her like a lot or something. You like had feelings for me to her. Yeah, she flew me 4 times, and we just basically had sex all day. That was great. Yeah, 3 times a day. There's no getting it. Hard that means hard. Goddamn it. So you didn't think just to keep that on the side of me, side piece for you? I didn't know you tried to find another girl. It's just genuinely fucked me up. I didn't eat for 5 days, then I got on talk space. That's right. Great. Help me out of it. And now I'm kind of talking to women right now, but I'm just doing my work kids. I'm fucking hitch, man. You're hitch. Young thing. You have a swagger in your car. That's better. You're a steel worker. You deserve your funny. It's a sweet tail that kids are talking about. Sorry, Mike's been a while. I thought it would have It's a bad too. He makes the hat on. See, she really damaged this Canadian catfish. Yeah, she how long ago was this? 8 months ago. Have you been on dates since then? Yeah, 2 catfishes. It's an internet term for being lied to about these companies. I'm pretty sure it's one of the big girls from Corpus Christi over there. On the wild table of tortas over there. Without them down, they're still chiming in. This is the big city to them. Corpus Christi people. Had a real nanny tonight. I'm sure they had margaritas in the iron cactus before this. So, give us an example of one of these recent catfishes. You're on like an online dating site, and what happens?
Which one is it? this one.
Do you want to have sex with any of these
the
ladies on it?
hot song with the audio.
I wasn't talking to you.
In that case, what are you doing?
Jesus.
Take
We have to draw off for some
and you are
So it was like just it was just a girl with a filter and she had an 8 raise. Oh, he's 80 pounds plus. I'm like, so like, it's like, are you going to their house? Are you meeting them for coffee? Where are you realizing that you got catfish? Yeah, or I was actually starting to think now we're waiting in my car. Like,
and being with doctor. So sure that it wasn't what you thought.
just watching them enter like a fucking Italian lobster. One time I showed up relatively early. I told the bouncer, I was like, hey man, if you see this chick, like thumbs up, thumbs down, he's like, I got you. She was already inside. I was like, shit, alright, so we're inside. She's cool. I'm like, God damn. So,
And it's a problem. So how far do you look us?
I'm debating, do I just leave or what the fuck do I do? So I go to the bathroom, I call Bobby, I'm like, Bobby, what would you do? And he's like, I don't have the plans to leave, but if you do, it's a problem. I was like,
there is no problem.
I like the other page, I'm on page 4, and like as soon as I get here, she's like, hey, oh man, so I'm sitting down, chit-chatting with her, trying to be polite, and then this man calls me, I'm like, oh, hey, mom, I gotta go. You used a phone call from your mom to get out of your house looking for him. When you said it was a spam call, did you say spam? He's a greasy food. Same time with Dr.
This is a problem on our mix now. The kids,
Seriously though, dude, I work for
you
NGR.
are
My father's a nightmare.
Excellent. You look at those the last one-liner cup de scrivere di questo sono chiamato sulla bolla di Europa sulla Natale nel giorno di Davos. What's this one first? What is the first line of it? What do they say? They say
There was
you're
this
not
one
allowed
time
to go
I went on
out
a
and
date.
play
I love it. Yeah, it was like a catfish adventure. Oh, it's so fucking good. What's his name? What's the professor? Okay, all right.
Now, hold on. If you have the opinion that something like going is permissible,
I show up. She's like dimensions of a toilet.
no, it has
Oh yeah, it's bad. She's celebrating her birthday over the friends downtown and running out. I was like, fuck it, I'm like, we're friends. Because you were on your time. And I go, yes, I was. She gets up and sits next to me, and then the catfish had a bunch of fish for how long? Just the night? Yes, she watched all night, and like we started hooking up a little bit. That was fun, and then that was relationship really changing. Tony changing people's lives. Amazing. You already have a big joke? Yes, sir. Well, there you go. There he goes. Turn, everybody. Turn. One day burn. There goes Fern, everyone. Thank you for saying we don't have to do that. We know this guy. We've known him for a long time. Makes the boys great. Everybody with a 2-minute face.
That's only when we're talking about two things.
Guys, believe it or not, I was actually born prematurely.
In other words, we recognize that
My dad came
a lot of things that should grow properly. That have to be planted in good
The
soil.
other day, I was out looking at my dog and I took a shower.
That's
I didn't have a bag.
water. Too
And I
much,
did that
not
movie, I was that
a
man.
lot of things have to
Is
be
this what
done.
white guilt feels like?
A lot of things have to be done to make the plant grow. You know what I'm saying? Because all those things together, and they say, one, two, maybe four guys automatic. You're adding in another one of those things, which is insert. Say, yeah, just add it all together and pull the feathers are going. Each individual force that brings this thing to its fruition has to be
Yo, that's the Japanese scene, the Navajo
permissible
Totems for the first
or a
time.
combination of something which is permissible or not. So for example,
History for your
in our
ass.
cases in the show, 100% of the ground
Before I was a dad, I was a drug addict, and I thought I was going to be a terrible father. So I found out being a drug addict and being a dad exact same fucking life.
Is Avodah Zarah.
I'm
Now,
gonna
if you're going to take two things together,
I spent my
ground
time
of
so much.
effort and ground of effort, that's
What
Avodah
are
Zarah.
the things that it
Shame
has
is
in common?
effort, and shame is effort, that would be Avodah Zarah. But to say a ground which is permissible,
I'm not
and
spending money on
shame
headphones.
which
I'm
is
telling you,
prohibited, and just
Sounds like
lump them
diapers.
together as Avodah Zarah,
It's
that's
crazy.
not how it is.
See, I used to have to test
Now,
all my
the
shit
logic
from all
behind
my
it
shit
is,
because that's how crazy you guys
the
are.
idea
I
of
didn't see
it
that
is the
line. I
line
was
out
in
is,
that line out.
Avodah Zarah
So
works
this
with
is
the
somebody
mechanics
else.
of different. You're familiar with the concept of multiplication, and when you have a certain, when you have something which is going to be added together, you say different. That's exactly how it works with different and things like this.
Now it's my kid's
When you
diapers,
rise
bro.
with
It's
the
like it has a blue line.
the trend, but ultimately,
And
the
it's
bottom
even a
line
piece of
is,
shit. You don't know which one it is. And I'm like, fuck.
it's going to work
I wish it
with
was
the
fit.
mechanics of the thought, which you have to have something in that realm, which is happening.
You should have done that, man. That's it.
Point number two, in our Gemara, it's almost like
Rock
a
solid,
to say,
rock solid.
Avodah
Soccer
Zarah
best performance, I think, ever.
Thank you.
when the
Since you
item
started
is still
standing
there,
the world there when you
but
started
when it's
2 years ago. How's it been going?
when it's being destroyed, it's not a problem. Let's how we settle that contradiction.
The losers are can't do anything else or
Like
like
the way
they
that
can't
you're
feel
saying
this.
this, when
So I'm just
the
showing
guy
up, just showing
the
up,
opposite
just
of
showing up,
and
just showing
showing
up
it
for
to
you
the
guys.
wins is essentially
That's
nullifying
trying to
the
get better. That's
Avodah
it.
Zarah.
I love it.
Look to the
I
next
love
person,
it.
people
See,
Moscow,
happy,
my son,
you
the
feel
oldest
good?
one, for like the end,
Yeah.
came here on the far
It's
right.
present now, not on
It's
fucking
easy.
head.
You can actually take
It's
that
crazy.
it's
How
playing
did you,
power.
what do you,
You can argue with either
what helped you quit drugs?
Sheyavo, Lezivo, Lesrio,
Straight up, I got
It's not a
addicted
matter
to
of
chasing that high.
being
Just watching
nullified,
these fucking
rather
strangers
than
just looking.
not going to reduce the result
Bro, at the end, it was everything. It was like, he doesn't want to go.
When a person takes the Avodah Zarah, grinds it up into parts of pieces, and throws it into the wind, it's so insignificant that it
Those
can't
things are a lot
really
more
actually
fun than stand-up.
produce
I know, but it's
any
terrible when you're
worthwhile
out.
result.
That's
That's
so
why
stand-up. Look at me.
the Gemara says,
23.
you know, next note, this is concerned why, because you have a bunch of leaves that are coming up the tree, and
Almost
they
100
will be
pounds. No one
composed of
believes
the
me.
positive fertilization.
I
However,
lost weight
when
too,
it
man.
comes
I
to the
hate
case
when people
of
always like try to find a cop out for whenever you
person
lose weight.
grinding up
Hey,
the
you see
Avodah
the
Zarah
cowboy?
and spreading it in the wind, it's so
The
insignificant.
fucking nice
That's
road,
the
man.
Let's go back
I
to
feel
the
like Byron
Let's go back
Now,
to
what other things in the weight loss are funny?
first attempt to answer the contradiction between funny and themselves.
Yes, sir. 13 years. Solid life.
Like
Solid chick
like
was there when you went nuts.
you might say, though,
Great.
you wanted to suggest the following.
It's not good at all. It's not good at all.
Rotate, don't flip it around.
Down,
And
straight,
Rabbi
down,
Yossi
yeah.
you let it set up Rabbi Yossi. Undersplit is a problem because everything is split here, and the previous split is also not a problem because that's how it's produced. But Rabbanan, the Amar, Rabbanan, very good. You're going to set up Rabbanan by applying a concept that is introduced to us by Rabbanan, very good.
It's a
Which is in the surface to mirror, the two maximum spirit for all, taking the Gasa, Ochanari, maximum spirit, the Nevia, taking the
what else is going on in life? Anything else?
Yeah, man, huge shout out to the Wyatt Riverwalk. They gave me a door guy there. They took a chance on me. So if you're ever in San Antonio, the Wyatt Riverwalk, come down. We have solid comedians out of San Antonio. Trust me. But they took a chance on me, and I can't think of enough.
I love it. Well, great performance. Here's a big joke about big ball. Great. Regards to everybody. We're going to keep it moving along here. This podcast is sponsored by Jacoby's. Anywhere worth going is worth going. It's find your perfect pair with Jacoby's to-go scraps Western goods for everyone. From generational ranchers and lifelong cowboys who are astounding buyers. Start the year off right with a new pair of Jacoby's Western goods because wintertime is prime good season. Jacoby's has you covered with timeless and tasteful blend silhouettes. No stiff break-in period, just instant out-of-the-box comfort. And Yogi, I love me and my Tacobas. They're the most comfortable boots I've ever owned. Did you know they have other apparel too? Premium apparel to elevated leather goods like wallets, belts, and more. Everything at Tacobas is crafted with the same attention to detail and timeless style. That's right. Shop Tacobas Western goods online at tacobas.com. Swing by Tacobas store for the full experience of free drinks, moonshines, or complimentary branding to make your hair feel yours. I know I visit the one here in Austin. I'm pumped. So if you come to the show, we visit that location over
the ones that need to code the source code. There's bound to be a story near you. Right now, get 10% off at squarespace.com/golf. When you sign up for emails and texts, that's 10% off at TECOVAS.com/golf. You can code this.com/golf. See site for details to Covas, bringing your toes one way first. Hello, everybody. This podcast is sponsored by Glitch. Guys, when it comes to performance, my code isn't exactly good enough. That's why Glitch charges $41. Introducing Glitch. Go for evolutionary core one upgraded targets with your brain and their ability to must pills only focus on one flow. Glitch Gold Water combines 2 proven ingredients for circulation plus muscular alkaline feed and oxytocin and non-steroidal desire to connection from the inside out. It's not just about function anymore, it's about total performance. Glitch Gold dissolves right under your tongue, starts working in as little as 15 minutes. It's Glitch Gold. It's faster, smarter, precision engineered, full results in hours. Start it today at glitch.com.
I think they're providing the best dental treatment out there. Just turning measures of performance into performance tomorrow. So go for the gold. That's right. Life easier by getting hilarious career options at glitch.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Glitch Gold. That's promo code Tony. Visit glitch.com. More details and a receipt the information and leave that Glitch Gold sponsoring first podcast. Now on to the next song we go. It's the Noise Fear next fucking ladies and gentlemen. It's Deep Ladies. Deep Everybody, welcome. Nanu.
In its existence, you are
My
not allowed to
mother-in-law
benefit from
survived
the
stage
fruit.
4
However, you're
pancreatic
not
cancer by having pancreas cut out. That's right. Yeah, my mother-in-law was born with indigestion and inject. They don't have the same diseases. They don't have the same health problems. They don't have pancreatic cancer. So they gave her 2 choices. They're like, you can either live with me, or we cut out your pancreas, or you keep your pancreas in and you die. So she was like, so they cut out her pancreas. So she now has a permanent insulin type 3 diabetes. I like to call it giant bumps. But so in one moment, my mother-in-law, the Japanese cured pancreatic cancer, they invented a cyborg, and they perfected triads. So, you know why it's Japanese can't keep a secret? Because they're always spilling, You see that? Alright, Deep Fighter, welcome to Tiny Parent Night here on Keltonic. Very dark tonight. Every parent is getting demadness to pits. The setup demadness can tell when someone's bombing. He doesn't need to see it. Welcome. So, I really hope Kenny, your mom's Japanese, or she lived in Japan. That said she was my mother-in-law. Oh, your mother-in-law. There you go. Hard to keep track of you. My mom's Tallahassee Lassie. Jesus. Okay. I didn't know they had gay Nazis. This is incredible. I think Nazis plus gays have all together. Hell yeah. Is that it? You have a gem attached to your cheek during rain? Yeah, wait a minute. It's called a dermal. Yeah, my dad was in the Navy, so I'm used to it. Hell yeah. What do you do? Deep Lens? I just got a job at P. Terry's. I literally have one of the greatest jobs on the planet. So P. Terry's is 100% here in Austin, and it's 100% me. It's one of the greatest jobs I've ever had. Make sure you get that in when you get out there. Forget if the joke's going on. You're talking to my manager. I'm going to do a Monday where we actually read all the comics. There's like
300 comics. Most of them are homeless people. They would love to have some hamburgers. Like, I think it'd be a really good night. Like,
So you just work a normal P-Terry's, you're not the manager or anything?
oh man, my wife's the number one recording artist from the whole coast of Australia.
Okay.
My wife's name's Mia. What's she fighting to drink? Yeah, with her hoo-ha. Is that funny?
Mia Muse.
M-I-A-M-U-Z-E. Yeah, they say Z in Australian. I actually got to be locked down in Australia during COVID, and then when they finally let me leave, they kicked me out for 3 years.
What do you mean they kicked you off?
Because I overstayed my visa, because I was there on a vacation visa, because they shut down the airport, and I was leaving the country legally to come home. And they said I could not return for 3 years because I overstayed my visa during COVID.
Wow, you mean people fighting each other?
I don't make anyone fight here. They just do that. That happens when you set the goals.
So Mia Muse is the breadwinner, and you are the hamburger winner.
100%.
And what does she think about you working at a fast food joint?
She's in Australia right now. She doesn't have to worry about in Brisbane right now. She doesn't fly radio.
Does she have sports there too?
No, I'm here. I'm married here. I live on in my Bannister. I've been
Directed across the street flames and German video filming. Tired Dave Letters just take a megaphone to
walk downtown every day and do open mics every day. Sometimes 5 to 7.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
Almost 30 years.
30 years. Is that what you just said? Stop.
Dave, over here. You're not talking to Dave. Over here. Hey, that guy. That's a Dave.
Shut the fuck up and look at me.
Dave, you're 30 years, Tony. I did it at high school. I actually got suspended from school for doing the joke.
Okay, stick with me, Dave. Over here. I need you to focus. So, have you been performing at that rate, that hard, for that long? You've been working hard at this for over 30 years.
I got here from St. Louis, where I was performing at the Funny Bone. I just got in with the improv group and
What are you doing at the Funny Bone? Featuring for somebody? Who's trying? What do you mean trying?
you have to do like Alabama.
You did open mics at the Funny Bone. Okay.
At the Funny Bone.
What's the biggest thing that you've done in 30 plus years? Cruise lines.
Not really big.
How long were the sets that you were doing on cruise lines?
An hour long.
I bet people were taping anchors to themselves on those cruise lines.
Jumping off. You're my favorite person on the planet. I can't believe I'm this close to you. You're the best.
Because I've been doing stand-up at the same place. You've probably been open mics with them 40 years ago.
Never done it with you, Tony.
Be careful. You can bleep that jet right off your cheek.
That close. You're not Joe Rogan. I don't know what that means.
Anyway, so
You have ninja skills. Joe Rogan has like,
okay, all right, Dave, you're retarded.
How long have you been?
Dave, stop just yapping. Listen, focus on me present. You're rambling over there. How long have you been married to this lady?
12 years.
And you got married in Australia? Where'd you meet her?
Colorado Springs.
Are you on one of her shows?
I was shooting laser beams on top of the nightclub, and she was performing.
Oh, she's not real.
Yes, she's really a famous musician.
I also assume I don't beekeeping and medication.
She does. She actually has, she studied beekeeping at a Buddhist temple. She has her own beehive. She actually,
Well, I'm not going to be keeping you here anymore.
That's the thing, whether combining them together,
There you go, buddy.
and to it together, the joint forces to create a problem isn't a problem. The sense about it, when you're in the opinion, and if the fluid found second to be permissible, that only takes you to prevent the state. What do you see? Clearly, there's a problem according to the Eliezer. So that's the opinion that says you have to put the cow on a diet, you have to leave the field fallow.
Oh my
So
god.
what
What a freak, man.
awesome. Now, the Lord says, hold on a second.
What the hell?
Where
did that go?
Mishnah,
I don't know what that was.
I'm
I'm like, what's the biggest gig you've done in your 30 plus long year career? It's like I did the funny bone recently with Jimmy. It's like an open mic. Maybe you can do that that night. You can start that day and do an open mic and a funny bone that night. Nothing for a big gig. 3 decades plus. Attempting stand-up comedy is the biggest thing he's done is something that fucking Tina Kuchina could do. It's unbelievable. Alright, pull another name out of the book and let's see what happens here. Who knows? This guy could be doing it for the last 90 years. He's a vampire. Makes a noise for Trevor Lewis, everybody. Here we go.
So you want to okay, so that really has to clearly has nothing to do with Dennis going. We had a nice discussion
In my
about Sarah's over
experience,
but it has absolutely nothing to do
black
with
people
So now we're again trying to figure out who's going
are
to be
less uptight about race than white people are. Feel how tense the white people are. I used to drive DoorDash in a ski town, and let's be honest, not a lot of black people ski. So I was driving DoorDash, this is a true story. I pulled into a busy parking lot at the base of the ski village. Drop off an order. As I called up my guy, I said, hey, I got your food. I'm pulling up. I'm in a silver Nissan Rogue. And he said, all right, I'm black.
The very first time to fire it up is not only firing up and just
I was
using
surprised he said that.
for
He was being helpful.
the survival of the oven, which causes everything to
He was more helpful than I was because there were more silver Nissan Rogues than black people in that parking lot.
the way it works is you have to fire up to give you the first time. When you put it in the oven,
You must have been doing stand-up 500 years.
you put it out there,
This is incredible.
for the very first time,
Written
guess what?
material,
Your oven
smart, topical, well executed,
Why?
edgy but not sad as fuck. Not a single dying family member or cancer reference or depression or pandemic or white guilt. None of these things. You don't have a dipshit haircut. No jets hanging off of your feet. Yeah. Your bones are pierced. Yeah. What the hell? Shocking. What a relief. Welcome, Trevor. How long have you been on stand-up? 1 year. Oh my god. What's slow down? Heavy party of him. Dave Blitz. I think Dave's gonna do it himself. He's been doing it 30 years until tonight. Good work, Courtney, man. That was good. Thank you. How old are you? 26. Amazing, Trevor. Wow. You've been doing it 1 year. What made you want to start stand-up a year ago?
Okay.
Well, honestly, I moved here after college. I wanted to be an independent filmmaker, and I was grinding away writing screenplays. Days Writers Block, I was going to shows around here, shows in Georgia, and I was like, I don't know if I can do that. Amazing. And you've been working hard at it? Oh, yeah. I love it. You're addicted to it now, and filming everything is kind of incredible. How are you making money to survive in the meantime? I wait tables. Nice. Absolutely doing what you gotta do. This is great. Anyway, it doesn't matter. What is it? Nina Simone?
Rabban the thing is listen, my nigga.
Yeah, I know that one.
Who's gonna argue with the lesson and say it's traditional? In other words, you try to propose that contributes to parents at the time of the Rabban. The Rabban have to do what's flamenco. The powers of you know they're going to get to that very much. Even you know it's nobody says it's permissible. Both of them agree that they're going to be a problem. Somebody says it's that further, so you can't do it. How do you go to city that and does it? Where it says, no, I'd rather, no, you made a mistake. How do you go to the Rabban on Sha'ar, that says, they're not worried about that because you get close together. Or the time you're not one of them to do this also.
You've been on the run a long time.
You have a regular girl that you
My wrestler, I should give it to you. I got a couple times.
or shoot lasers at her as her
It's the best to do the Yossi and Rabban. Now, why that's the problem? What Christ is going to have to say that would be different from the Zara
Ask me all these
and other
questions
things.
on Austin. I think you're like the guy who asked me the questions.
Assumes that Yossi's moving back with says that the Zara is a problem.
I exchanged contact information. It's like a thank you cute.
He wants us to
We're
follow.
gonna go out. We went to a show and then time since I didn't time it. Getting with surgery. Parents already. That's cool.
You're never
gonna see her. It's possible. You don't need her now. You were funny anyway.
you can't plant vegetables underneath a hair trees in the
any
winter. Why?
hobbies,
Because
anything that
you
you're
have
into,
fertilizer comes from the tree.
I like to read.
In other words, just clearly just summarize what we learned this morning so far.
Frederick Jameson right now. I'm just Lauderdale.
That if you plant vegetables under a tree, if the tree is a big tree that covers vegetables, it's permissible. That's the conversation. This is something that's not really your opinion. And it's a yes, it's our opinion. And this is great. You have a problem with building a garden, you can have your problem with building a garden. So then why are you allowing these trucks to plant these vegetables under the tree? They say, well, some of these things are bad for it. But don't you use for that?
If I had a daughter, I'd also want her to marry a cave
problem because the westerners of the city is so bad that the answer to the fertilizer can possibly make it up. That's not the thing that is right.
You walk through the door just like that. Like, you don't even have a penis. Welcome here.
like your hair now, you want to get a little wild. What does a guy like Trevor Lewis do?
Yeah, so I've always been an athlete, so yeah, I grew up playing football. I was really playing it.
Where did you grow up? What kind of
Yeah, it's amazing.
You're a football player.
I wasn't.
Was it a town of little people or something? So like, join a family from myself. What position did you
I was a quarterback.
Wow. Absolutely incredible.
One of the big ones.
Survivability of the oven.
Look at that. Every great quarterback needs an offensive lineman.
I got your blind side, buddy. Absolutely. I don't know how Coach Rod feels, honestly. No one asked. Show business, incredible. So when did you have a lot of black players on the team? There were a lot of black, and you would throw the ball to them because they're good at running and catching, correct? Yeah. Was there a backup quarterback or I was the backup.
Some type of beauty for some type of
you had to describe what the starting quarterback looked like, how would you describe him? Caleb Williams. Okay, can you use some more? Like his name was Caleb Williams. It was Caleb Williams. The actual Caleb Williams was the starting quarterback. The quarterback of the Chicago Bears. The quarterback of the Chicago Bears was the quarterback ahead of you. He was a freshman. Right. When he started over you on the team. Oh, boy. One moment he's a super athlete for Virginia, the next you realize fucking nothing. Absolutely nothing. You have the same sports history as Dave Wentz and his face gel. Wow. Friends with Caleb Williams? I was never friends with Caleb. Bad rep. Bad rep in what way? Have you seen Twitter? No. Tell us about it. We're not looking. We're not searching. We're not searching our high school bullies on Twitter. Or our crush on. Now you get your revenge. No, he's totally straightforward. He is such a great guy. Made a really high character. But people on Twitter give him a hard time for the pain and nails, and I think that's okay. Wow, pain and nails ain't nothing when your girl's in Thailand for 3 weeks. Trevor, very, very, very great set. Very great interview. You're present. You're aware. You're funny. Keep it up. Nothing can stop Trevor Lewis, ladies and gentlemen. Hell yeah. That's how it's done. He wrote, he took his time, he performed, he executed. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by ZipRecruiter. You know, you may need people to help you achieve your goals in 2026. If you want to eat healthier, if you need a dietitian, if you want to stick to a workout, it's hard to find people who are good at what they do. It's like if you're hiring, how can you find the best people for all the different roles on your team? Easy. ZipRecruiter, right now you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/countdown. ZipRecruiter, it's so easy to find the best talent for your business. ZipRecruiter is matching technology works fast to find the top talent so you don't waste time or money. You can find out right away how many job seekers are in your area and who are qualified for your role. No wonder ZipRecruiter is the #1 rated hiring site on YouTube. ZipRecruiter helps you find the best people for all your roles. 45 employers will start to require your quality candidate for the first time seeking yourself. Just go to exclusive web address right now and try ZipRecruiter for free. ZipRecruiter.com/countdown. You can visit ZipRecruiter.com/countdown. ZipRecruiter is the smartest way to hire. Here we go. We have one of our regulars, ladies and gentlemen. It is that time. You all he's known as the nerd for the land that makes some noise for his planetary I hate flying. I'm scared of it. That's not an irrational fear. And I'm tired of people bullying me. Not supposed to be up there. We're not supposed to be up there. And if we were supposed to be up there, then why have they got to be grabbing? God wanted us to hold this ground not in the air. If he wanted us in the air, he would have made us angels. But we're not supposed to be up there with divine God. We are divine God being up there. And I'm not religious, but when that plane start turbulizing, nigga, I believe in God. When the plane got tuberculosis, nigga, give me Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. I took my first private jet, right? And I didn't pay for it. Tony did. Took my flight. I was going over with Tony. And I can tell y'all this. Fuck little planes. All right. Fuck little plane. We not supposed to see the captain. Alright, that's what we not supposed to see the captain the whole time. I'm supposed to be in 30th, nigga. I'm not supposed to be. I'm not supposed to hear what they hear or see what they see. Let me overhead and come. Alright, that's what. I turned around and I looked at us. I saw the medical. They saw what the plane going and the man was red.
we can agree
and
to
other
red bean
things that
bag.
must be watched by doing that, nullify the other result.
Red bean bag.
You
And
saw
then
God,
on the
they
red
take
bean
the
bag
tree,
because the
he,
pilot came
Asura,
and he
the
leaned
tree
over
still
to us.
lives
He was
also.
like,
He's a
hey guys, we're going to get some turbulent weather. It's going to be really inclement. Which if you think people say that, you're going to die. You know what I'm saying? When he started using big words, somebody about to die. And he was like, make sure you guys pull a little bit. I ever took off my seatbelt. And he was like, y'all, we'll be fine. But the whole time he was talking, I didn't say nothing because I was scared and I was crying. I really wanted to say, nigga, get back up there. There's going to take two people. I turn around the pilot doing this. We're both scared now. Ticket winners and Kill Tony regulars. Absolutely incredible. Y'all keep that pace the whole time when you do like an hour? You're just banging like that? Damn, dude, that's great. That's really fun. You look like both members are running the troops combined.
They want to hold on. That's not true. That's the opposite. John, he loves to give up.
That was great. I wasn't sure where it was going. I was a little worried for a second. And all of a sudden, I'm like,
but the leaves fall off of the tree, that doesn't make you up. That's just the natural process. Only makes you become spiritual about soul, and what desire only needs to be
not
nullified.
supposed to see the captain. Just absolutely hilarious. It is strange. You don't really get used to it. No, that's not what you told me when I was crying. The first thing you said, this nigga Tony is a liar. I was thinking Tony is a liar. He gonna look me dead in my face as I'm panicking, and he was like, Dedrick, this happens every flight. There is always turbulence. You'll get used to it. It's a jet, right? He's like telling me that. But Ari Ratty is sitting behind that nigga, eyes like this, gripping his skirt. He drinking water.
The secondary chapter.
And all you said some shit.
So that's it's a little tricky. It's a little tricky. You can feel the turbulence on a smaller plane a little bit better than a big one. But it's all assembled and turbulence isn't bad though. That's what's the feeling like that. Like with a little plane on a big plane. Yeah, but you're safe as fuck. As long as I don't touch the red band. Yeah, that's the challenge. Red band. We're keeping everything but just I'll say that just because y'all landed safely, but y'all know at that time on television, you look at everybody else, we thought we was going to die. Because we weren't even going nowhere real. We was going to Lincoln, California. Nigga, I've never heard of Lincoln, California day in my life. But there's a sense of peace when you think that you're going to die. I was on a private plane with Tim Dillon one time in Europe, and we thought we were going to die. And I just kept thinking about the headline the next day: Tim Dillon and fat prostitute dead in plane. I didn't make the headline, and that is. It would have been Tony and Cliff and, three more guys dead. That's what they would have done to your memory. They couldn't even hold me, man. Yeah. Because Red Band, what the did somebody die on the flight back from? Yeah. I had to fly next to a dead person next to me.
Morning, let us begin by taking all of our sponsors for this morning's trip to Spain. Our annual Commodore sponsor for those who are to sell. We're dedicating all the student Brussels this year. Profesores Colossa and Sell. Ang Commodore sponsor for Monson A, Abo Arino Lector, Stephen Henry Jason, Anglo Paris. It's one thing. You know, and he loves his wife, and then we have still he loves his wife so well. And the one started for today, Saeed and Sina Lucy for the Sina for the Reese, the Kama Bas Aya Fega, who is undergoing lesbian operative surgery today, and the Jewish survivor to the Holy Israel. Thus, with that, let us move along to the table of Hashem. Today's daf is Memphis 48. We are picking up on Memphis on the base of the second Mishnah, or the first Mishnah on the base. About 12 lines down. Shosha Batim. There are three different types of homes. There wasn't obviously except for the Zara. Don't forget the topic is Avodah Zara. Excellent, right? Although it's not always that way, but it happens to be in this except we're pretty consistent all Avodah Zara all the time. So the Mishnah says as follows: there are three types of homes when it comes to Avodah Zara. What does that mean? The Gemara says as follows: my Shalom is still Avodah Zara, or exhausted. If a home was built from the beginning for Avodah Zara, in other words, you have a home that literally again was built for Avodah Zara purposes. Allah again, that home is usher. Usher banda, good. Now again, remember, as you've seen already, if it was both lines happen, then what? You can be Nevada. Can do that, don't try it. You can't be Nevada, okay. Side over child no level let's go home. Let's get regular home. The home was built for regular mundane purposes. But then after you know in fast food or you decorated it for a let's go home. The Yiddish, you added something to the home. The cover of both let's go home. No tomato in the Haddish. Also, if you remove any of the old color of the additions, then the home becomes permitted. Category 3. It goes to the house, but it tells you that the Akum brought his idol into the house. So one idol is in the house, ultimately the house is also why? Because the house is considered to be serving Avodah Zarah, right? It's pretending to Avodah Zarah. Once the Avodah Zarah is removed, ultimately again the house becomes permitted. So therefore, three categories. Category 1, you build the house for the sake of Avodah Zarah, the house is awesome. Category 2, you build the house for regular mundane purposes, but then you add on something for Avodah Zarah. You plaster it, you paint it, you decorate it. Remove the plaster, remove the decorations, remove the additions. House is mutter. Piece number 3, regular house. You just Akum brought his Avodah Zarah into it. When the Avodah Zarah is there, house is unfit for use. Once the Avodah Zarah ultimately is removed, house is mutter. Says the Gemara, Amar Rad says if one bows down to a house, ultimately it's awesome. It was very interesting. Right, so again, in this piece of video, it sounds like you have a regular house, and then the operating people only bow down to his house. What's halakha? Awesome. Halakha, kasava, talosh, ulvasof, yibru, kitalosh, danu. So what do you see here? See this sequencing that was detached and then attached. Retains its detached state status. Think about this: a home is made of materials. The materials were originally detached. Now you attach them to the ground, right? And you worship them. Remember, up until now, we've always been focused on the idea that anything that is mukhbar, anything that's attached to the ground, can't become usher. So you see from the fact that Rav says that you can bow down to ourselves and make it usher indicates to us that as long as it was initially detached, even if you now attach it, it is mutter. I'm sorry. It is usher. It is like it's detached, and therefore can be into Avodah Zarah. I think what's 1 second. Vanan, but ultimately again. What we learned halacha l'maisa, the only way that it's usher is if you originally go ahead and build it for the sake of Avodah Zarah, which sounds like again the only way a home becomes usher is only if from the beginning, from the conception, that it was worshipped. So you want to know, the way it works is both actually. Whether you went ahead and built it for the sake of Avodah Zarah, even if you never actually worshipped it, or you bowed to it, even though you didn't build it for the sake of Avodah Zarah. Either way, halacha l'maisa, that house becomes Avodah Zarah. If that's the case, if that's the case, then there are 3 categories of houses. There are 4 categories of houses, right? Because category 1 was you built the home for the sake of Avodah Zarah. Category 2, you decorated for Avodah Zarah. Category 3, you housed Avodah Zarah inside of it. Now there's a 4th category. What's the 4th category? The 4th category is it was built for mundane purposes, and then you bowed down to it. Why isn't that category included? Even though in Bittel, one of the Shakavat Chad, you must remember again, why are we learning this? Like, so first of all, like, what's the point of this like this? More highlights, the point of this like this is also to indicate to us what is that Avodah Zarah, and therefore we can know how to be Madak level. Since when it comes to Bittel, and I remember you say, how are you Madak level Zarah? So remember, if the Atom has the ability to decommission it, essentially by damaging it, even in some small way. Right? If it damages it, ultimately again, it is mutter. So whether you both take on a or ultimately you book from a good purposes, but worship afterwards, either way, from the decommissioning perspective, the process is the same. Since the decommissioning process is the same, those two Hana, building it, and the stack of that value bank are lumped together in one category. Okay, incredible. Mishnah. Shalosh Havanim, there are three different types of stone. Right, travel. This our purpose is category one. Category one. Evan Shafat Slamet Kilo Levimus. Harizasura. If stone was originally quarried. Ultimately, again, to be the pedestal for Avodah Zarah. Deimos means like the platform on which the Avodah Zarah is situated. So that's why the stone was quarried from the beginning. Harizasura. That stone is also Sircha, Saida, the kindness of Allah. What happens if you had a stone? Stone was charged for regular, whatever, mundane purposes or no purpose at all. And then you plaster it or you painted it for the sake of Allah. No Tomash C8 in the chance. If you remove the paint or plaster from the stone then becomes permitted for use. What happens again if the stone wasn't part of Allah? If the stone was part for mundane purposes, and you didn't do any additions to the stone, but you just put Avodah Zarah on top of the stone. Then what's the right? When the Avodah Zarah is situated on top of it, the stone is also. But if the Avodah Zarah is removed from it, then ultimately the stone is also. The stone piece is very much parallel to house pieces. Next, says the Gemara. So the Gemara says when we talk about this idea of plastering or painting over the stone, it has to be, the Gemara suggesting over here, suggesting, there has to be that you did something actually to the physical stone itself, not just that you applied some type of plaster or paint on top of the stone, but it has to be that you actually did something with the body of the stone itself. Says in my eye, I'll give you the bias tonight. It says they were comparing the pieces of the house. The bias, love the group and the sun. And when it comes to when you talk about plastering or painting, nothing's going into the house itself, right? It's being applied on the exterior of the house, and yet that's problematic. Gemara says, no, bias not an being argument. Gemara says, no, if you're in a house when you have like stones or bricks, there's the area in between the stones or bricks into which the plaster or the paint or the decoration is able to get in. Gemara says, well, we lost, the shaya of a hundred shayos. In a house case, and in the case, the house was already previously plastered or painted. And now what are you doing? You're adding on an additional layer for the sake of Avodah Zarah. So nothing is happening to the actual body of the house itself. Anything that's done is exterior work. Rather than Rabbi Ami made a statement, ultimately again was making it in terms of bittul. Meaning what? The Afagav decided the Kayid with official Adam. He not all Mashahidish Shakir Dami. So Moses says this is very interesting. Rabbi Ami's looking at it as follows. I have a stone. Right? The stone was quarried for no particular reason. Then what happens? I paint it or I plaster it for the sake of Avodah Zarah. So Moses says, what's Talach in that situation? What's Talach? What are we going to say? If you remove the paint or the plaster, the decoration, the stone is good to go. And thus, you do not have to do, but the other side, you do not have to do anything with the actual body. You don't physically change the body of the stone itself in order to be more valuable. The Avodah Zarah identity. Why is that? Because even to see it, to create the devotional Evan, Evan Shekhatz and feel that all is coming down. You have a tis circular. Because you might have thought that once you paint or you plaster or you decorate the stone in its entirety, maybe that makes it like a stone that was originally quarried for Avodah Zarah purposes. In which case, the stone itself is fundamentally usher, and maybe to be mevatel, you have to not just do something with the body of the stone itself, Kamash Malon, no. So when you paint plaster decorated, all you need to do is what? Remove that exterior paint, plaster, or decoration, and you need not do anything with the body of this plaster, body of the stone itself, in order to go to be the battle of the Zara. So it's very interesting. Very interesting. Because there's a tremendous Musar skill in this as well, which is what's happening over here. The stone is becoming tainted. So now what's the more asking? Same thing with the house. Stone, guys, you painted it right. This house started regular. The stone started regular, meaning not a Bolazara. Then what happens? You paint it, you plaster the same Bolazara. So I'm at a thought that now that I have changed the house in order to restore it back to its previous holy setting, I have to make some type of comprehensive cathartic change to the body of the house or the stone itself. Hamash Malon, that sometimes the pathway to meaningful change could be exterior change, could be cosmetic change, could be little things that fundamentally alter identity. All I need to do is strip away the plaster, strip away the paint. I don't have to do anything to the body of the stone or body of the house. In the world of change, sometimes the object, the entity, or the person is so broken that the change has to be comprehensive and cathartic. The house itself has to be changed. The stone itself has to be changed. And other times, seemingly relatively easy, minor exterior changes can be made, and it makes all the difference. I will say sometimes when we know that we want to change, we get so scared of the comprehensive, cathartic, like house change or stone change. Meanwhile, all you need in life is sometimes some tweaks. A little bit, remove a little plaster over here, remove a little paint over here. Even sometimes the smallest exterior changes in the way we live and the way we conduct ourselves can have the most tremendous impact. Incredible. Top of Memphis, 48 Mishnah. So as the Share was saying, there's three different types of Asherah trees. Elon Shenotu, Mitchilon Shem of those Kapalim, Arezi Asura. But listen, here's what's interesting. We're going to see something fascinating, which is we've always thought, and maybe I'm just projecting, right? We've always thought that an Asherah tree is a particular type of tree. Like there's a species called Asherah. It turns out that is not the case. By the way, there's also no tooth fairy. It's fascinating. Where it says, Asherah. Now again, we'll see actually it's subject to this discussion about this. Right, but Lamaisa, Asherah is not as much a type of tree as much as a tree that's worshipped for Avodah Zarah is called an Asherah tree. So Shalosh Asherah said, I think the design said Asherah. Even Shemekah is Asura. Anytime that you plant a tree for the sake of Avodah Zarah, it doesn't matter. It's a redwood, it's a fir. That's not all I know. Right. So that's it. So the mice again. So the mice, I planted for the sake of Avodah Zarah. That's called an Asherah. That's called an Asherah. So the Gemara says, fine. It's not true. You don't want to that's category one. Category two is you have a regular tree. Right? The tree is planted for regular mundane tree purposes. Then what happens? You don't eat this slow. I prune it, and I cut it. Ultimately, again, this really means I trim it. I prune it or I trim it for the sake of Avodah Zarah. So let's say, so in this case, again, tree was planted for regular mundane purposes. Then what happens? I prune it and I trim it for the sake of Avodah Zarah. The hichlif, and now again it regrows. No tell mash hichlif. So ultimately, again, then let's say in this case, that which regrows is asur al Avodah Zarah, right? Because in this case, the tree was planted for mundane purposes. I prune it and I trim it for the sake of Avodah Zarah. The new growths, therefore, are Avodah Zarah. So how do you go ahead and restore the tree back to its permitted status? Take away or cut off the new growths. If you went ahead and you got a regular tree, but you placed an Avodah Zarah, right? You placed an Avodah Zarah underneath the tree and not lot, and then it was removed. So apparently, while the Avodah Zarah is under the tree is also because it's considered to be serving Avodah Zarah. But once you go ahead and remove the Avodah Zarah from underneath the tree, and ultimately again the tree becomes permitted once again. Incredible. So again, you can begin to see that the three categories of trees, the three categories of stones, the three categories of homes all closer than one another. I'm going to go to the other. The Musha, which was like category number 2, was where I had a tree that was planted for regular mundane, right, regular purposes, and then halacha l'maisa, I pruned it or I trimmed it for the sake of avodah zarah. In that case, the new growths are the ones that are usher. So I'm going to go to the other. And this is assuming, of course, that you prune or you trim the actual body of the tree. The Gemara says, V'ha'anan, Gido u'pistos, man. So it says, here's the synthesis. So Yana says, they're talking about over here, Hivrit means grafted, right? Hirkiv means, right? So what does this mean? Rabban is coming along, Rabban is coming along and saying, what's the case? The case is where you're doing something much more substantial with the tree, right? Ultimately, again, you're going ahead and you're grafting it, or you're these two processes. So Hivrit means to graft it, Hirkiv means, Rashi points out over here that you take one part of the tree, you put the top into the ground, grows roots over here, then you cut it, and it becomes two independent trees. That's the second. Going on to now, you do this with us. That's what the Mishnah says. The Mishnah says even if you graft it or trim it, that makes it avodah zarah. Eliki even the Rav the Indian bittul itzma. The Rav Yana's statement is rather relevant when it comes to bittul, negating avodah zarah. Decommissioning also, most of the itzma. Afagav the Rebbe the Rebbe the Rebbe shall Ivan. Not so much to hit the shotgun. So that's a very interesting. Even if you graft it, or we'll call both of these grafts, or just 2 ways to graft. You can go ahead and graft one tree into another, or like I said, if you can imagine, let's say you have like a sapling, right, so it's bendable. You take the top out of the sapling, you bend it down to the ground, plant that top. That top then develops roots. Once it develops roots, you then cut it like in the middle of, we'll call it the bow. And now effectively you have 2 trees. So the Gemara says, what would you have thought about the table? You might have thought that these grafting cases, maybe it's as if you actually planted the tree from the beginning for the sake of avodah zarah. Now, obviously, as we've seen, once you're creating something for the sake of avodah zarah from the beginning, that takes on a much greater severity. I might have thought that grafting is the equivalent to planting something from the beginning for avodah zarah purposes. Kamash malon, that is not the case. Okay, it's incredible. Shmuel says as follows: person bows down to a tree. Anything that grows on the tree after the moment that he bowed down to it is also. So obviously, it sounds like this is the case of where the tree was planted for regular purposes. Then the akum came along and bowed down to it. So anything that grows post bowing is going to have the status of avodah zarah. Okay, master of avodah zarah. You know this avodah zarah. So we'll say the ultimately again. So the Lord raised the cash, right? This doesn't make any sense. The Mishnah says if you prune or if you trim the tree for the sake of avodah zarah, and then there are new growths. The new growths were usher. So you don't this whole in. Sounds like you have to do a myself. You have to prune it or trim it for the sake of avodah zarah. Then the new growths are usher. But again, you don't this alone. But if you didn't prune it, you didn't trim it, and you just bow down to it, it sounds like that would not create a problem. So therefore, again, Rabbi Lazar raised this question on Shmuel. So the Gemara says, Shmuel says, Shmuel says, whose opinion is reflected in Mishnah? That's the opinion of the Rabbanim. It goes back to Shabbos stuff. Shmuel don't have Yossi by Yehuda. Shmuel himself holds like Yossi by Yehuda. The Amar, who says, Ilan Shenat Lo myself, I'll do it myself. So I'm going to say, you see, it's fundamental my focus between the Rabbanim and Yossi by Yehuda. The ultimate of this way is the one who says that even if you planted a tree for regular mundane purposes, if you worship it, it subsequently becomes awesome. So that's Shmuel's view, but that is not the view mentioned in the Mishnah. Okay, so let's get to Rashi. So Rashi is a kasha. You might tell us, Yehuda Rabbanan B'Toshem is Digi. So the Rabbi Yosef Yehuda and Rabbanan, they really argue in the case of the Sabbath. So let's see, this one's what's happening over here. On Mishnah said, right? On Mishnah said, you get a regular tree. And then you prune it or you trim it to the sake of avodah zarah. You leave a nice little tree. Any new growths are also as avodah zarah. Shmuel comes along and says, even if you didn't prune it or trim it, you just bow down to it. Any new growths are also as avodah zarah. So the Gemara now is suggesting that machlokas is seen between Shmuel and Rabbi Lazar. It's actually machlokas between Rabbanan and Rabbi Yossi. The Rabbanan's view is mentioned in the Mishnah. But if you just bow down to a tree that was planted for mundane purposes, you haven't done anything. In other words, the act actually did not do anything. or obviously it's not level of Zara, but you don't fundamentally change the tree. Rabbi Yehuda holds that even if something was planted for mundane purposes, if you bow to it, if you worship it, from that point of bowing forward, the item is endowed with level of Zara identity. That's my focus on that. Master Rashi, United Rabbi Yossi by Yehuda, but I want to go separate speaking. How do you know that Rabbi Yossi and I want to arguing with new growth? Dilma, because that was a very alcohol. So maybe everyone agrees that when you bow down to a tree, the new growth are certainly lesser. Everyone will agree to that. I watched them at focus. Will be eternal preview. And perhaps they're arguing about the status of the tree itself post worship. Rabbi Yossi will be summary card on the usher. Rabbi Yossi will hold that when you bow down to the tree itself becomes usher. Yitzid, Nashrei, and Tisrafun, Vaish. Because the Pasuk says you have to destroy the Asheros, and therefore again, once you worship it, by definition, you're endowed with the Avodah Zarah identity. Rabbanan Sabir Rabbanan holds no. Iker Elon Shari. Ultimately, again, the Iker Elon, the primary tree, remains permitted. Why? It said, Vasharei and Tika De'un. You shall uproot the Asheros. Now, let's say, now, what Rabbanan upon the other here is, once it says the Asherei, have this reform that you have to burn their Asheros, why do you need to say anything else? Why do you have to say the Asher Tika De'un? You have to uproot it. Why do you need that second phrase? Ezu Elon Shekidua also be Karashari. I'm telling you, there's a type of tree where the new growth is also, but the primary tree remains mutter. What type of tree is that? The Omer, Elon Shenatu Labasot. What type of tree is that? That's the tree that was initially planted for mundane purposes. Then let's say pruned or trimmed. The new growths ultimately again become awesome. If we came up, or the one like Tina Happy, and again the verse is maybe that's just the reason we don't enter up like this is because Facebook Rabbanon Rabbi Yossi by Yugal Rabbanon, because you're going to say the proofs that each of them both are potentially interchanged. First one, right? Okay, Vido Upisulo Mankatoila. If that's the case, then who is the author of our Mishnah? Who said that if you worship a mundane tree, I should say if you prune or trim the mundane tree, that's a new growth. So also, who's the author? Lo Rabbanon, Lo Rabbi Yossi, Lo Yehuda. It would neither be Rabbanon or Yehuda. Ki Rabbanon, Lo Vido Upisulo, Nanito Sefer Sasura. It's going to be Rabbanon, and ultimately again, without pruning or trimming it, the additional growth should also be usher. And even Yossi by Yehuda, Iker Ilan Nami usher. The primary tree itself would also be usher after worship. Gemara says, how do you ask this up? Ibais Ima. Ibais Rabbi Yossi Yehuda. Ibais Rabbanon. Ibais Ima Yossi Yehuda. You're right. The Jews here could be reflective of either Rabbanon or Rabbi Yossi by Yehuda. How so? Ibais Rabbi Yossi by Yehuda. Ikar Rabbi Yossi by Yehuda. Below Gido Upisulo Ikar Ilan Aser. When ultimately again Rabbi Yossi by Yehuda say that if you worship a tree, even if you don't prune it or trim it, right, but you worship it, that the primary tree itself becomes also. When is that? The stomach. The stomach means you just worship the tree as a whole without specifying any particular part of the tree that you are worshiping. Whereas I guess when it comes to tree worship, a person can say like I'm a trunk guy, or I'm a branch guy, But again, let's say you just stand with worship, according to the Yehuda, ultimately again, that makes the entire tree ultimately also. About Gido Upisulo, well, we are guided to the Sefta Mechole. They can even know Mechole. But if you prune or you trim a tree for Avodah Zarah purposes, what are you saying? That usually what I'm worshiping is what? The new growth. Interesting. The Gemara says, how so? The Gemara says, Gido Upisulo is Mechole. Ultimately, again, we need the case. Ultimately, are pruning and trimming. Why? if Rabbi Nami lists are, I'm going to quote like this: things by pruning and trimming, you are doing something with the actual tree itself. Therefore, I might have thought that the actual tree itself becomes lesser. Kamash Kolon, that is not the case. Kamash Kolon, the Halachah Lamaisa, the Ikar tree remains mutter, and ultimately again the new growths remain and become lesser. Okay, so let's say, Halachah Lamaisa, what do we do with this? What do we do with this? And therefore, again, remember, 2 out of the 3 categories are pretty straightforward. Category 1 is that I plant the tree for the sake of Avodah Zarah. What is that called? What is that called? What is that called? Asherah. Right? So now again, remember, suddenly there's not a type of tree Asherah, but rather again, any tree that is worshipped, right, that is planted for the sake of Avodah Zarah is called Asherah. That's category 1. Category 3, I put Avodah Zarah. Again, I keep saying opposite, but I can't remember. We're talking about an Akum that's doing these things, because remember, it's every day. If a Jew does it, it changes the math of all of this stuff in a very bad way. So if I say again, Akum puts Avodah Zarah under the tree. What's the halacha? What's the halacha? While the Avodah Zarah is under the tree itself, the tree is usher, because the tree is considered to be an attendant, right? It's attending to Avodah Zarah. But once the Avodah Zarah moves under the tree is totally mutter. What about case 2? Case 2 is the one that we spent this entire sugya on. Akum pruned or trimmed the tree for the sake of Avodah Zarah. So what is that? What does the Mishnah say? The Mishnah says ultimately again that is the new growth. Ultimately again are also out of Avodah Zarah, but the tree itself remains permitted. The tree itself remains permitted. And I will say that is how the Rambam has speaks as well. Now whether that affects the view of the Rabbanan, Rabbi Yosef, okay, it's not so much focus. But bottom line, just also to clarify, the way we pass it is, if an Akum goes there, there's a tree, and the tree was planted for regular mundane purposes, and the Akum bows down to it, we pass it like the Rabbanan, that tree does not become us. That tree is like the mountain that does not become us. Remember again, this circles back. Anything that is naturally occurring cannot be made into Avodah Zarah unless, of course, there is some type of human intervention that affects the change in the item. That's why if you prune or you trim the tree, you're doing something to the tree. Okay. But even then, when you do something to the tree, what happens? That which grows subsequently will be Avodah Zarah, but ultimately the tree itself, the ikar of the tree, still remains permitted. Incredible. Mishnah, Ezu Asherah. What is an Asherah tree? And I will say now, again, remember, you must ask me different kind of questions. We already established what's an Asherah tree. At least in our pure definition, any tree planted for the sake of Avodah Zarah is called an Asherah tree. Now you must say, Ezu Asherah. What is an Asherah? Okay, we'll see exactly what the Mishnah's question is. Any tree underneath which you find an idol or idolatry, that is called an Asherah tree. So I'm sure we'll explain exactly how combined this Mishnah things with the previous Mishnah. The Mishnah says, any tree that you worship, ultimately again, is called an Asherah tree. There was one time, so let's say, so again, there is some type of machlokas happening over here. The Tanakama holds, and Asherah tree is any tree that has Avodah Zarah underneath it. The Shimon holds that any Asherah tree is any tree that you worship. The Ma'aser of Sidon, the Yom Shayah, also, one time it happened in Sidon that there was a tree that they worshipped. Umatzui Pakdok Gal. And they found like a pile of dirt underneath the tree. I'm going to show it says, Bud Press Agal. Go and dig up the pile. It's like I like that. Baku Batsura. They found an idol buried underneath the tree. On the other hand, oil in the Sura hate open, not to let us say good news. Since there's an idol there, the assumption is that they really were worshiping the idol, not the tree. Therefore, because they're worshiping the idol, therefore the tree itself becomes okay. So this is now like a little bit of a strange Mishnah. It says the Gemara, Ezu Asherah. What do you mean when the Mishnah says what's an Asherah? We just learned this in the previous Mishnah. Banan Shalosh Asherahs Tiras. We literally just learned this in the previous Mishnah. What does the Mishnah say? There are 3 different types of Asherah trees. We literally just did this. What does it mean to say? Daniel for different hakol, but hakas mafocus. You like 2 for that Banan. There are 2 cases of Asherah that everyone agrees with. And then there's one piece of Asherah that is mafocus and Shur Rabbanan. What's the case? What's the Asherah case that's mafocus? This is very interesting. Any case where you find an idol underneath the tree. That's the machlokes case. Why? Rabbi Shimon Omer, Kol she'ogdin also. I'm sorry. Kol she'ogdin also. So Gemara says, Rabbi Shimon Omer, Kol she'ogdin also. Kol she'ogdin, interestingly enough, the machlokes over here is when you go ahead and you find an idol underneath the tree. Does that make it into a share tree? Now the Kama says, Rabbanan say yes, and Rabbi Shimon says no. Rabbi Shimon says if there's an idol underneath the tree, then what? They're worshiping the idol, not the tree. That's the machlokes. Okay, now listen, now by the way, now the rest of the explanation makes sense, because then when Mishnah tells the story, what was the story? There was a tree in Sidon that everybody was worshiping. There was a pile of dirt underneath the tree. Rabbi Shimon says, hey, dig up the pile. They dug it up. They found an idol. And says, oh, good news. They were never really worshiping the tree. They were worshiping the idol. Therefore, the tree is forbidden. Okay. So easily have Shira stop. So the Gemara says, what's like stamina shit? Just like, we're trying to figure out, like, all this much Shira cases that everyone, really, everyone's asking like this. What is the identifying mark of Shira? I understand definitionally what Shira is, right? Shira is any tree that is planted for a Zara. But you're asking over here is, you're walking down the street, you see a tree. What would be some identifying marks, right? Or some identifying symbol that what you're looking at is a Shira tree. How would you be able to pick that out? Gemara says, listen to this. Omer Rav, Moshe Komer Yosef Dachta Ben Kon Garasa. Okay, here's a good one. Anytime you see a bunch of idolatrous priests sitting underneath a tree that bears fruit and no one touches the fruit. Good. So if you happen to see that, I'm pretty sure that is an Avodah Zarah. That's what Hashem is. Shmuel says, Afilu Amri Hani Tamri Lebei Nisarfi Aser Zarei Boshik of the Shasle B'Yom Yidam. Even if you hear people saying, oh, the dates of this tree, we're going to save them for Beit Nitzarfi. That's the name of the temple, right? Because again, it was common for idolaters to make beer. Remember, again, what times we about this, they drink date beer. To make date beer or the Avodah Zarah on their young. Okay, so again, we'll say, see what's happening over here. First indicator would be seeing the piece is there and they don't eat fruit. Second indicator is that Allah myself, even if they eat the fruit, but they have to utilize the fruit when on their young fruit. Ultimately, again, and Neymar said the elders of Puntavisa told me that the halacha follows Shmuel. In other words, will say. So again, remember, the focus over to Rav and Shmuel. Rav says that if it's a Shira tree, no one touches the fruit. Shmuel says that's not true. They'll eat the fruit, not for quote-unquote mundane purposes, only for ritualistic purposes, but the nice they would still eat the fruit. And again, our halacha is Shmuel. So again, if you see a tree and the fruit is only utilized for Avodah Zarah purposes, that is an Ashera. Incredible. Amud Beis, let's go. Call it Lo Yeshe B'Tzila. So as I see now, again, if you are dealing over here with an Avodah Zarah tree, an Ashera tree, so the Mishnah says you cannot sit in its shade. And I say we're going to see. This is not talking about the actual shade of the branches. That's obvious. Right? Because sitting in the shade of an Ashera is mamish getting benefit from the Ashera. So of course, that is going to be awesome. That's not what we're talking about. And if you sat in the shade, ultimately again you're tired. We'll see the meaning of all this in just a little bit. Sitting again, you really should not even walk underneath the Ashera tree. And if you did so, you are Tame. Trying to clarify everything in the Gemara. What happens if the Ashera tree extended into the Shasarabim? So literally again, also, can you imagine that this could be a real problem? You have an overgrown Ashera tree, right? Very inconsiderate, idolatrous neighbors, right? So the Ashera tree is growing into the Shasarabim. The problem over here is that what? Here's what we read from this Mishnah. That if you go ahead and you walk literally underneath the branches of an Ashera tree, you are Tameh. Now, what type of Tameh we'll have to see? But you are Tameh. The problem is if that tree extends into the Shasarabim, what am I supposed to do? The Gemara says, if it extends into the Shasarabim and you walk underneath it, ultimately, Tar. You are Tar. Incredible. So now, obviously, if you look at Rashi says over here, let's just look at this Rashi, even though what will make a little bit more sense in the Gemara. The half towards Rabbanani, ukrad the Ma'asina the Gemara Skashim We're going to see. Apparently, now, when you're going to be a branch of Avodah Zarah, what does it sound like? From the Torah perspective, what does it sound like? What does it sound like? What type of Shema? Shema Ola. Now, again, Rashi comes out of here. So, what the mission is telling you is, if you walk underneath the branch of an Asherah tree, you are coming out to Ola. Now, what type of Tumah does Avodah Zarah convey? Rashi is really telling us this is Tumah Drabon. It's Drabon. Now, what the source, even of that rabbinic Tumah is, we'll see tomorrow. It's rabbinic Tumah. Now, obviously, the good news is that since it's rabbinic Tumah, what Chazal have the ability to do what? To legislate when the Tumah applies and when the Tumah doesn't apply. They have that ability. Because they have that ability, therefore, they have the ability to say, if you're walking under it of your own volition, okay, then you're going to become a. But if it's extending to the Shasaradim, and therefore, again, that's inappropriate enough. I'm minding my own business. I just want to hear something, which I'm allowed to do. Chazal said that Tumah doesn't apply in that case. All right, so let's analyze. A lot to unpack over here. Says the Gemara. Well, Yeshe the Shira Pshita. Let's go through the first case of the Mishnah. First case of the Mishnah was you cannot sit in the shade of Avodah Zarah. So you have a Shira tree. Let's just go. Most case level. Right? Tree is perfect for the sake of Avodah Zarah. Therefore, it's not shade. Now it has nice big branches. It has ugly big branches, right? But that provide a lot of shade. So I can't sit underneath because that's obvious. That is almost like sitting underneath the shade of the branches is what? What do we call that? Hana. That's medicine. So first thing was, you're not Tumah, right? You're not Tumah right now. Right? That's obvious I can't do that. That was like, that would be Sudanese stuff. I can't get Hana from so what's the shot over there? Or is it Cheetah? I'm going to be open with Sel Tzila. Notice very interesting. It's the shadow of the shadow. And it also very often, if you have a tree, right? So the tree casts a primary shadow, and then there's a secondary shadow. I might have thought, and this is from the height of the tree, I might have thought that the prohibition to benefit ultimately again from the primary shadow, but from the secondary shadow, there is a secondary shadow, like a safety shadow, there would not be a problem. Ultimately, even the secondary shadow, you're not allowed to get benefit. But itself kamasa. Itself kamasa in Yashab. Come I'm sorry. What's that again? Lo yeshiv tzila pshita. That's obvious. That is the secondary shadow. Niflau. The itself kamasa in Yashab. Come that telling me ultimately again that if I sat in the shadow, right? This is the shadow ultimately again of the height of the tree. That if I sat there in the kameh, which you might say, "Lo, that filo that sel kamasa nami in yashav." No, not necessarily. If you sit in the shadow ultimately again of the height, you will be tired. The hakamash that filo that sel sila lo yeshiv. The idea over here is anytime you're sitting in secondary shadow, you're not going to become kameh, right? But Lamaisi is still shouldn't do it. Whereas if I sit underneath this direct canopy of the tree, that is usher and there's tumah. Any secondary shadows are usher. You should not do it. But if you did it, ultimately again, no tumah. Okay, you can ask me about Seifa. I'll just go ahead and frame this conversation on the Seifa. The Yashav Tar, ultimately again, and if you sat underneath it, you are dark. That's obvious. Of course, if I go ahead and sit underneath the secondary shadow of the car, we're talking about over here the shadow that is cast by the height of the trees. So does that mean that for the secondary shadow, ultimately again, you consider even the Hasila? No, notice that if you stand in the shadow of the height of the tree, you're going to be calm. So bottom line, what's the take, right? Takeaway is what says like this. Again, we're going to circle back to the previous case. So I love what I say. If you sit underneath the direct shade of the tree, usher and tumah. Anytime you're sitting in a secondary shadow, never tumah, but it's going to be usher nevertheless in all cases. Incredible. Although Yavar Takadin Avar Tumah, next is like this. So now, okay, so here's what we know. When you go underneath the shade of, you go under the canopy, canopy, because remember again, as the Tumas Ohel case. So when you go under the canopy, ultimately again, ultimately again, there is going to be Tumah, rabbinic Tumah. So says the Gemara, therefore, you should not pass underneath the canopy of Avodah Zarah, the Shir Avodah Zarah, and if you did so, ultimately again, you're Tameh. Okay? Says the Gemara, my time, what's the reason? Efshar, the Leka Takubas Avodah Zarah, money. So let's say, maybe it's like this, because at the end of the day, Rashi says over here, Efshar, the Leka Takubas Avodah Zarah, the Nitza Iran Mile Al Takubas Avodah. So we'll say, maybe the din is like this. Anytime you find an Asherah, chances are that what? There is an idol beneath it or buried beneath it. In which case then, the tree, the Asherah tree itself, serves as an ohel until I'm under the same roof as me and the Avodah Zarah. Says, is that what's happening over here? And the Gemara says, if that's the case, money, Rabbi Yehuda ben Mesira. So Rabbi Yehuda ben Mesira, Rabbi Yehuda ben Mesira over. Minayin, Yitakola, Savodas Kam Shir Tami Ba'oel. We'll say, how do I know that Avodah Zarah itself conveys Tumah Ba'oel underneath the same roof, underneath the same roof as Avodah Zarah. That literally again becomes a Mishnah. Shayitzmedu lebal par, ayotru zivchei nisi. They literally worship Baal Par and they ate corpses of the dead. So the Gemara says, or offerings to the dead. So more you see from this pasuk. Pasuk is comparing Avodah Zarah ultimately again to a mace. Ma mace mitame ba'ohel, af taklovis avodas v'chavim mitame ba'ohel. Just as ultimately again corpse conveys to us oil, so Avodah Zarah conveys to us oil. So this is very important. This is very important. So the concept ultimately again is source. The source for a corpse conveying tumah. The source for Avodah Zarah conveying tumah ultimately again is comparison to the corpse. Now remember again, as much as we know we're quoting a pasuk, this is a din drabana. This is rabbinic law. This is not biblical. So therefore, again, the juxtaposition, or I should say, the comparison to Avodah Zarah to a mace tells us that just like the mace conveys to us oil, so to Avodah Zarah. Therefore, back to the Mishnah, do not go ahead and walk underneath the canopy of Avodah Zarah, of an Asherah, because again, we assume that if there's a tree, at some point either is Avodah Zarah there, was Avodah Zarah buried there, and therefore you are coming with Rabbanon to Masor. Says the Gemara, Haisa Gozala Sasara. So we'll say now, what about the last case? Right, now what's the last case? If the Asherah tree overextends its borders and goes into the surrounding, and the giant extends its surrounding, and I walk under it, and what's the halacha? I am tall. I'm not tall. Says the Gemara. Very interesting case. By the way, over or over? My question is, I said goes out to Saladin. If the Asherah tree extended into the Saladin, the upper tar, and you go underneath it, you pass underneath it, your tar. The rabbis don't let us stay there. The Gemara asks, how do you read that word? Is the word avar or over? Let's listen to the word avar. Over means if you went through ex post facto. Over means you can go through. What's the feeling? What is Mishnah saying? Is Mishnah saying, I'm allowed to walk underneath that tree because the rabbis are not going there or no? You really should still try to avoid walking underneath it even if it's rabbit. But if you walk underneath it ex post facto, you're still tall. So we have to, over. So Yitzchak says, over. But you are allowed to walk underneath that tree. The rabbis are not closer in that case. There is no tuma there for Avot Rabbis. You are allowed to walk underneath that tree. But Yochanan Amar in Avar. Yochanan says, ideally avoid it. If you can't avoid it, ultimately you can walk underneath it. Well, you might say, that's arguing. Hard to keep it here, hard to look at your thoughts. We're not arguing. What is everything depend on? Is there another path? Is there another path? If there's another path, everyone agrees If there's not another path, ultimately again everyone agrees you can walk through. You can walk through. I'm gonna have Shish is also the Martin's up to this story. I'm gonna have Shish to Shameh. Shish said to his attendant, he mucked his lahasam. So apparently they had this cake and they walked through Slavin. It wasn't overhanging a shade tree. So he said to his attendant, he mucked his lahasam. I really tell you, when you get to that spot, the overhanging a shade tree, do me a favor, help me run past. Like help me run, or they were gonna pass under it. But help me run under it quickly. You know, hey, dummies, what's the case? People like to get off, you know, let me be already done it. This is showing. If there's no other path, right? If this is the only way through, then what? It's mutter. If it's mutter, why do you have to run? Because you got to, you know, come out and tell you shut it. And again, if it's another path, so you get it just because you're running, right? Just because you're running through it doesn't make it mutter. So it's going to be only the lack of the action. In reality, there was not another path. And therefore, again, Shishas was totally permitted to walk through this path. So why did he say to his attendant, let's run through? The Gemara says, ultimately, again, because the Shishas has the other structure, I'm always concerned about. He didn't want people to see him underneath that tree. Because, of course, remember, people are not doubting that people are knowledgeable about all of these circumstances. He was concerned that people see through that tree, don't understand context. Then it means from that you're allowed to go ahead and walk underneath the tree like this in general. And therefore, he said, in order to avoid any type of suspicion like this, to go ahead and run through the tree very quickly. So therefore, again, so therefore, what we see from here, just the takeaways, is number one, the idea that if the tree is planted for the sake of a result, of course, it's going to be also walking underneath the canopy ultimately conveys Tuma. It is a Tuma Jurabana. If it extends into the Shirabim, you're allowed to do it, assuming that what? There's not another path. If there is another path, if you ultimately, again, take that other pathway. Allah for myself, even if there is another path, it's less to be conscious about one's actions with them. I will say that last one is also very, sometimes in life, like, we have to take compromised pathways. Like, there are times in life where I have to do things that are far from ideal. Like, once you have all your life, get it done as quickly as possible. In other words, don't linger in the less than ideal circumstances of life. Sometimes we don't have a choice, but do what has to get done and move yourself forward to that. Take the low side. Wow, what a run. So yeah, great job. So let's start with today. Okay, everyone.
And the second car I ever owned, I was like, this is fucked. And then I had to like,
Morning, us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's trip today. Our annual homegrown sponsor, the Muslim Shulchan Aruch Yisrael, for dedicating all the children's classrooms this year. It is always the most of Israel. I'm from the first sponsors for the month of Av. That's why I'll be in the ritual of Stephen Wendy Jason in honor of their parents. Israel Jason, Gina Jason, and he loves his wife. In memory of Stanley loves his wife. The money sponsors for today.
It's like taking off your shoes in a hotel room.
Mama Bas Kaya Tezov, who is undergoing lifting and helps
If you
to
tuck your pants
today.
into your socks so it doesn't fall out, like what how good question from a professional. Yeah, your pants legend, Brian Redman.
Let's look at what else we need to watch. Today's guy is Memphis 48. We are picking up on Menzion on the days at the second mission, or the first mission on the days. About 12 lines down. Close it back. That means to protect some homes. And listen, obviously, that's all it's up. That's going to guess my topic is. I'm always right? Although it's not always that way. Shots, but it happens to be in this sector. We're pretty consistent. All of those are all the time. So the mission says as follows. There are three types of homes when it comes to what is that? The Gemara says as follows. Why is the normal key level is common? Or is awesome? If a home was built from the beginning for a whole result, in other words, you have a home that literally again was built for a whole result purposes. Allah again, that home is Asr Banda, good. Now again, remember, as you've seen already, if it was built by a couple, then what? You can be Mevatel. You can do that, built by a Jew. You can't be Mevatel, okay. Side of it, let's say a regular home. The home was built for regular mundane purposes. But then after you no longer plastered it or you decorated it for avodas kochanim, if you wish, you added something to the home, the cover avodas kochanim, no kamash mechadish. Ultimately, if you remove any of the old Torah additions, then the home becomes permitted. Category 3, Technis Masok Avodas Kochanim Go Siaris and Moshe. It's inside the house. But essentially, the Akum brought his idols into the house. So one idol is in the house, ultimately the house is also wise, because the house is considered to be serving Avodah Zarah, right? It's attending to Avodah Zarah. Once the Avodah Zarah is removed, ultimately again the house becomes permitted. So therefore, 3 categories. Category 1, you build the house for the sake of Avodah Zarah, the house is awesome. Category 2, you build the house for regular mundane purposes, but then you add on something for Avodah Zarah. You plaster it, you paint it, you decorate it. Remove the plaster, remove the decorations, remove the additions. House is mutter. Piece number 3, regular house. You just Akum brought his Avodah Zarah into it. When the Avodah Zarah is there, house is unfit for use. Once the Avodah Zarah ultimately is removed, house is mutter. And Rav says if one bows down to a house, ultimately it's awesome. So that's very interesting. Right, so again, in this case over here, it sounds like you have a regular house, and then an Akum can belong bow down to his house. What's the halacha? Awesome. Alma, Kasavar, Polish, Ulabasov, Hebrew, Italish, that's what he's saying here. He's saying that was detached, and then attached, which means it's detached state status. But it's whole, made of materials. The materials were originally detached. Now you attach them to the ground, right? And you worship them. Remember, up until now, we've always been focused on the idea that anything is mukhbar, anything that's attached to the ground can't become a usher. So you see here the fact that Rav says that you bow down to ourselves and make it usher indicates to us that as long as it was initially detached, even if you now attached it, so it is mukhbar. I'm sorry. It is usher. It is like it's detached. And they pretend named Avodah Zarah. I don't know for a second. But ultimately, again, what we learned halacha the only way that it's usher is if you originally go ahead and build it for the sake of Avodah Zarah, which sounds like again the only way a home becomes usher is only if from the beginning, from the conception, that it was worship. So you want you to know, whether you went ahead and built it for the sake of Avodah Zarah, even if you never actually worshipped it, or you bowed to it, even though you didn't build it for the sake of Avodah Zarah. Either way, halacha myself, that house becomes Avodah Zarah. If that's the case, if that's the case, and there are 3 categories of houses, there are 4 categories of houses, right? Because category 1 was you built the home for the sake of Avodah Zarah. Category 2, you decorated for Avodah Zarah. Category 3, you housed Avodah Zarah inside of it. Now there's a 4th category. What's the 4th category? The 4th category is it was built for mundane purposes, and then you bowed down to it. Why isn't that category included? Given the Dickel, one of the let's remember again why we learned this. Right? So first of all, what's the point of this line? The point of this line is also to indicate to us what is Avodah Zarah, and therefore we should know how to be Mazak Avodah Zarah. Since when it comes to Bittul, I remember you will say, how are you Mazak Avodah Zarah? Remember, if the apple has the ability to decommission it, essentially by damaging it, even in some small way, right? If it damages it, ultimately again, it is mutter. So whether you broke it for the sake of Avodah Zarah, or ultimately it was for mundane purposes, but worship afterwards, either way, from the decommissioning perspective, the process is the same. Since the decommissioning process is the same, those two are not building it and it's not that bowing down to it are lumped together in one category. Okay, incredible. Mishnah, Shalosh Avadim, there are 3 different types of stone. Right, so our purposes, category 1. Category 1, Evan Shefat from the Fila Levimus, already Zatsura. Its stone was originally quarried. Ultimately, again, to be the pedestal for Avodah Zarah. Deimos means like the platform upon which the Avodah Zarah is situated. So that's why the stone was carved from the beginning. Harizah Surah, that stone is also Saiga, the kind of show all stuff on it. What happens if you have a stone? Stone's part, regular, whatever, mundane surfaces, or no purpose at all. And then you plaster it or you paint it for the sake of Avodah Zarah. No Tomash C8 P8 Uteres. If you remove paint or plaster from the stone then becomes permitted for use. Handmade Avodah Zarah, this so far is Uteres. What happens again if the stone wasn't quiet for Avodah Zarah? If the stone was quiet for mundane purposes, and you didn't do any additions to the stone, but you just put Avodah Zarah on top of the stone. Then what will say? When the Avodah Zarah is situated on top, the stone is also. And if the Avodah Zarah is removed from it, then ultimately the stone is covered. Stone pieces very much parallel the house pieces. Next, says the Gemara. Amr Ami, Baruch Yasir, the kid, the Baruch Evan. The Gemara says, when we talk about this idea of plastering or painting over the stone, it has to be, the Gemara suggesting over here, how the Ami suggesting, it has to be that you did something actually to the physical stone itself. Not that you not just that you applied some type of plaster or paint on top of the stone, but it has to be that you actually did something with the roof, with the body of the stone itself. It says in my eye, the hard to buy it. It says, for comparing the pieces of the house. The bias, love the group and the start. When it comes to a home, you talk about plastering or painting, nothing's going into the house itself, right? It's being applied on the exterior of the house, and yet that's problematic. You must know, bias not even being garbage. You must know, if you're in a house, when you have like stones or bricks, there's the area in between the stones or bricks into which the plaster or the paint or the decoration is able to get in. You must know, the shire of a hadr shire. In the house case, or the case, the house is already previously plastered or painted. And now what are you doing? You're adding on an additional layer for the sake of Avodah Zarah. So nothing is happening to the actual body of the house itself. Anything that's done is exterior work. Rather, Rabbi Ami gave his statement, ultimately again, he's making it in terms of ditto. Meaning what? The Afagav decided the Kayyid to become the event. Notar Mashafidish Shapir Dasa. Shimon said this is very interesting. Rabbi Ami is looking at it as follows. I have a stone. Right? The stone was quarried for no particular reason. Then what happens? I paint it or I plaster it for the sake of Avodah Zarah. They'll say, what's halach in that situation? What's halach? What do we say? If you remove the paint or the plaster, the decoration, the stone is good to go. And thus, you do not have to do, so the understanding, you do not have to do anything with the actual body. You don't have to physically change the body of the stone itself in order to be mevatel the Avodah Zarah identity. Why is that? Because we're not allowed to say, well, even Shasiyah, the Kiyah, the Gupal Sho'evek, Ke'even Shechatsa, the Tchil Avodah Zarah, you're the piece circular, because you might have thought that once you paint or you plaster or you decorate the stone in its entirety, maybe that makes it like a stone that was originally quarried for Avodah Zarah purposes. In which case, the stone itself is fundamentally asur, and maybe to be mevatel, you have to not do something with the body of the stone itself. Kamash Malon, no. That when you paint, plaster, decorate it, all you need to do is what? Remove that exterior paint, plaster, or decoration, and you need not to do anything with the body of this plaster, body of the stone itself, in order to go to be mevatel, you have all this out. Also very interesting. Very interesting. Listen, there's a tremendous hospital in this as well, which is what's happening over here. The stone is becoming painted. So now what's the Gemara? We say with the house. Stone, that you painted it right. This house started regular. The stone started regular, meaning not a Avodah Zarah. Then what happens? You paint it, you plaster it for sake of Avodah Zarah. So I'm at a thought that now that I have changed the house, in order to restore it back to its previous holy setting, I have to make some type of comprehensive historic change to the body of the house or the stone itself. Much more that sometimes to capture meaningful change, to be exterior change, to be cosmetic change, to be little things that fundamentally alter identity. All I need to do is strip away the plastic, strip away the paint. I don't have to do anything with the body of the stone, the body of the house. The world has changed. Sometimes the object, the entity, or the person is so broken but the change has to be comprehensive and cathartic. The house itself has to be changed. The stone itself has to be changed. And other times, seemingly relatively easy, minor exterior changes can be made, and it makes all the difference. I will say sometimes when we know that we want to change, we get so scared of the comprehensive, cathartic, like house change, a stone change. Meanwhile, all we need in life is sometimes some tweaks. A little bit, remove a little plaster over here, remove a little paint over here. Even sometimes the smallest exterior changes in the way we live, the way we conduct ourselves, can have the most tremendous effect. Incredible. Top of Manifest, 48 Mishnah. Shalosh Asher is saying, the three different types of Asher trees, Elon Shenatu, which Elon Shenatu, Arizasura. And once again, here's what's interesting. We're going to see something fascinating, which is we've always thought, and maybe I'm just projecting, right? We've always thought that an Asherah tree is a particular type of tree. Like there's a species called Asherah. It turns out that is not the case. By the way, there's also no truth there. This is fascinating. Where it says, now, again, we'll see actually there's a discussion about this. Right? But Lamaisa, Ashira is not as much a type of tree, as much as a tree that's worshipped for Avodah Zarah is called an Ashira tree. So Shalosh Ashera said, this is not Ashera. Even Shalata Mekulishavos Zasura. Anytime that you plant a tree for the sake of Avodah Zarah, it doesn't matter. It's a redwood, it's a fir. That's not all I know, right? So that's it. So the nice again. So nice. I planted for the sake of Avodah Zarah. That's called an Ashera. So the Gemara says, fine. You don't increase the Shalom Component. The Moshe says category 1. Category 2 is you have a regular tree, right? The tree is planted for regular mundane tree purposes. Then what happens? You go into slow. I prune it and I cut it. Ultimately, again, this is a little means I trim it. I prune it or I trim it for the sake of Avodah Zarah. So let's say, so in this case, again, tree was planted for regular mundane purposes. Then what happens? I prune it and I trim it for the sake of Avodah Zarah. V'hichlet, and now again it regrows. Notel mashemech. So ultimately, again, then it will say in this case, that which regrows is aser al Avodah Zarah. Right? Because in this case, the tree is planted for mundane purposes. I prune it and I trim it for the sake of Avodah Zarah. The new growths, therefore, are Avodah Zarah. So how do you go ahead and restore this tree back to its permitted status? Take away or cut off the new growths. If you went ahead and you have a regular tree, but you placed an Avodah Zarah, right? You placed an Avodah Zarah underneath the tree in Nachla, and then it was removed. So apparently, while the Avodah Zarah is under the tree is also because it's considered to be serving Avodah Zarah. But once you go ahead and remove the Avodah Zarah from underneath the tree, and ultimately, again, the tree becomes permitted once again. Incredible. So those are our three categories. So again, you can begin to see that the three categories of trees, the three categories of stones, the three categories of homes, all closely resemble one another. So category number 2 was where I had a tree that was planted for regular purposes, and then halacha l'maisa, I pruned it or I trimmed it for the sake of Avodah Zarah. In that case, the new growths are the ones that are aser. So I'm reading Rabbi Yana, and this is assuming, of course, that you pruned or you trimmed the actual body of the tree. The Gemara says, so let's say, so here's what's interesting. So Rabbi Yana says, they are talking about over here, hivrich means you grafted, right? Hirkiv means, right? So what does this mean? Rabbi Ami is coming along, Rabbi Yana is coming along and saying, what's the case? The case is where you're doing something much more substantial with the tree, right? Ultimately, again, you're going ahead and you're grafting it, or these two processes. So hivrich means to graft it. Hirkiv means, Rashi points out over here, that you take one part of the tree, you put the top into the ground, it grows roots over here, then you cut it, and it becomes two independent trees. Marcel, 1 second. That's how the Mishnah says. The Mishnah says even if you graft it or trim it, that makes it Avodah Zarah. No, Rabbi Yana's statement is rather relevant when it comes to bittul, negating Avodah Zarah. Decommissioning, how so? This is very interesting. אף אגב דהיברך והרכב בגופו של אילון, כי not אומן שהחלף שפר דמי. The most it's very interesting. Even if you graft it, or we'll call both of these grafting, there's two ways to graft. You could go ahead and graft one tree into another, or like I said, if you can imagine, let's say you have like a sapling, right? So it's bendable. You take the top part of the sapling, you bend it down to the ground, you plant that top. That top then develops roots. Once it develops roots, you then cut it like in the middle of, we'll call it the bow. And now effectively you have two trees. So the Gemara says, what would you have thought? You might have thought that these grafting cases, maybe it's as if you've actually planted the tree from the beginning for the sake of Avodah Zarah. Obviously, as we've seen, once you're creating something for the sake of Avodah Zarah from the beginning, that takes on a much greater severity. I might have thought that grafting is the equivalent to planting something from the beginning for Avodah Zarah purposes. Kamash Malon, that is not the case. Okay, incredible. Amr Shmuel. Shmuel says as follows: person bows down to a tree. Anything that grows on the tree after the moment that he bowed down to it is asur. So obviously, it sounds like this is the case of where the tree was planted for regular purposes. Then the akum came along and bowed down to it. So anything that grows post bowing is going to have the status of avodah zarah. Okay. Master of Elazar, Gido Upisla Bolis Mochavim Vechlef Vedon Tomashichlef. So I'll say the ultimately again, so Rabbi Elazar raised the kasha to Shmuel. He says it doesn't make any sense. The Mishnah says if you pruned or if you trimmed the tree for the sake of avodah zarah, and then there were new growths, the new growths were asur. So Gido Upisla in. So it sounds like you have to do a ma'isa. You have to prune it or trim it for the sake of avodah zarah. Then the new growths are asur. But again, lo Gido Upisla lo. But if you didn't prune it, you didn't trim it, and you just bow down to it, it sounds like that would not create a problem. So therefore, again, Rabbi Elazar is raising his kasha on Shmuel. So the Gemara says, I'm going to Shmuel. Shmuel says, Hamani Rabbanani. Shmuel says, whose opinion is reflected in the Mishnah? That's the opinion of the Rabbanan. This goes back to Shabbos staff. Shmuel Yossi Bar Yehuda. Shmuel himself holds like Rabbi Yossi Bar Yehuda. The Amar, who says, Ilan Shenat Lobasof Abdu Asar. So again, I will say we've seen this is a fundamental guess between the Rabban Rabbi Yossi and Yehuda. The ultimate Rabbi Yossi says that even if you planted a tree for regular mundane purposes, if you worshipped it, it subsequently becomes asur. So that's Shmuel's view, but that is not the view mentioned in the Mishnah. Okay, so Maskef Ravashi. So Rashi raised the kasha. We might Rabbi Yossi Yehuda, Rabban Rabbi Tosefes Pligi. So do Rabbi Yossi Yehuda and Rabbanon, do they really argue in a case of Tosefes? So most of the difference what's happening like that. Our Mishnah said, right? Our Mishnah said, if you have a regular tree, and then you prune it or you trim it for the sake of avodah zarah, so doing a nice with the tree, any new growths are asur as avodah zarah. Shmuel comes along and says, even if you didn't prune it or trim it, you just bow down to it. Any new growths are asur out of avodah zarah. Gemara now is suggesting that the focus between Shmuel and Rabbi Elazar is actually the focus between Rabbanon and Rabbi Yossi. Rabbanon's view is mentioned in the Mishnah, but if you just bow down to a tree that was planted for mundane purposes, you have to done anything. In other words, the act as should be done. Or obviously it's not trouble. We thought of this, you don't fundamentally change the tree. Rabbi Yehuda holds that even if something is planted for mundane purposes, if you bow to it, if you worship it, from that point of bowing forward, the item is now to have a Zara identity. That's my focus. Ask me Rashi. You might have Yossi by Yehuda, Rabbanon with Tosefes speaking. How do you know that Rabbi Yossi, Rabbanon arguing with new growth? Gilmal, because that's the different color. So maybe everyone agrees that when you bow down to a tree, the new growth are certainly asur. Everyone will agree to that. What's the matter? Yes, will be eternal creature. So perhaps they're arguing about the status of the tree itself post worship. Rabbi Yossi will be the sovereign Karnami asur. Rabbi Yossi will be the holds that when you bow down to the tree itself becomes asur. Yiksiv, Nashrayim, Tisrafun, Vaish. But the Pasuk says you have to destroy the Asheros, and therefore again, once you worship it, by definition, you endow it with avodah zarah identity. Rabbanon hold no. Iker Elon Shari. Ultimately, again, the Iker Elon, the primary tree, remains permitted. Why? B'ksiv v'asherayim tika deun. You shall uproot their Asher trees. I will say now, what Rabbanon are pointing out over here is, once it says v'asherayim tis Rafun, that you have to burn their Asheros, why do you need to say anything else? Why do you have to say Hashem Tigadeinu? You have to uproot it. Why do you need that second phrase? Ezu Ilon Shigidua also Bikara Shari, because it's telling you there's a type of tree where the new growth is asr, but the primary tree remains mutter. What type of tree is that? Avi Omer, Ilan Shanatul Labasov. What type of tree is that? That's the tree that was initially planted for mundane purposes. Then let's say pruned or trimmed. The new growths ultimately again become asr. The Hitema, and again, the Gemara says maybe Rabbi said the reason we don't answer it up like this is because because again, I will say the proofs that each of them both are potentially interchangeable. First white line, it came Gido Upisulo Man Kataila. If that's the case, then who is the author of our Mishnah? Who said that if you worship a mundane tree, I should say if you prune or trim the mundane tree, that the new growths are usher. Who's the author? Lo Rabbanon, lo Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda. It would neither be the Rabbanon or Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbanon, below Gido Upisulo Namito Sefes Asura. If it's right to the Rabbanon, then ultimately again, without pruning or trimming it, the additional growth should also be usher. And Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda, Iker Ilan Nami Aser. The primary tree itself would also be Aser after worship. Gemara says, how do we answer this up? Ibais Ema. Ibais Ema Rabbi Yosef Yehuda. Ibais Ema Rabbi I'm sorry. Ibais Ema Rabbanon. Ibais Ema Rabbi Yosef Yehuda. You're right. The views here could be reflective of either the Rabbanon or Rabbi Yosef Bar Yehuda. How so? Ibais Ema Rabbi Yosef Bar Yehuda. Hikar Rabbi Yosef Bar Yehuda below Gido Upisilu Iker. When ultimately again does Rabbi Yosef Yehuda say that if you worship a tree, even if you don't prune it or trim it, right, but you worship it, that the primary tree itself becomes also. When is that? The stama. What says it? Stama means you just worship the tree as a whole without specifying any particular part of the tree that you are worshiping. Whereas I guess when it comes to tree worship, a person can say like I'm a trunk guy, or I'm a branch guy, But again, let's say you just stam worship, According to Rabbi Yehuda, ultimately again, that makes the entire tree ultimately also. About Gido Pisulo, Roli Adaite Giuseppe Nechole. Even no Nechole. But if you prune or you trim a tree for all these other purposes, what are you saying? That really what I'm worshiping is what? The new growth. Interesting. The Gemara says, another possibility is the reflexive view of the Rabbanon. How so? The Gemara says, ultimately, again, we need the case, ultimately, of tuning and trimming. Why? Correct from, even the other late nights of the buffet. I'm going to talk like this. Since by tuning and trimming, you are doing something with the actual tree itself. Therefore, I might have thought that the actual tree itself becomes usher. Kamash Polon, that is not the case. Kamash Polon, that Halachah myself, the Iker tree remains mutter, and ultimately again the new growths remain become usher. Okay, so let's say, Halachah myself, what do we do with this? So therefore, again, remember, 2 out of the 3 categories are pretty straightforward. Category 1 is that I plant the tree for the sake of Allah. What is that called? Asherah. Right? So now again, remember, suddenly it's not a type of tree Asherah, but rather again, any tree that is worshipped, right, that is planted for the sake of Avodah Zarah is called Asherah. That's category 1. Category 3, I put Avodah Zarah, again, I keep saying opposite, but I can't remember. We're talking about the opposite doing these things, because remember, I say this every day. If the Jew does it, it changes the math on all of this stuff in a bad way. So nice again, Akum put Avodah Zarah under the tree. What's the halacha? While the Avodah Zarah is under the tree itself, the tree is usher, because the tree is considered to be an attendant, right? It's attending to Avodah Zarah. But once the Avodah Zarah moves under the tree, she's totally mutter. What about case 2? Case 2 is the one that we spent this entire studio on. Akum tuned or trimmed the tree for the sake of Avodah Zarah. So what is that? What does the Mishnah say? The Mishnah says ultimately again that is the new growths ultimately again are also out of Avodah Zarah, but the tree itself remains permitted. The tree itself remains permitted. And I was like, that is how the Rambam asking as well. Now whether that affects the Rabbanon, okay, so that's how much focus. But bottom line is also to clarify the way we pass it is, if an akum goes there, there's a tree, and the tree was planted for regular migrant purposes, and the akum bows down to it, we pass it like Ravana, that tree does not become us. That tree is like the mountain that does not become us. Remember, again, this circles back. Anything that is naturally occurring cannot be made into Avodah Zarah unless, of course, there is some type of human intervention that affects the change in the item. That's why if you prune or you trim the tree, you're doing something to the tree. Hey, but even then, when you do something to the tree, what happens? That which grows subsequently will be Avodah Zarah, but ultimately the tree itself, the ikar of the tree, still remains permitted. Incredible. Mishnah, Ezra Shera. What is an Asherah tree? And I must say now, again, remember, we must ask me different kinds of questions. We already established what's an Asherah tree. At least in our pure definition, any tree planted in the same honor of a Rizora is called an Asherah tree. Now we must say, Ezra Shera. What is an Asherah? We must, we'll see exactly what the Mishnah's question is. We'll explain exactly how big a tree is. Shimon says, Kosha Uvdin Osa. Any tree that you worship, ultimately again, is called an Asherah tree. And my Sabitzizan the Iloshe Ovdin also is to this. There was one time, we'll say, so again, there is some type of machlokas happening over here. Tanakama holds an Asherah tree is any tree that has a Avodah Zarah underneath.
It's like
But Shimon holds that any Asherah tree is any tree that you worship.
Day
My
32.
Sabitzizan the Iloshe Ovdin so one time it happened in Sidon that there was a tree that they
Kabbalah and
worshipped.
coffee.
Umatsu Tachtov Gal. And they found like a pile of dirt underneath the tree. I'm going to be sure says, Bud Agal. Go and dig up.
Camp Kabbalah, Chronicles,
But
Kabbalah Trash Course, whatever you
they
want to
found
call
an
it.
idol buried underneath the tree.
So we're not fucking around today.
Good news. Since there's
We're
an idol
getting
there,
right into
the assumption is that they really were worshiping
Yiddish.
the idol, not
Why?
the tree. So therefore, because they're
Why
worshiping the idol, therefore the tree itself
I was
becomes.
up till
Okay. So it's
5 o'clock in the morning
a little bit of
discussing
extreme.
miniature golf.
Says the Gemara. Ezu Asherah. What do you mean when the Mishnah says what's an Asherah? We just learned this in the previous Mishnah. Vanan,
What the
Shalosh
fuck? A
Asherah
great
Siyah.
conversation
We
about
literally
being
just learned this in the
a
previous
Jewish
Mishnah.
one. The
What
feminist
does the Mishnah
bullshit
say? There's
summit
three
said
different types
20
of
spot.
Asherah trees. We literally just did this.
Bunch
No,
of
that's what
no
we
one
say.
knows. February 9th. That's tight. What would you say about being a Jewish woman? I mean,
There are two
technically,
cases of Asherah that everyone agrees with. And then there's one case of Asherah that is Machlokas of Yishon the Rabbah. What's the case? What's the Asherah case that's Machlokas?
That's something that's so pleasurable that it gives life.
Any case where
Like
you
fucking
find an
around.
idol
Halavan.
underneath the tree.
That means that you
That's
want to
not
fuck
focus.
her. That means I wish.
Maybe Shimon Omer.
Yiddish cup.
Kosher
Yiddish
also.
cup. That means Jewish head. Yantah
Kosher said that was the problem. So the Gemara says,
That's brass
Shimon Omer,
tacks,
kosher
motherfucker.
also.
Nah, she means to eat just like you pussy. Basher. That's your soulmate, baby.
And you find an idol underneath the tree.
Mishmash.
Does that make it into an Asherah tree?
Oh, who doesn't know what mishmash
Rabbanan
means?
say yes, and Rabbi Shimon says
Mishmash or mishmash is a Yiddish word that means mixture or medley or jumble. It comes from the Yiddish word mish, which means mix, and is related to the German mish. Classic use of mishmash would be from teaching the fourth like Aro, which, according to the most common Jewish teaching, is a mixture of mishmash of wild and dangerous animals. And Jewish law is especially pertinent on Shabbat when one of the Fidina Melchot is not his short mixed item, a mishmash. Known as Bor, selecting the first prohibition has many caveats and details, such as the fact that one may select certain items from a mishmash, provided that they are needed in the immediate future and that is done by hand.
Right, Asherah is any tree that is planted for Avodah Zarah. But you want to see
If you don't know what mishmash is,
you're walking down the street, you see a tree.
everybody
Well,
knows
some
what
identifying
mishmash is.
marks, right? Or some
Who taught you
identifying
mishmash? I don't know.
That
Probably my
what you're looking
mother
at
or
is
my
an Asherah
grandmother.
tree. How would you be able to figure
Really?
that out? Where is
Yeah.
this?
Even my
Omer
grandmother might tell
Rav,
me that. My father might even tell me that. Mishmash?
Okay,
Yeah, everybody knows it.
anytime you see a bunch
All right, well, that was a
idolaters
cool story about
sitting
mishmash.
underneath a tree that bears fruit,
Now what?
and no one touches the fruit. Good. So if you happen to see that, it's a pretty sure bet that is
Jewish
an
couples.
Avodah
Now,
Zarah.
remember we said there's a lot to do today.
Afilu Amri Hani Tamri Lebei.
All right. This is
Mitzarfi
spots.
Aser, Dari Moshe
These are
Rabbi
not
Shas
teach.
Yom Yom. Even if
Dude, we
you
got
hear,
to-
even if you
okay,
hear
here
people
we
say,
go.
"Oh, the dates of this
So
tree,
just
we're going to save them for Bein
let
Tzarfi."
this bitch
That's
sink
the
in.
name of the temple, right? Because again, it
Shut
was
the fuck
common
up.
for
Get it right.
for idolaters
Dog, we ain't never
beer.
right.
Remember, most of the times the Gemara they drink date beer. To make date
Oh,
beer
and Kabbalah
for
stuff.
the
Everybody
Zara
knows
under
that.
Yaakov. Okay, so again, let's say, see here what's happening over here. First indicator would be seeing the priests sit there and they don't eat fruit. Second indicator is
Yo, dog.
myself. Even if they eat the fruit, but they have to utilize the fruit when on their Yom Tov. Ultimately, again, and Neymar said the elders of Padisa told me that the halacha follows Shmuel. So again, remember the machlokas are between Rav and Shmuel. Rav says that if it's an Asherah tree, no one touches the fruit. Shmuel says that's not true. They'll eat the fruit, not for quote unquote mundane purposes, only for ritualistic purposes. But the nice they would still eat the fruit. And again, halacha is Shmuel. So again, if you see a tree and the fruit is only utilized for avodah zarah purposes, that is an Asherah. Incredible. Amid base. Let's go. Call lo yeshe b'tzila. So as I say now again, if we are dealing over here with an avodah zarah tree, an Asherah tree, so the Mishnah says you cannot sit in its shade. And everyone says we're going to see. This is not talking about the actual shade of the branches. That's obvious, right? Because sitting in the shade of an Asherah is mamish getting benefits from the Asherah. So of course that is going to be us. That's not what we're talking about over here. Lo yeshe b'tzila, then yashav tahar. And if you sat in the shade, ultimately again you're tar. We'll see the meaning of all this in just a little bit. So while yavar tachtel, assuming again you really should not even walk underneath the Asherah tree. Then avar tamei, and if you did so, you are tamei. Okay, to clarify everything in the Gemara. Haisa gozela says harabi. What happens if the Asherah tree extended into the Harabi? So literally, again, I was like, you can imagine that this could be a real problem. You have an overgrown Asherah tree, right? Very inconsiderate, idolatrous neighbors, right? So the Asherah tree is growing into the Harabi. Now the problem over here is that what? Now, here's what we're gleaning from this Mishnah. But if you go ahead and you walk literally underneath the branches of an Asherah tree, you are tamei. Now, what type of tamei we'll have to see? But you are tamei. The problem is if that tree extends into the Shirabim, what am I supposed to do? So the Gemara says, halacha l'maisa, if it extends into the Shirabim and you walk underneath it, ultimately, tar. You are tar. You are tar. Incredible. Abba says, so now, obviously, now, if you look at Rashi says, okay, let's just look at this Rashi, even though we'll make a little bit more sense in the Gemara. The half to what Rabbanami, who crud the Nicaea Gemara stuck to the Alma. Abba says, we're going to see. Apparently, now, when you're going to be a branch of Avodah Zarah, what does it sound like? From the Torah perspective, what does it sound like? What does it sound like? What type of Torah? Tumas Ohel. Now, again, Rashi points out over here, so what the mission is telling you is, if you walk underneath the branch of an Asherah tree, you are Tamei al Tumas Ohel. Now, what type of Tumah does Avodah Zarah convey? Rashi is telling us, this is Tumas Rabbanah. It's Rabbanah. Now, what the source, speaking of that rabbinic Tumah, is this Tumah. It's rabbinic Tumah. Now, obviously, the good news is that since it's rabbinic Tumah, what Chazal have the ability to do what? To legislate when the Tumah applies and when the Tumah doesn't apply. They have that ability. Because they have that ability, therefore, they have the ability to say, if you're walking under it of your own volition, okay, then you're going to be tamei. But if it's extending to the Shirabim, and therefore, again, that's inappropriate. Yeah, but I'm minding my own business. I'm just holding this drum. I'm allowed to. Kazal said the Tumah doesn't apply in that case. All right, so let's analyze. A lot to unpack here. Says the Gemara. That's what's the first case of the Mishnah. First case of the Mishnah was you cannot sit in the shade of Avodah Zarah. So you have an Asherah tree. Let's just go. Most base level. Right? The tree was planted for the sake of Avodah Zarah. Therefore, it is an Asherah. Now it has nice big branches. You can't count it. It has ugly big branches, right? But that provide a lot of shade. So I can't sit underneath. The Gemara says that's obvious. That is almost like sitting underneath the shade of the branches is what? What do we call that? I know. That's better thing. So of course, you're not tumor, right? You're on tour right now, right? That's obvious. I can't do that. That wasn't that will be so. I can't get him off from a whole jar. So what's the shine over there? Whereas a cheetah, I'm Rabbi Barchano, I'm Rabbi Yochanan, let's sell Tzilah. Notice the shadow of the shadow. And I will say very often, right, if you have a tree, right, so the tree casts a primary shadow, and then there's a secondary shadow. I might have thought, and this is coming from the height of the tree, in this moment. I might have thought that the prohibition to benefit ultimately again is moving from the primary shadow, but from the secondary shadow, there's secondary shadow like a fainter shadow. There would not be a problem. Ultimately, even in the secondary shadow, you're not allowed to get benefit. You must be the cloud, but itself from us. So from us in Yashav, Tame, I'm sorry, let's do that again. Lo Yeshiv Tzila, Pshita, that's obvious, not Tzila. That is the secondary shadow. Nechlal, in itself, Kamasa, in Yashav, Tame. That telling you ultimately again that if I sat in the shadow, right? This is the shadow ultimately again at the height of the tree. That if I sat there in the Tameh, which means the low, that people that sell Kamasa, Nami in Yashav Tar. No, not necessarily. If you sit in the shadow ultimately again at the height, you will be tar. The Hakamash on Das, you will sell Sila. The idea over here is anytime you're sitting in secondary shadow, you're not going to be contaminated, right? But Lamaisi, you still shouldn't do it. In other words, if I sit underneath the direct canopy of the tree, that is usher and there's tumah. Any secondary shadows are usher, you should not do it. But if you did it, ultimately again, no tumah. Okay, you get them asking about Seifa. Others go ahead and frame this conversation on the Seifa. In Yashav Tar, ultimately, again, and it's sat underneath it worked hard. That's obvious. I was supposed to say, of course, if I go ahead and I sit underneath the secondary shadow, I'm going to be hard. We're talking about over here the shadow that is cast by the height of the tree. So does that mean that the secondary shadow ultimately again, you can say that even
Bet Yosef, a commentary on Rabba Turim, the current work of Halakha in these days.
in the shadow
In
of
the
the height of the
commentary,
tree,
Caro shows an astounding mastery over the Talmud and the legalistic literature of the Middle Ages. He felt called upon to systematize the laws and customs of Judaism in the face of disintegration caused by the expulsion of Jews from Spain. Shulchan Aruch, the condensation of his decisions in Bet Yosef finished in 1555. The code was published in 4 parts in 1565. Kesef Mishnah, written in Nikopol, published in Venice, 1574 to 1575. A commentary on Mishnah Torah by Maimonides. In the introduction, Karl writes that his goal was to quote the source of each law in the Mishnah Torah and defend the work from criticisms of the Abraham ben David. After his death, there appeared Bedek Habayit, supplements and corrections in the Bet Yosef, Tilale HaTamid, Salonika 1598 on the methodology of the Talmud, Avkath Rochel, Salonika 1791, Responsa, Megan Misharim, Lublin 1646, and Supplements Venice 1646. Dereshel Salonika 1799, speeches in the collection of Oz Zadok.
The tree, the Asherah tree itself, serves as an ohel. I'm under the same roof as me and the Avodah Zarah. So is that what's happening over here? So the Gemara says, if that's the case, money, Rabbi Yehuda ben Basili. So Rabbi Yehuda ben Basili, the son, Rabbi Yehuda ben Basili Omer. Minayin. So
Isaac Luria is there, Moshe Osich is there, Salmon and Akabetz is there, Moses ben Jacob. So where do you want to be buried? Baby, I don't want to die. So where do you want to be buried? If you had to be buried in one place right now, put me right where the bed of big guys should be. Why? Why the fuck not? If I want to be anywhere, why not be right smack in the middle of everything? People fighting over my body. Why? Because it's sensitive.
Or you see
All right, where else would you want to be buried?
That's it.
That's the only place.
Again, to a mace.
Where else?
Not
I don't
mace.
know. Maybe the 50-yard line, some amazing stadium, and or Hollywood Boulevard. Who knows?
Just as ultimately again,
Throw my ass in the
conveys to us.
ocean.
So to have Zara
That's not a
conveys to
Jewish
us
burial.
also. So we'll say this is very
Okay, well,
important.
whatever,
This is very
dog.
important.
Dude,
Concept ultimately again, the source. The source
Joseph Carroll had
for
shit
for
signature.
sorry.
All right,
The source
it's time to learn about Beit Yosef. This means House of Yosef. Does it? Oh, for sure, everybody knows that. Just like everybody knows what mishmash means. If you don't know what mishmash means, get the fuck out of here.
This is rabbinic law. This is not biblical. This is not biblical. So therefore, again, the juxtaposition, or I should say, the comparison to have a mace tells us that just like a mace conveys to us, so to therefore, back to the Mishnah, do not go ahead and walk underneath the canopy of a Zara, of an Asherah. Because again, we assume that if there's a tree, at some point either is a Zara there, was a Zara buried there, and therefore you are coming to Rabbanon to Maschala. It's incredible. It says the Gemara, Haisa, Zara says and so we'll say now, what about the last case? Right, so now what's the last case? If the Asherah tree overextends its borders and goes into the Sarabim, and the branches enter the Sarabim, and I walk under it, then what's the halacha? I am tar. I'm tar, not tummy. Says the Gemara. Very interesting case. You buy the Avar or Over. Right? Question is, Haisa goes out to Sarabim. If the Asherah tree extends into the Sarabim, but Avar tar, and you go underneath it, you pass underneath it, you're tar. The rabbi's not letting stay there. The Gemara now asks, how do you read that word? Is the word Avar or Over? We'll start searching the word Avar and Over. Avar means if you went through ex post facto. Over means you can go through. What's the chilek? What is Mishnah saying? Is Mishnah saying, L'chatchila, I'm allowed to walk underneath that tree because the rabbi cannot go there, or no? You really should still try to avoid walking underneath it, even if it's rabbi. But if you walk underneath it ex post facto, you're still tar. So big enough to Rabbi Yitzchak ben Elazar, he says, this is Omar, over.
Why didn't you watch that shit
last says, over, l'chatchila, right? You are allowed to walk underneath that tree. The rabbis were not gozer in that case. There is no tumah, and therefore Allah you are allowed to walk dafka, l'chatchila, underneath that tree. Rabbi Yochanan Amar in Avar. Rabbi Yochanan says, no, ideally avoid it. Ideally avoid it. If you can't avoid it, ultimately you can walk on this field. Hopefully, the Gemara says you're not arguing. You're not arguing. What does everything depend on? Is there another path? Is there another path? If there's another path, everyone agrees. If there's not another path, ultimately, again, everyone agrees. You can walk through. You can walk through. I'm going to have Shesha to go to the interesting story. I'm going to have Shesha to come in. Shesha said to his attendant, he mucked lahasam. So apparently they had this case when they were walking with Shrabim. There was an overhanging Shesha. So he said to his attendant, he mucked lahasam. I really turn it. When we get to that spot, the overhanging Shesha, do me a favor. Help me run past. Like help me run. Or they were going to pass under it, but help me run under it quickly. You must take it, dummy. What's the case? Either like a Jakashi and a Lama Viaritani, Mishra, sorry. If there's no other path, right? If this was the only way through, then what? It's mutter. If it's mutter, why do you have to run?
Sabbath and holidays. Lord, laws of kashrut, conversion to Judaism, mourning, laws pertaining to Israel, Nida,
doesn't make it
Evan Ha'azar, laws of marriage, abortion-related issues, Christian Mishpat, laws of finance, financial responsibility, damage, personal, financial, and the rules of the Beit Din,
was totally
as well as the laws of
So why did he say to his attendants, let's run through? The Gemara says, ultimately again, because Rav Sheshes is the other Chashuv, and what was he concerned about? He didn't want people to see him underneath that tree. Because of course, remember, people, not that
David
people
Halevi,
are knowledgeable about all of
on
these
your day,
circumstances.
Sabbatai,
He was concerned that people see
and
through that tree, they
Taz,
don't understand
Evan
the context.
Ha'azar, Samuel ben Uri,
You're allowed to go ahead and walk on
Phoebus and Moses ben Isaac, Judah,
and therefore he said, in order to avoid any kind of suspicion like this, Allah said to go ahead and
on chosen
go ahead
Mishpat,
and
Shabbatai Hakon,
run
and
through the
Joshua
tree
Fox,
very
Marriott,
quickly. So
in
therefore, again,
the
so therefore, what we see from here, just the takeaways, is number one, the idea that if the tree is planted for the sake of Avodah Zarah, of course it's going to be Aser. That walking underneath the canopy ultimately conveys Tumah. It is a Tumah D'Rabbanan. If it extends into the Sarabim, you're allowed to walk through it, assuming that what? There's not another path. But if there is another pathway through, ultimately, again, take that other pathway. Halacha l'maisa, Adam Kasher, even if there is another pathway, so let's be conscious about what his actions look like. I will say that last phrase also very, sometimes in life, like, we have to take compromised pathways. Right? There are times in life where I have to do things that are far from ideal. Like what you have all in life, get it done as quickly as possible. In other words, don't linger in the less than ideal circumstances in life. Sometimes you don't have a choice, but do what has to get done and move yourself forward to the next stage. You'll say, wow, what a run. Oh yeah, great job. So stop today, today, everyone.
The tour, although not considered as great as an authority of Maimonides' code, was much more widely known, the latter being recognized only among Sephardic Jews, while the former enjoyed a high reputation among Ashkenazim and Sephardim, as well as Italian Jews. Caro intended to give not merely the results of his investigations, like Maimonides did, but also the investigations themselves. He wished not only to aid the officiating rabbi in the performance of his duties, but also to trace for the student the development of particular laws from the Talmud through later rabbinical literature. Unlike the Torah, Maimonides' code encompasses all fields of halakha, including both those of present-day relevance and those dealing with past and future times, such as laws of sacrifices, Mashiach in Judaism, kings, etc. For Karl, whose interest lay in ruling on the practical issues, the Torah seemed a better choice.
Moses Isserles began writing his commentary on the Torah and the Torah Moshe around the same time as Joseph Caro. Caro finished his work, but Joseph, firsthand, it was presented to the Rebbe as a gift from one of his students. Upon receiving the gift, the Rebbe could not understand how he had spent so many years unaware of Caro's efforts. After looking through the Ben Joseph, the Rebbe realized that Caro had made a line upon Sephardic Paskin. In place of Caro's three standard authorities, Isserles cites the later authorities chiefly based on the works of Yaakov Nolan, Israelites related Israel Bruno, together with the Franco-German Tacitus, as criteria of opinion. One that G.D. on many occasions based his decision on these sources. Isserles gave more prominence in developing practical legal rulings. By incorporating these other opinions, Isserles addressed some major criticisms regarding the many views the arbitrary selection of the three authorities upon whose opinions Caro based his work. After realizing this, Isserles shortened the Torah Moshe to focus only on rulings which differ from Ben Joseph. The halakhic rulings in the Shulchan Aruch generally follow the Sephardic custom. Isserles added his clauses and published them as a commentary on the Shulchan Aruch, specifying whenever the Sephardic and Ashkenazic customs differ. These clauses are sometimes referred to as the table to the Zed table. Almost all published editions of the Shulchan Aruch include this clause. The importance of the now prevailing local custom is also a point of dispute between Caro and Isserles. While Caro held fast to original authorities and material reasons, Isserles considered the minhag as an object of great importance and not to be omitted in the codex. This point led Isserles to write his clauses to the Shulchan Aruch, so that the minhagim of the Ashkenazim might be recognized and not set aside due to Caro's reputation. Reception. Caro wrote the Shulchan Aruch in his old age, for the benefit of those who did not possess the education necessary to understand the Ben Yosef. The format of this work parallels that adopted by Jacob Ben Asher in his Arbat, but more concisely, without citing sources. Shulchan Aruch has been the code of rabbinical Judaism for all ritual and legal questions that arose after the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem. See Elected Orthodox Judaism and Yeshiva Jewish Orient's contemporary function and status. The author himself had no very high opinion of the work, being many had written it chiefly for young students. He never refers to it in his response, but always to the Ben Yosef. The Shulchan Aruch achieved its reputation and popularity not only against the wishes of the author, but perhaps from the very scholars who criticized it. Recognition or denial of Caro's authority lay entirely with the Polish Talmudists. German Jewish authorities had been forced to give way to the Polish ones as early as the beginning of the 16th century. Caro had already been opposed by several Sephardic contemporaries. Yitzhak Zalman, who designated the Shulchan Aruch as a book for children and ignoramuses, and Jacob Castro, whose work Aaron Shulchan consists of critical clauses to the Shulchan Aruch. Moses Isserles and Maharsha were Caro's first important adversaries in Eastern Europe. Further, in response to those who wished to force the rulings of the Shulchan Aruch upon those communities following the Rebbe, Caro wrote, who is he whose heart desires to approach forcing congregations who practice according to the Rambam of blessed memory, to know by any one of the earlier latter-day Torah authorities? Is it not a case of the Forshiva, that regarding the Zlom Shammai, that the Talmud does not go according to the way set forth in Zlom Shammai according to their leniencies and restringencies? The Rambam is the greatest of all the Torah authorities, and all the communities of the land of Israel in the Arab control lands and who practice according to his word, and accepted him upon themselves as their chief rabbi. Whoever practices according to him with his leniencies and restringencies, Michael is not to much from him, and all the more so if also their fathers and forefathers practice accordingly. For the children are not to turn away from the Rambam of blessed memory, and even the communities that practice according to the Moshe other authorities like him became the majority. They cannot coerce the minority of congregations practicing according to the Rambam of blessed memory to practice like they do, and there is no issue here concerning the prohibition against having two courts in the same city, since every congregation should practice according to its original custom. Similarly, many later Galactic authorities predicated the acceptance of the authority of the Shulchan Aruch on the lack of an existing and widely accepted custom to the contrary. Eventually, though, the rulings of the Shulchan Aruch became the accepted standard not only in Europe and the diaspora, but even in the land of Israel where they had previously followed other authorities. Criticism by Caro's contemporaries. Following its initial appearance, many rabbis criticized the appearance of this latest code of Jewish law, echoing similar criticisms of previous codes of law. Rabbi Judah Loeb ben Bezalel. Rabbi Judah Loeb ben Bezalel, known as Avraham, 1520-1609, wrote, to decide galactic questions from the codes without knowing the source of the ruling was not the intent of these authors. Had they known that their works would lead to the abandonment of Talmud, they would not have written them. It is better for one to decide on the basis of the Talmud even though he might err, for a scholar must depend solely on his understanding. As such, he is beloved of God, and preferable to the one who rules from a code but does not know the reason for the ruling. Such one walks like a blind person. Rabbi Shmuel Eels. Samuel Eels, known as the Maharsha, 1555-1631, criticized those who ruled directly from the Shulchan Aruch without being fully conversant with the Talmudic source. S. Of the ruling. In these generations, those who rule from the Shulchan Aruch without knowing the reasoning and Talmudic basis are among the destroyers of the world and should be proved. Rabbi Yoel Sirkis. Another prominent critic of the Shulchan Aruch was Joel Sirkis, 1561-1640, rabbi and author of the commentary to the Arba Turin entitled the New House, commonly abbreviated as the Bab, and Meir Lohan, author of the commentary on the Bab entitled the Shulchan. It is impossible to rule, in most cases, based on the Shulchan Aruch, as almost all his works lack accompanying explanations, particularly when writing about monetary law. Besides this, we see that many legal doubts arise daily, and are mostly the subject of scholarly debate, necessitating vast wisdom and proficiency to arrive at a sufficiently sourced ruling. Other criticisms. The strongest criticism against all such codes of Jewish law is the contention that they inherently violate the principle that halakha must be decided according to the later sages. This principle is commonly known as Hilchei Patri, the halakha follows the later ones. A modern commentator, Menachem Elon, explains. This rule dates from the Geonic period. In late Talmud law, it states that until the time of Rabbi Zabei and Rabbah, 4th century, the halakha was to be decided according to the views of the earlier scholars. But from that time onward, the halakhic opinions of post-Talmudic scholars would prevail over the contrary opinions of the previous generation. See this Sfei Erosh, Adamansa 310, 421, Shabbat 23, on and also the brief writing at the end of Yerovic CH. 2. If one does not find their statements correct and is able to maintain his own views with evidence that is acceptable to his contemporaries, he may contradict the earlier statements, since all matters that are not clarified in the Babylonian Talmud may be questioned and restated by any person, and even the statements of the Geonic may be different from him, just as the statements of the Amora are different from the earlier ones. On the contrary, we regard the statements of later scholars to be more authoritative because they knew the reasoning of the earlier scholars as well as their own, and took it into consideration in making their decision. This Rosh, Sanhedrin 4, 6, response of the Rosh 55, 9. The controversy itself may explain why the Shulchan Aruch became an authoritative code, despite significant opposition, and even against the will of its author, on Maimonides, 1135-1204. His Mentor rulings were not necessarily accepted as binding among the Franco-German Jews, perhaps owing to the criticism and influence of Abraham and Nadab, known as the Rebbe, 1110-1180. The answer may lie in the fact that the criticism by Nadab undermined confidence in Maimonides' work, while Israel's, who corresponded with Aaron, does not simply criticize, but supplements Aaron's work extensively. The result was that Ashkenazim accepted the Shulchan Aruch, assuming that together with Israel's glosses it was a reliable authority. This then became broadly accepted among Jewish communities around the world as the binding Jewish legal code. Praise. The later major Halachic authorities defer to both Aaron and Israel's inside their work as the baseline from which further Halachic rulings develop. The 17th century scholar Joshua H. Shell and Joseph wrote, on their bills do we drink and should question rise. On their work, not for this shall we come to another words. Rather we must study further as much as we can, and if we are unable to resolve our question, then we will ascribe it to our own lack of knowledge and not as a reason to, and on the words of these geniuses. Jonathan H. Schatz, D. 1764, wrote that the great breadth of the work would make it impossible to constantly come to the correct conclusion if not for the Spirit of God. Therefore, says E. Schatz, one cannot rely on the view not presented by the Shulchan Aruch, including Alan Gahan, D. 1800 D. Also said that was the reason one cannot rely on the view not formulated in the Shulchan Aruch. Major commentaries. A large body of commentaries have appeared on the Shulchan Aruch, beginning soon after its publication. The first major class, headed by Moses Eisholz, was published shortly after the Shulchan Aruch appeared. Eisholz's student, Yehoshua Volkov, published Sefer Yerdanim, on Joshua Misbah, abbreviated as Z, several decades after the main work. Important works by the later authorities, Sharon and Kluber are not limited to.
Logan Abraham Shield, Abraham Gombiner, on Orachaim. Ture Zahab, Rose of Gold, abbreviated as Taz, by David Halevi Sego, on Orachaim, Yoredea, and even Ezer. Siftei Cohen, Lips of the Priest, abbreviated as Shach, by Shabbatai HaKohen, on Yoredea, and Chosin Mishpat. Beit Shmuel, by Samuel ben Uri, Shraga, Phoebus, and Chelcha. Machokek, by Moses ben Isaac Judah Lima, on Ibn Ezer. Ba'ar Hetev, well explained by Judah Ashkenazi and Zechariah Mendel ben Aryeh Lieb. Peri Chadash, New Fruit by Hezekiah de Silva. Peri Megadim by Joseph ben Choice Fruit. So Peri Chadash is New Fruit. Peri Megadim is Choice Fruit by Joseph ben Meir Teonen. Ber HaTev is well explained. Siftei Cohen was Lips of the Priest, abbreviated as Shach, by Shabbatai Cohen on Yoredea and Choshen Mishpat. Ture Zahab was Rose of Gold, abbreviated as Taz. Okay. Peri Kadash is new fruit. Peri Macadam is choice fruit. Peri Kadash is new fruit by Hezekiah da Silva. Peri Macadam choice fruit by Joseph Ben Meyer Thielman. Jahari Teshuva. Entry to responsive by Chaim Mordechai Margot Leos. Nakatsi half shekel. I'm gonna say I'm not well.
One of these major commentaries enjoy widespread acceptance. Some early editions of the Shulchan Aruch were self-published, primarily in the late 17th and early 18th centuries with commentaries by various rabbis, although these commentaries never achieved significant recognition. A wealth of later works include commentary and exposition by such halachic authorities as the Council of Chachin and Avnei Milan, Nediv of Thomas Path, the Vilna Gaon, Rabbi Yechiel Levento, Tegel Merva, Rabbi Zacchaeus Baker, Moses Sofer, and Chaim Joseph David Hazolay. Berkouyi Yosef, whose works are widely recognized and cited extensively in later halachic literature. In particular, Mishnah Berurah, which summarizes and decides amongst the later authorities on the Aruch Chaim section of Shulchan Aruch, has achieved widespread acceptance. It is frequently even studied as a standalone commentary, since it is assumed to discuss almost the views of the major commentaries on the topics that it covers. The Chaim is a similar supporting work. See further below these types of works. Several commentaries are printed on each page. Bir Hagala, by Rabbi Moshe Ribkash, provides cross-references to the Talmud, other law codes, commentaries, and responsa, and thereby indicates the various sources for halachic decisions. Bir Hagala, by the Vilna Gaon is mentioned, traces the underlying maglika, deliberation, including how it eventually plays out, and evaluates this practice in light of the various opinions of Rishon Leah. Later collations. In the late 18th century, there were several attempts to recompile the major halachic opinions into a simpler, more accessible form. Rabbi Shmuel applied a Shulchan Aruch to the behest of the Hasidic leader, Rabbi Tom Mizrach, to distinguish this work from Carol's. It is generally referred to the Shulchan Aruch Harab. Rabbi Abraham Danzig was the first in the Lithuanian Jewish community to attempt a summary of the opinions of the above-mentioned works in his Jayad and Joshua Tana. Similar works are Badi and Shari Teshuva Pitchei Teshuva, usually published as commentaries in most editions of the Shulchan Aruch, as well as the Shulchan Aruch, by Rabbi Shlomo Gansfried of Hungary. Danzig's and Gansfried's works do not follow the structure of the Shulchan Aruch, but given their single-voice approach, are considered easier to follow for those with less background in Halacha. The Mishnah Berurah, the main work of the Lechem by Rabbi Yisrael Meir Kagan, the Jeff Chaim is a collation of the opinions of later authorities on the Aruch Chaim section of the Shulchan Aruch. Aruch HaShulchan, by Rabbi Yechiel Mishal Epstein, is a more analytical work attempting the same task from a different angle, and covering all sections of the Shulchan Aruch. The former, though narrower in scope, enjoys much greater popularity and is considered authoritative by many adherents of Orthodox Judaism, especially among those typically associated with Ashkenazic yeshivas, the finished Chai, Erev Hachi, and much more recently, the Yochid use it for similar works by supporting rabbis with their communities. Halacha Yomim. Sections of the Shulchan Aruch are studied in many Jewish schools throughout the world on a daily basis. There is also a daily study program known as the Halacha Yomim.
That the covering of the mountain is not like the mountain, and therefore will be soft.
It's a Shulchan Aruch is covered. The Halacha Yomim program, or Halacha Yomim, as it is known in Israel, is a learning program which covers the entire Shulchan Aruch time, followed by the kids of Shulchan Aruch. The cycle takes about 4 years to complete. Every day, Jewish participants study 3 season, some sections of Shulchan Aruch, 5 season of Kitzur. Kitzur Shulchan Aruch is covered in addition to Shulchan Aruch time to include the generally applicable Halacha not included in Aruch time. History. The Halacha Yomim was started circa 1950 by Eunice Stamp, under the guidance of many Orthodox Jewish leaders of the time, including Avram Yoshe and Erlitz. The Halacha Yomim and the Mishnah Yomis, also started at about the same time, were launched in the memory of the 6 million Jews that were murdered in the Holocaust. Breslov Hasidim had a similar practice to daily review the Shulchan Aruch. See also.
Just a moment, folks. I gotta get this shit together. Look at this. This is enough babies. What's going on here? Oh, shit happens. Everybody knows shit happens when you party naked. Come on, you little bitch. Do you like talking about this shit? I'd rather be talking about aliens, to be honest with you. All right. Do you like talking about it, though? I mean, it's okay. It's not. There's worse shit. It's cool. Well, some elements of it are cool. Some of them are boring as fuck. Why? It's just shit happens, baby. What do you want me to do about it? Come on, you slut. This phone sucks. It's the worst. Is it? It's actually pretty good. Really? Psych, bitch. Come on, you little slut. Get your shit together. This shit is the worst. Is it? Dog. I want automatic starting on shit. No wait times. If there's a wait time, then we have to go to those engineers and say, why is there a wait time? And they'll be like, oh, because we didn't process the code efficiently. Okay, well, get your shit together. Be efficient. Everything should be really fucking efficient. That could be my fucking middle name. Efficiency. Rabbi Strength and Conditioning Dynasty Efficiency Rab Rothschild. That could be my fucking name. Why? Because I'm sick as fuck and I kind of have to maybe make a poop. Really? No, no one knows. Just making shit up. Come on, you little bitch. This shit sucks. Dog, it's the worst. Dog, just start up. What are you doing? Like, what is it? It doesn't give me a timer. I don't have any progress. Dog, give me a fucking progress. I need a progress bar. Progress bars are really fucking important. This shit is the worst. In the history of humankind, this might be the most bullshittiest shit ever. Come on. Go. Go, you little bitch. Oh, this is the worst. This shit's the worst. Dog. What's taking so long? Dog. Dog. Are you fucking serious? Come on, you bitch. Come on, you little slut. Dog, are you serious? Dog. Dog. We're going to give this thing 15 seconds, 14 seconds, 13 seconds, 12 seconds, 11 seconds, 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 9 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds. Come on, you little bitch. I mean, come on. That's just kind of athleticism. Next one.
And later on, he's worshipped as Avodah Zarah. So that tree cannot be transformed into a Chesed of Avodah Zarah. Why? Because he knows that at that point in time, that tree is like what? It's like a mountain oracle. And what about Tfisas Yad Adam? What about the fact that a person was involved in this? Tfisas Yad Adam only plays a role when the tree is initially planted for the sake of Avodah Zarah.
Shlomo Alphabet. Sucks.
Other arboreal intentions.
Here we go, folks. Hayat of Ahavim, completed in 1532, published in 1552 on Song of Songs. Brit Halevi, Brit Halevi, a Kabbalistic commentary on the Haggadah. Achad Dodi, a mystical hymn to inaugurate the Shabbat. Menot Halevi, completed 1529, published 1585. on the Book of Esther. On Zadikim, a Book of Sermons. Shoresh Yeshai, completed 1552, published 1561 on the Book of Ruth. Manuscripts. Apiron Shlomo, Bet Hashem, Bet Tefillah, interpretations of the prayers. Divrei Shlomo, on the section of scripture known as writings. Lechem Shlomo, on the guidelines for the sanctification of meals, according to Kabbalah. Metato Shel Shlomo, on the mystical significance of sexual union. Wow, chicka, wow, wow. Naim Zemrot, on Psalms. Pitzei Ohev, on the Book of Job. Shomer Amunim, on the fundamental principles of faith. Sukkot Shalom, Avotot of Ahava on the Torah. That's tight. Do you know Lacha Dodi? Yeah. I mean, that's pretty basic. But we're gonna see this bitch is working. Are you fucking serious? Dog, this shit sucks. Worst shit ever.
Hebrew is a Hebrew language Jewish liturgical song recited Friday at dusk, usually at sundown, in synagogue to welcome the Sabbath prior to the evening services. It is part of Gabel and Shabbat. The refrain of Lekatoni means let us go, my beloved, to greet the bride of Sabbath presence. Let us welcome and as a request of Israel's beloved God, to join together in welcoming the bride, the Sabbath. The phrase let us go, my beloved, is taken from Psalm 7:12, 7:11 in English Bibles, which Holy Joseph Beon interpreted as Israel Tobit to God. During the singing of the last verse, the entire congregation rises and turns to the west. Traditional congregations face Jerusalem for the rest of services. Or to the north. Some have the pastor types in the sanctuary of the synagogue. The congregation goes about, O bride, and turns back toward the front of the synagogue. Some go only forwards and others to the sides and then forwards. It was composed in the 16th century by Rabbi Shlomo Levi Alkabetz, who was born in the Ottoman city of Thessaloniki and later became a Saint Kabbalist. This was common at the time. The song is also an acrostic, with the first letter of the first 8 stanzas spelling the author's name. The author draws from the rabbinic interpretation of the Song of Songs, suggested as linguistically originating in the 3rd century BCE, in which the maiden is seen as a metaphor for an ancient Jewish population residing within Israel's biblical limits. And the lover, DOD, is a metaphor for God, and from Hebrew, which uses the same metaphor. The poet shows Israel asking God to bring about that great Shabbat of Messianic deliverance. It is one of the latest 8 Ruth poems regularly accepted into the traditional liturgy. Already in the early 20th century, Abraham Zevitinus recorded hundreds of different tunes used for legatoni. Among some Sephardic congregations, the hymn is sometimes chanted to an ancient Moorish melody, which is known to be much older than the text of legatoni. This is clear not only from internal evidence, but also from rubric and Old Citeric Directing hymn to be sung to the melody of Shuvin Afshini Minotheati, a composition of Judah Levi, who died nearly 5 centuries before Alkabetz. In this rendering, carried to Israel by Spanish refugees before the days of Alkabetz, the hymn is chanted congregationally, the refrain being employed as an introduction only. In some very old-style Ashkenazic synagogues, the verses are ordinarily chanted at 11 length by the Chazan, and the refrain is used as a congregational response. But in most Ashkenazic Orthodox synagogues, it is sung by everyone together to many of a large number of tunes. This includes the Orthodox synagogues who employ this element, and synagogues under the modern Orthodox umbrella. Both German and Polish melodies. At certain periods of the year, many northern congregations discount later compositions in favor of 2 simple older melodies singularly reminiscent of the folk song of Northern Europe in the century succeeding that in which the verses were written. The better known of these is Amir, reserved for the Omer weeks between Passover and Shavuot, which has been variously described, because of certain of its phrases, as an adaptation of the famous political song Lilith Druid of the Cavatina in the beginning of Mozart's Mozarti figure of a resemblance to German folk song at the end of the 17th century may be found generally throughout the melody. Less widely utilized in the present day is the special year tradition for the 3 weeks preceding Tisha B'Av, although this is characterized by much tender charm absent from the melody of Eli Zeviah, which more often takes its place, but it was once very generally sung in the northern congregations of Europe, and the period was chosen by Benedetto Marcello for his rendition of Psalm 19 in his Esther Gothic Rabbinic Court Prophecy Sofer Isavi, Venice, 1724. It is quoted as a Arab to German Jews. Cantor and Martler discovered the source of this melody in a Polish folk song, West Chalkotas, West, given in Oscar Colbert's piece Lunar Bonds Ego Warsaw, 1857. The known melody, of similarly obvious folk song origin, was favored in the London Jury a century ago, and was sung in 2 slightly divergent forms in the old city synagogues. Both of these forms are given by Isaac Nathan in his setting of Byron's Hebrew Melodies London, 1815, where they constitute the year selected for She Goes in Beauty, the first verses in the series. The melody has since fallen out of use in English congregations and elsewhere. Text. The full version of the song, note that many Reformed congregations omit verses 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8, which make reference to Messianic redemption, while Sephardic congregations based in Jerusalem and Aleppo writes omit verse 4 and verses 6 through 8, as they make reference to Agony. In the Sephardic Rite of Hasidic tradition, the last section is replaced with. See also. Reference.
I gotta read this shit. Sucks. I'm not gonna read it in Hebrew. Why? Cause it's. I mean, I could. But you know what else could happen? This shit could work. Dog. Come on, you little bitch. There we go. Now we're cooking with gasoline, kids. All right, where's that fucking shit? Is this shit gonna work? Maybe. It'll be tight as fuck. For Rizzy? Oh, for Shizzy. Look at this move. Folks, look at this move. Oh, I don't know if this is going to work. Maybe. Look at this athleticism, though. Look at this move. Folks, do you see this? Do you see this athleticism? This is some of the most athletic shit we've ever witnessed in the history of humankind. This is sick as fuck. All right, are you done? Oh, we're cooking with fire now. Let's go, my beloved, to meet the bride. Let us welcome the presence of Shabbat. Finish Shabbat, Nekobah. Rest on safeguard and remember in a single utterance. Shamor, Ben Hazor, Bewadi, Betty Burger, Betty Bedibber, Eshar. We were made to hear by the unified God. Hashemanayu. God is one and God's name is one. Dude, I can't say these. I mean, I guess for educational purposes, somebody want me to say Adonai Echad, Hashem Echad, in fame and splendor and praiseful song, Leshem Ule Teferet Vel Tila. Verse 2, to greet the Shabbat, let's go, let's be gone, Likwat Shabbat, Lechu, Benakela, for she is the wellspring of blessing. Kihi Mekor Haberacha, from the start, from ancient times she was chosen. Barosh Mekedem Nesuka, last made but first planned. So Maase Ben Hamashaba, but no, Ben Mahashaba, Tehila. Verse 3, sanctuary of the king, royal city, Mikdash, Melech, Ir, Meluka, arise, lead from the midst of this turmoil. Kimi, Tizay, Mitok, Ha-Fekta. No. Ha-Fekta. Long enough have you sat in the valley of tears. Rav Lach Shabbat, Rav Lach Shabbat Be Emek Habaka, and he will take great pity upon you compassionately. And he will take great pity upon you compassionately. Behu Yahamal Alayik Hemla. Verse 4, shake yourself free, rise, and the dust. Na'ari, Me'afar, Kumi, dress in your garments of splendor, my people. Livshi, Big D, Tif, Artek, Ami. By the hand of Jesse, son of Bethlehem, Al-Yad ben Yishay, Bet Hal Ami. Draw near to my soul, redeem it. Korva, El Nafshi, Get Allah. Verse 5, rouse yourselves, Hitore. No, hit or airy. Your light is coming, rise up and shine. Kiva, Orek, Kumri, Kiva, Orek, Kumi, Ori. Awaken, utter song. Uri, Shir, Daberi. The glory of Hashem is revealed upon you. Kivod, Adonai, Alei, Nigla. Do not be embarrassed, do not be ashamed. Lo, Devoshi, Velo, Tik Almi. Why be downcast, why groan? Ma Tishtohahi, Uma Tihemi. All my afflicted people will find refuge. All my afflicted people will find it. Bach Yehesu Aniye Ami, and the city shall be rebuilt on her hills. Ven Eve Neta Al Tila. Verse 7. Your despoilers will become spoiled. Beahu, Beahu, Lim Shisha, Shosei, Shosei, Shos a it. Far away shall be any who would devour you. Vera Haku Kol Noval Ai. Your God will rejoice concerning you. Yesis Alayik Elohai. As a groom rejoices over the bride. Kismos Hatan Al Kala. Verse 8. To your right and your left, you will burst forth. Yamin Ismail Tip Rotsi. And the Hashem will you revere. Be'et Bitzi, by the hand of a child of parents, Al Yad Ish Ben Parsi, we will rejoice and sing happily. Venishima, Venish Meha, and Nagila, verse 9, come in peace, crown of her husband, boy, Veshalom, Adaret, both in happiness and in jubilation. Gam Besima, who ho, amidst the faithful of the treasured nation. Tok Umune Segula. Come, O bride, Bo'oi Kala Bo'oi Kala. In Sephardic rite and Hasidic tradition, the last section is replaced with verse 9. Come in peace, crown of her husband, Bo'oi Vishalom Ater Bala, both in song and jubilation, Come, Arena, Zohola, amidst the faithful of the treasured nation, Tok Emune Segula, come, O bride, Shabbat, Queen, boy, Kala, Shabbat, Malketo. Well, that was a bunch of bullshit. Really? No, I was tight. I know that one. Really? How's it go? Well, come on, honey. Yeah, it just goes like that. Everybody knows that. Really? Yeah, it sucks. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows everything sucks. Really? Oh, for sure, dog. Does it? Everything's the worst. Moshe Alsich Hakadosh. What does that mean? It means something. Bullshit. Out of water bullshit.
Also spelled out Shech, 1508-1593, known as the Alshich Hakadosh. Was a prominent rabbi, preacher, and biblical commentator in the latter part of the 16th century. Life. The Alshich was born in 1508 in the Ottoman city of Adrianople, and was the son of Ai Alshich. He studied at Saloniki under the Itzian Talmud of Joseph Tatas and Joseph Zeri, author of the Shulchan Aruch. Following Kiruch Seif, in modern day Israel, where he taught Muslim students including Rabbi Chaim Weizmann and Rabbi Yonatan Zeppelin, although the Alshich belonged to the Serbian Orthodox city, his works were rarely translated into Israeli. He is celebrated as a teacher, preacher, and evangelist. Muslim is in his life, in his works he avoids mention of himself, telling only of his courses taught. His experts to his commentary on the Benjamin says, my memory relates to high early meetings, one reason being so the Japanese say chief occupation, and I assiduously attended the issues where I made myself familiar with the teachings of Beta Brothers, and I continued to research in the ancient author, in learning I read the Talmud and in the Talmud, and reading the decisions. On the Fridays when I find time, reading some German Kosher preparation on lectures on history, and similar topics, which I deliver recently before large audiences, in terms of instruction. Alshich traveled through Syria, journeying in his version of religion as it is, stated as a child that became Muslim, and the years long with special rank of the Sun's return. He died in State in 1593 in State of significance. Only a few rabbis were granted the title Hakadosh throughout Jewish history, alongside the Alshich were the Shalom Kadosh, the Arab Kadosh, and the Uriah Kadosh, all of them distinctive personalities in his times. Various reasons have been suggested as to why the Alshich received the Kadosh, the title. His homiletical commentaries on the Torah and the prophets enjoy much popularity and are still studied today, largely because of the powerful influence his rabbinical citations to Jewish thought.
Do you think you'll be known as Hakadosh Pimp someday? Oh, for sure.
These lectures were after published as commentaries, Jewish, influenced upon holy scriptures, and Alshich gives extra reasons for publication. Many books have been listened to lectures repeated over the early and names. These events will be prevented by publication. These lectures, though somewhat lengthy, not tedious to his ears, may be repeated because there's been a narrative form. As commentaries, they frequently take from the Greek everything which is not as much as the Alshich has repeated and translated.
Current Moshe commentary on Pentateuch, first edition, Belvedere near Constantinople, about 1593, complete with indexes, Venice 1601. An abstract of this commentary was prepared by Joseph B. R.A. and has appeared in various forms entitled Kitzer al-Sich al-Ha-Torah, Amsterdam 1748. If you didn't have your glasses, how close would you read this? Like this? Ma'arot ha-Tesavot collected vision. Can you read it from here? Really? Ma'arot ha-Tesavot collected visions on the prophets and the prophecies, Venice 1803 to 7. Extracts from the commentary are included in Mishnah Katana, a commentary on the earlier prophets published by Biblia Rabbinica Kohelet Moshe, Amsterdam 1724. Romer wrote the thing E and then Praises of God on the Book of Psalms, Venice 1605. Rab Paninian, Multitude of Pearls on Proverbs, Venice 1601. Hokat Mahokek, the Logger's portion on Job, Venice 1603. Shoshana HaMakim, Lily of the Valleys. On the Song of Solomon. This commentary was the first to appear in print and was edited by Alsich himself in 1591. According to his commentary, the song is allegory and represents a dialogue between God and exiled Israel on the latter's mission. Ina Moshe, Eyes of Moses on Ruth. Alsich says the Book of Ruth, surely from it might take a lesson how to serve God, and illustrates the statement throughout his commentary, Venice 1601. Devarim Nehumim, opening words on the Lamentations of Jeremiah. The title is not merely a euphemism from Lamentations. The author repeatedly attempts to show that there is no cause for despair. God, being with Israel and through the temple, is destroyed. The Shekinah was not departed from the western wall, Venice 1601. Devarim Tovim, good words on Ecclesiastes, also calls Ecclesiastes on account of its deep thoughts, waters without end, oceans. He endeavors in the commentary to illustrate as the central idea of the book the dictum, all is vain except for the fear of Hashem, which is the essential condition of man throughout existence, Venice 1601. The commentaries of Alsich on these last named 5 books, Megillat Scrolls, appeared in an abridged form edited by Eliezer ben Hananiah, Tanigrad, Amsterdam 1697. Habat Salet HaSharon, the Rose of Sharon, on the Book of David. Habit Salet HaSharon, the Rose of Sharon, on the Book of Daniel, Spot 1563 and Venice 1592. A commentary on the Haftarah called Likut Man, Gatherings of Mana, was compiled chiefly from Marot HaSobeot by E.M. Mark Bray, Amsterdam 1704. Yarim Moshe is the title of a commentary on Abbat, gathered from the works of Alsich by Joseph B. M. Schlenker, Firth, 1764. A commentary of Alsich on the Haggadah appears in the edition of Haggadah called Beit Horim, House of Freemen. The commentary is full of interesting remarks and earnest exhortations, 1767. Even in the introduction, the laws of Passover and the order for the evening are treated allegorically and made the vehicle for religious meditation. It is, however, not likely that Alsich wrote these notes for the Haggadah. they were probably gathered from his works long after his death, as otherwise the Haggadah would have been published with his commentary much earlier. Responsa, as a casuist, he was frequently consulted by other rabbis, and his decisions were collected in a volume of Responsa. Venice, 1605, Berlin, 1766. His contemporaries frequently quote his opinions. During his lifetime, the Azariah de Rossi produced his Mayor in Nine, Light for the Eyes, in which the author rejected some beliefs generally received as traditional. Also, as a request of his teacher, Rabbi Joseph Caro, wrote a declaration against the Mayor and Nyaim as being contrary and dangerous to the Jewish religion. Kerem Chamed, volume 141. Alcich wrote a poem, Dirge on the Exile of Israel, in a very simple style in 10 rhyming verses. It has been introduced into various earlier morning rituals such as Ayolet HaShachar, the morning dawn. It is also contained in the collection of prayers and hymns called Sha'arei Zion. All right, are you done? No, I got other shit to review. He's buried in the old temple of Sfat. Other notable rabbis also buried in Old Cemetery of Sfat: Ari HaKodesh, Shlomo HaLevi Halkabetz, Moses Ben Jacob Cordovero, and Joseph Carl. Alright, so what are you gonna do? We're not done yet. We'll just time out on this bitch and BRB, baby. Look at this athleticism. Look at this footwork.
Says, go ahead and destroy your gods on the mountains. So remember that Yosef mentions Elohim Elohim, Elohim, that it's only their gods on the mountains, but the mountains themselves cannot become the gods. Elohim Alagvos, you're not allowed to worship their gods which are on the hills. Elohim, but the hills themselves cannot become the gods. So what's it say? At first glance, it appears that Yosef maybe seeing that thing as the Tarakat. Like there is no difference between the two. The nice they both say the same thing, which is that the mountains, the hills cannot come on each other. That which is on the mountains, that which is on the hills can, but the mountains and hills themselves cannot. You just seem to be dashing it from different places. The Tanakama says, Losachmo Kesach Zohar Aleihem. Ultimately, the Tanakama says, do not covet the golden silver that is on them, which indicates to us that it is not the mountain or the hill which can become us, but rather only that which is upon them. And Rabbi Yosef really says, Elohim Elohim, and again, that is Elohim Elohim. But ultimately, the bottom line is really saying that it's only that which is on the mountain which becomes Asadam or Zara, not the mountain itself. I shall ask the Gemara, ask the Mishkan, Kasha, ومثل مع الشيرة السورة. So let's say, what about Ashera? What about Ashera? This poses an existential difficulty for us. Right? What about the Ashera? So the Ashera, let's remember again, this is something that by definition is part of the structural landscape. By definition is part of the earth. The end of the day, you see it is Avodah. So we'll say, using what we just learned before, or Elohim Elohim, why would I share the concert? Well, so here we go. Because the most I literally translated, it has Trisas Yad Adam, literally means like today we would say, it has man's fingerprints on it. The idea is that this item has man's involvement. Rashi says, where does this mean man's involvement? Adam Nafo, a person's activity. So we'll say, because once a person's activity is considered something by man, because it's something created by man, therefore by definition, it is subject ultimately to insects or to travel each other. So we'll say, in other words, what the Mishnah seems to say is as follows. Anything that is naturally formed in this world, by definition, cannot be transformed into a substance, an object of Avodah Zarah, even if it is worship. So therefore, even if I worship the mountain doesn't become a Zara. Hills doesn't become a Zara. I using that logic and that Shayla, as the Muslim, which is a tree, which people worship, shouldn't become a Zara either. Elamai tree is viable site because the tree is planted by man. The tree is planted by man. Since the tree is planted by man, this is what the Mishnah calls Tvisa, the Jews, but Tvisas, the person was involved in this therefore, this item can be transformed into an object of Avodah Zarah. The Chosh Lish but Tvisas Yudei Adam Osir. And I will say, whatever ultimately has Tvisas Yudei Adam, whatever was created, at least in part, by man, obviously, the true totality is not created by man. It's not
All right, folks. You're watching this. Just know that maybe take a little time break, perhaps. And we have to restart our streams. Believe it or not, for as important as Kabbalah is and Kabbalah and coffee and all this other bullshit. The most important thing that we have are our streams. The most important thing we have is our stream. Really? There's nothing more important than my life than this stream. Why? Because they are my diary to the world. I'd be a sexy motherfucker.
As Elohim al Haparim Harad, their gods on the tall mountains, the Halak Baos and on the hills, the Tachas called Israel, every was it Israel, every so that Yehuda comes along, and Yehuda says, you don't understand, Torah's not just telling you the obligation to Israel, how do you know that? It's simple. If the Torah goes, which is coming from the Israel, then what? Then what? Copy line, what's happening back there? So the Torah could have just said, describe all the Torah. Why do you have to get into the mountains on the hills? Why do you need that? If you even say the Torah is actually giving us geographic markers, the Torah is giving us like a whole Torah GPS, telling you that by the way, you get into Canaan and you have to root out the Avodah Zarah, I'm going to tell you where to find the Avodah Zarah. The Avodah Zarah is on top of the mountains. The Avodah Zarah is on top of the trees. On top of the hills. The Avodah Zarah is off of the big green trees. So therefore, again, that these people understand, so that the people love that disagree with that which we mentioned before. I mean, it could be very well agreed. We just say, Mr. Jew is kind of camera that we all see. Agree or not disagree. Everybody actually seems to be understanding the also. It's a beautiful day for this Mishnah. It's one of the same actions going so a Mishnah without machlokas. A Mishnah without machlokas. It doesn't get better than this. It's not like a spiritual jackpot. It doesn't get better than this. Mishnah without machlokas on a day of actions. All that the Akiva is saying is in addition to the halakhic ramifications that the kind of camera using will be brought out of the process. There's another piece which is the clarifications identifying for us where to find that where to find it out, where to find it in order to do it. So bottom line, leaving aside that the Akiva is Russia, even the Muslims in mountain or a hill, so one does not transform that object into an
That bitch. Oh, I gotta hear about these fucking eagles. Jackie and Shadow, I hope they fucking just. Do you really hate them? Dog, no, but I hate that bitch who comes on every 2 weeks to talk about them. Oh, well, one of them took a shit in the nest. Oh, okay, well, let's fucking put it in the front page of the Los Angeles Times. Dog. This shit is the worst. Is it? Yeah. I mean, it pretty much sucks. Why? Because everything sucks, kids. Don't you understand that? Look at this footwork, though. Look at this athleticism. This might be the most athletic. How would we describe it to the people at home? Okay, imagine if the Summer Olympics had sex with the Winter Olympics on the 50-yard line of Lambeau Field, and everybody just started slanging dick like it was going out of style. Why? Why not? I'll wait. Look at this athleticism, though. Do you really think this is the most athletic thing that you've ever seen in the history of humankind? I mean, it's close. It's close. I mean, I don't know what would be more athletic. Maybe Rabbi Joseph Caro fucking did backflips for 6 years straight. That would be pretty fucking athletic. But still, it wouldn't have the agility that this stream has. I mean, I think everybody can see that, can recognize that. If you're watching at home, folks, I mean, you're just witnessing greatness. There's nothing. I mean, what were we saying? That motherfucker named HaKodesh? They're going to call me HaKodesh Pimp. And I'm going to be like, yeah, baby, that's right. Why? Because I'm the sexiest motherfucker ever. Do you really think you're the sexiest motherfucker of all time? Dog, name somebody else who is even in the same league. We're not even in the same leagues. All the other people on Earth are just... They're at best playing AAA, and I'm the major leagues, baby. I'm a first ballot unanimous Hall of Famer. I'm the Mariano Rivera, this bitch. It would be like if Mariano Rivera mated with Derek Jeter. That's how sick this shit is, dog. I'm first ballot. First time. It's never been done. First ballot, unanimous. Sexiest pimp of all time. Without a doubt. Do you really think that you're the sexiest pimp of all time? Dog. There isn't a doubt. There's no doubt. Like, if there were doubt, I would be like, well, maybe somebody could come, you know, but no, it's like not even a thing. It is not even a thing. If you think it's a thing, you can go shut the fuck up. Doug, what is this bullshit, though? That's what I want to know. That's what everybody wants to know. What is this bullshit?